A round for the ages in the open section of the World Cup. After blundering heavily and realizing that he was out of the tournament, Carlsen had luck on his side. Keymer missed his chance, and they will join most of the field tomorrow in the tiebreak. Berkus, Caruana, Rigaisi, Grandelius, Sarana, and Vidit will all enjoy an extra rest day, having finished their job this afternoon. In addition to Carlsen, Nakamura, Nepomniachtchi, Svidler, Gukesh, and Yesipenka, in addition to another 15 elite grandmasters, will battle it out tomorrow in the Marriott Hotel for a shot at the big prize. In the women's group, Goryachkina, Shuvalova, and Tan Zhongzi progressed to the quarterfinals with strong performances, while the rest of the field will tiebreak tomorrow, including Hampi Koneru, who made a great comeback with the black pieces. 5 of the 8 women's games will be decided tomorrow in the tiebreaks.
Good afternoon, dear all chess lovers. Welcome back to the FIDE World Cup and FIDE Women's World Cup 2023 in Baku, Azerbaijan. And today we will have a very exciting tiebreak day. I'm Irene Sukandar and I'm still with Irina Krush. Irina Krush is still in the house.
Hey guys, I'm looking forward to my first tiebreak here in Baku. Yep. And of course, the main game of games of the day will be between Magnus Carlsen and Vincent Keymer. We're going to see if Magnus can continue advancing through the tournament. What else are you looking forward to seeing?
I'm looking forward for Elisabeth Pähtz versus Wenjun. I think it's also going to be very interesting. And we see yesterday a very good comeback from Conor Hampi, forcing the match into the tiebreak versus Bella Kotanashvili.
Yeah, and we also got the Muzichuk sisters.
Exactly.
Who have played 2 draws so far. And today we're going to see which one of them continues advancing here in Baku.
Yes, so there is a countdown there. In the camera, we see that players are starting to arrive on the board. In the far end, I saw Vincent Keymer is already walking to the stage. And we will see the tournament table very soon. Here we go. In the top 16 in the open section, we saw this is the result from yesterday's. Magnus Carlsen won the second game in a must-win situation against Vincent Keymer. Hikaru Nakamura also playing for the tiebreak today against Praggnanandhaa. Fabiano Caruana took down Ray Robson and having a rest day today. Nepomniachtchi drew against Nihal Sarin. It's also a very interesting tiebreak match, I think.
Yeah, I think my favorite one, other than Magnus versus Keymer, is definitely Naka versus Prague. Yeah, that true. One I just don't know which way it's going to go.
Right. And in the far end, we see also Gukesh will be taking on Andrei Yushipenko. So this is also the battle of 2 youngsters. Rasmus Svane will be playing Wang Hao on today's tiebreak. And we also have 2 kind of like veterans, Dominguez versus Vostazek. Yeah, so we'll see. We'll see. Today, I think it's, every tiebreak day is always interesting to watch anyway. And on the women's section, Wenjun, our first seeded in the women's section, will be playing against the German champion, Elisabeth Pähtz. The Muzichuk sisters will be deciding which one of them will prevail. And Teodora Injak lost to Polina Shvalova yesterday, so Polina is one of the 3 players that is through to the next round. Bella Kotanashvili, as we mentioned earlier, will be playing Hampi Koneru on the today's tiebreak. And Alexander Goryachkina also yesterday won a very good game against Nino Bachashvili and secured her a spot on the next round.
Well, speaking of young players, on the women's side, there's also the very interesting match between Harika and Deline Robers, who is just 17 years old and has been doing so well in this World Cup. So that's another one that I'm really looking forward to seeing because it seems like their match has been very close so far. And if anyone has had an advantage, I would say it's been Irene. So we're going to see, if Harika's experience in these World Cup tournaments is going to come through today or whether youth is going to have its day. I mean, Harika is someone who is actually usually doing very well in these World Cups. I think it's her personal determination. You know, I think there's something because, you know, some people, you know, they might be the same level. Some people actually tend to do well in these formats, like, you know, even better than their rating would suggest. I think Harika is one of those people. And so, yeah, generally she's going quite deep in these tournaments. I know she's not going to want to go home, but on the other hand, you know, you got this unknown sort of quantity rising through the ranks, Irene Robers, and so I think that match is going to be very suspenseful.
Yeah, indeed. And we know Irene is one of the players here, one of the few players that undefeated so far. She's got 7 out of 8 points with 6 wins and 2 draws. So it's a very amazing performance that Irene has so far in this World Cup. This is her debut, yeah? This is her first time in the World Cup, yes. And I think the FIDE wildcard gone very well for both in the open and women's section. Irene is one of the wildcards. And then in the open section, we saw Vasily Ivanchuk and also Viktor Svidler who received this wildcard, and they are playing on the tiebreak today as well.
Oh, wow. So they definitely were very worthy recipients of the wild cards. And it's great to see Ivanchuk and Svidler still in the competition. And I hope, my personal hope is that they both go through today.
Yes, we'll see, because only the best will prevail from today's tiebreak. And we see in the far end of the camera as well, the chess fans are also gathering. I think today's will be exciting for them, especially because they have to stand there for quite some minutes, and then they will already see some actions because this is a shorter time control. And may I quickly remind all the chess viewers that today the tiebreak format will be 2 games of 25 minutes plus 10 seconds. So that is our first rapid tiebreak. And if the match is still tied, they will continue to the second section of the rapid section. Is the 10 minutes plus 10 seconds. And then again, if the match is still tied or even, they will go for the blitz. That is 2 games of 5 minutes plus 3. And if the match is still tied again, there is a sudden death of 3 minutes plus 2 seconds. There is no Armageddon, but they will keep playing the 3 minutes plus 2 seconds section until there is a winner.
Okay, wow. Yeah, it's a good format. I mean, you're certainly being given a chance to play a lot of games of chess, right? People often complain that when you start playing tie breaks, you go from classical time control to rapid, it gets quite random. But I think on the positive side, I mean, you're starting out with a 25-minute rapid game, which is quite long.
Right.
And the reason I highlight that also is that when I played my tiebreak here, I actually thought it was going to be like the usual rapid time control of 15-10. So I get to the game and I'm like, oh, 25 minutes. It's a little bit different. You know, 25 minutes is actually a substantial amount of time, although it will pass by quickly.
And you are quite an experienced player yourself, playing in so many tiebreaks, not only in the World Cups, but also, for example, in the U.S. Chess Championships.
Yeah, I got my fair share of experience in tiebreaks. And no, it's a very stressful day, of course, in general. You know, speaking of stress, I found it interesting how Magnus described his experience playing classical chess, you know, as stressful and boring, you know, and his interview from yesterday where he said he was wondering what he's been doing here playing classical chess. I mean, you know, stressful and boring. I mean, I can see, of course, how he experiences it that way. But for the fans, I think this tournament is certainly not boring.
No, it's definitely not. And also for the commentators, I think this is one of my favorite days.
Yeah. And Magnus actually arrived to the game for him quite early today. He was there a few minutes before the game. So we see him on the stage against Vincent. We see Hikaru and Prague. And who is that? Oh, that's Bella and Humpy. And we already saw Elisabeth versus Ju on the stage as well.
Yes. And also there will be one designated arbiter for each match because the games will be just, we have a liftoff.
Nice.
I was about to say the games will be just shorter and shorter, so there will be so many actions on the board, and the attendance of an arbiter is very much needed. We will have the moves soon on the board, and from the camera we see
Queen's Gambit, and with an early knight of 3, and then Magnus still went for CD CDED, and he's been known to do that. I think that kind of looks similar to one of his wins against Nepo recently. It used to be considered that this, when you have your knight out early on f3 and you're making this early exchange, it's not the most favorable move order for white, but, all of these things have been like relooked recently, and we see these new approaches. So he just played queen c2 to prevent the black bishop from coming out to f5. So we might still see kind of a standard queen's gambit, but for now, white hasn't developed this bishop here yet, and we're going to see where Carlsen is going to get to bring it out.
Right. Yeah, this position I think has been played numerous times already, and we'll see. I'm sure he will develop his bishop soon. Either it is on f4 or g5.
Yeah, so I think right now it's basically Magnus's turn. Keymer played bishop e7, and so that's the big choice. Do I go to f4 or g5? And I guess one question I would have if you go to f4, I mean, is there any chance for like a knight h5 to happen, or is that just not that big of a deal because the bishop can go to e5? So that's what Magnus is pondering, and I guess we should just take a look at Hikaru versus Prague, see how their game is developing. And by the way, Magnus brought out his bishop to f4, yes. And this is an English opening. So these two players have been seeing the English feature like in all their games in this match so far. And Prague goes for a different line of the English than he did in game one. He goes for this kind of like reversed Sicilian. And then he, decides to not go for d5. He goes bishop b4, knight d5, e4. There we go. Okay. So knight h4. I mean, to me, it already looks like a pretty unusual position.
Yeah. If you keep going, we will see some g5 on the board. Oh my gosh, what's happening?
This does look like some kind of theory that has been seen before, but I have to say, like, I don't really play this enough to know exactly, what this is. So the knight on the side of the board is currently trapped. So the question is, how is it getting out, or are we going to be, well, I don't know, sacrificing this knight? I wonder what even could be the point here. Right? It's not that clear. Maybe there is some sort of 8-3 business. Maybe we can throw in that move. I was hoping, like, if the bishop goes there, I mean, then I would have d4 and I could do a discovery to try to save my knight and win the pawn. But of course, you could go back to a5, sidestepping my d4 move, right? And then, I mean, I can sort of go after your bishop, but
I think you can still do that. Now you can I think you just play d3, and after gh, you have bishop g5.
You get some idea like this, yeah?
Yeah. But of course, after you play d3, knight takes d5, and some, I think Naka played, what did he do? a3, or we will have to move.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible how sharp this game has gotten. Like, I think and Prague also introduced like this sharp g4 idea against Hikaru yesterday. So, I mean, he's definitely ready for like the sharpest lines.
a3, yeah, he did
so
a3.
a3, okay. Yeah. A little side pawn move.
Yep.
It's interesting because I'm not sure if this is the engine's favorite move, but I mean, I certainly understand it because it's the first one that came to my mind as well. And Prague is thinking now. So basically, if the bishop goes to a5, what else can we do? I mean,
you may or not include b4 actually, but I think d3 or d4 has to be played.
D3, something like that, yeah. So basically the idea has to be getting the bishop there. And you're saying like they could take, but then on the other hand, we get at least a tempo against this knight, right?
No, actually there is a very interesting line because I might have some bishop e4 queen h5 idea too. So it is a very sharp position. Because some sacrifice will be happening soon on the board, and the other side of the players, they will have to make try to make some compensation out of it.
Yeah, for example, knight e5. I mean, yeah, it's so hard to understand what's actually happening here, right? Because like bishop e4, there's even f5, right? You might have like these two pieces hanging. What other moves can we can also come up with like f4, right? Like there's all, yeah, there's a lot going on in this position, guys. And I guess that it looks like it's going to be, I mean, I can't imagine a game that like starts in a sharper way than this one.
And bishop a5 is on the board.
Okay, so now big decision for Hikaru. Does he go with b4? Does he go d3 and open up the bishop immediately?
Right.
It would be interesting to know how familiar he is with this crazy position.
This could be also an opening surprise. I would be interested to know if I'm sure Hikaru knows about it, and but maybe there's something deeper in this variation that Praggnanandhaa already prepared beforehand. So this could be one of the opening surprises as well. And we see yesterday also, even though the game ended with a draw, Praggnanandhaa played a very interesting chess. Yeah, he has this theme within this match. Like it's either I play g4 or g5.
Yeah, that's true. All right, I guess we can take a quick look back at Magnus's game because he has a king and f1, and I think he's also doing something quite interesting in this Queen's Gambit declined. So let's go back and just see a few moves. He developed his bishop to f4, g6, yeah, very standard to help the bishop go to f5, e3, and then there was a trade. So it looks quite solid for Vincent Keymer, and after knight d7, Magnus plays, I would say, the first slightly unusual move in this position, h4. Certainly discouraging black from castling kingside. On the other hand, so Keymer goes here, obviously with some knight e4 ideas, and then Magnus just pulls his king to f1. So I have not seen that many Queen's Gambit positions where white just refuses to castle. I mean, they're either going kingside or queenside, right? But to have the king and f1 is already highly unusual.
Indeed. Wow. So Carlsen is playing a different style today compared to yesterday. It's but yeah, this is just showing how flexible he is as a player, and he has to, because to achieve such a feat like Magnus Carlsen, you have to play pretty much every opening, every lines.
Interesting that he's already walking around. You know, you don't see players often get up during a rapid game, but I guess he's feeling pretty comfortable. And I have to say, I think the choice of the opening, playing this kind of simple structure of the Queen's Gambit declined, I actually like it for Carlsen. I think he's quite good in these positions where like the pawn structure is defined, right? In the Carlsbad structure also, he likes to play this kind of thing against the Caro-Kann. You know, so I would say he's quite an expert in these structures. And Vincent just played h5, which makes sense. He's definitely stopping white from going there, taking control of the square. And Magnus goes g3. And yeah, it's pretty rare that you see all these pawns lined up on dark squares when the bishop is on f4. But I guess on the other hand, there's really no one that's ever going to be targeting that bishop anymore. So he feels like he can afford it. And his move also tells us that he plans to put the king on g2. And I think the question for young Keymer is where does he want to put his king?
Yep. This is going to be quite instructive as well, because, well, it's not very clear what to do here. Actually, for me, it's not clear. I don't know about you, Irina, because because this is king f1, g3. Okay, that idea is pretty much clear. But then the continuation, because I thought if you play h4, you might want to just attack on the king side and then probably do some long castle, but you never know.
Yeah, I mean, actually, I wouldn't be shocked if black played king f8 and king g7, copying Magnus's idea. I also wouldn't be shocked if black castled. I think the one thing that would surprise me a lot is if black castles this way, which I think is just too dangerous. Actually, it doesn't really fit well with the queen being here, and white's attack would proceed pretty quickly.
And the bishop on f4, yeah?
Yeah, and the bishop on f4 cutting. So I do think that black is going towards this side.
And he did.
Yes, he just castled. That looks like a very normal move. Magnus plays king g2 without thinking, just kind of playing on intuition.
Okay. Well, the top boards are definitely very interesting, but I have one present for you, Irina.
All right.
Let's take a look at board number 6 between Wang Hao versus Rasmus Svane. This will not disappoint you at all.
Okay, you've prepared a surprise for me. Let's see it. Wang Hao. Okay, wow. So black has sacrificed a piece.
Yep.
He's opened up the white king. Like looking at this position.
What's going on?
Yeah, I have to honestly tell you, like if I don't look at the opening moves, I really don't know what opening this was. I don't know. Do you want to give me a clue? Is there like you can look at the moves and tell me and give me a clue?
Okay, I haven't actually looked at the
I think
moves
they're
yet.
here. I think they're here.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is this? This is some Nimzo.
A Nimzo. Yeah. See, I just think you can't really tell that from this position at all.
No.
Nothing that like defines it. But okay. I mean, we can just take a quick look. So it's an F3 Nimzo. Okay, this line. So what there was C5, D5. Okay. And that's a little bit unusual, right? Because normally they're going for, for E5 in these positions. I haven't really seen black play with this approach, C5, D5. Right. So that's why I didn't recognize this structure at all. It's already quite unusual. And how did black wind up sacrificing the piece? Okay, he's like kind of throwing all his pawns forward first. And then he just gives up the bishop. Okay. And then he goes queen c8. King g2. Okay, well now I understand at least that he's getting the bishop back. Right? So why?
So he has to give the bishop up.
He's taken it.
Because otherwise h3 would have been very dangerous to be, if you allowed this queen it takes h3, yeah? Because there's knight g4, there's also, the bishop on d6 is standing very well. Wow.
Well, let's see. And also, look at the time situation. So actually, he has barely spent any time. That means he's a kind of better prepared than Wang Hao for this particular position. And white's king is playing open, although black has lost most of his queenside pawns. So let's see what is going to be important here. I think obviously white needs to figure out a way to get this bishop into the game. Not so obvious how he's going to be doing it since he doesn't even have that move. And okay, black wants to right now just capture back the pawn. Then it's going to be even in material, so white needs to think about that. And also I'm just thinking maybe we should be thinking about queen trades.
Yeah, in this type of position, all I was thinking is just, and he did.
There we go.
Queen trades is actually one of a automatic. It's like you want to neutralize the attack that black is currently having. And, well, at the same time also protecting some material there on b5.
Yeah, I think there's a decent chance that there will be a queen trade. I mean, because this queen is very powerful on d4 now. And avoiding the queen trade means also losing some time. Then you give white a chance to play maybe b6.
And there's also bishop h6.
Yeah, exactly. Good point. It's a tactic here. So I do think that Wang Hao made a very important find here. And is probably going to get the queens off the board and at least going to get out of some of that danger.
But I must applaud their opening preparation because I'm sure they've seen this position before, this line. Because judging from the time situation, they're obviously familiar with this. They just have to think a little bit over the board.
Well, let's take a look at the top board in the women's section. The reigning women's world champion, Wenjun, is playing against Elisabeth Pähtz from Germany. And Elisabeth is using this rare h6 move that is slowly becoming more popular. I've actually inspired by her, playing this against me at the Cairns Cup. I've actually played this a few times myself in Dubai against Humpy and against Han Zhongyi. And it's, when I first saw this move, I was like, I mean, when you see someone play h6, you're kind of shocked by that in a way. But it's actually not such a dumb move because if you compare it, let's say, to the move c6, right? Like where you go for, e4, like basically black has the same kinds of ideas, right? So like if you go h6 and you're allowing white to play here, well, they're going to go bishop b4, and it really doesn't matter that their pawn's not on c6. Like it actually doesn't hurt black at all, and the move h6 could be, more useful for them than c6, right? So then I kind of understood that actually the h6 was not such a bad idea, because the normal move is knight f6, which you understand is like controlling that square, right? And so h6 doesn't do that, so you think, oh, e4 makes sense, but it really doesn't make that much sense.
Yeah.
Right.
This h6 and a6, they're currently seeing some popularity there.
Yeah. So Ju captured, and certainly none of this is a surprise. I believe Elisabeth already had a game like this, perhaps even, I guess Bibisara Sobayeva in this tournament. Yeah. It was actually this exact line, but I think f3. F3 is Ju's different approach from Bibisara, and certainly an aggressive approach, building up that space on the king side. So, I have to say, as a white player, like, I like to see this type of build up in general, right? From the white side, it's definitely an aggressive way to play these positions. So let's see what we got here currently. Knight c7. You know, the good news for black is that black is still able to castle queenside.
That's right. Yes. Oh, this is a nice position for us to commentate. This is giving so many nuances. Yeah. If only there is the dark square bishop, white would have been standing better. But okay, this position is of course playable for both sides. I like this bishop on h7 actually, but black has to be careful with some g5 idea, because this might happen anytime soon. Maybe Ju is just taking her time, preparing all other pieces, because, well, before you attack, you have to prepare your pieces first. So, but this long castle, man, this game will be so exciting.
Yeah, I mean, I think if she wants to play g5, she might want to think about doing it right now, just because in this position, after knight d7, I thought maybe, well, first of all, g6.
G6, yeah.
Yeah, I was also looking at knight h5, but the g6.
But also there's bishop d3 if you want to.
Yeah. Maybe
without
even
giving it up.
throw
Yeah.
that in, yeah, because you basically want to use the fact that black's rooks are not connected yet. And this looks actually pretty problematic, right?
Yep.
So on g5, it means that black should not be opening up the h file. She should just move her knight back right away.
Yep. And then later maybe f5 would be a very good spot for the bishop.
Yeah, and then you kind of wonder, like, after this, I bet we can find some ways out. Just castle,
Just
yeah?
castle, yeah.
You're thinking, like, that pawn doesn't matter. Yeah, let's get some development in, because white also has a king in the center, and this is quite risky to play chess like that. Yeah. I mean, this knight might never exit.
Yep.
Might never find the exit. Yeah. Okay. Well, I would say the game is building up to be very sharp as well, because I mean, white's king is on f2, black's king is probably going the other way. We're going to have kings on opposite sides of the board, and that is not a bad turn of events, I would say, for Elisabeth with the black pieces.
Right. This is going to be very sharp indeed. And we have bishop d3 on the board. So instead of going for this g5 idea, Ju is deciding to just swap the bishops off.
Yeah, not bad news for black, because sometimes I really wonder, like, what this bishop is doing on h7. It sort of seems like an empty diagonal, right? Sometimes it can be quite useless. So in general, black is not, like, unhappy to see a trade of those bishops. And I suppose that after bishop takes, queen takes, we are going to be castling queenside, unless for some reason we wanted to throw in a move like that, but I just don't really see why. And now it's funny, because white might want to switch their attention now to attacking on this side of the board, right?
Right. Yes, but white has also, white has to be careful still, because this king side doesn't look very promising for white. So it's just a matter who is attacking first, because if black can get the attack first to the center, then I think black will be better.
Well, Elisabeth decides actually she doesn't want to trade the bishops. She wants to trade the knights. So she went in with knight e6 immediately. Interesting that, she's allowing this move. Well, that's because she plans, I think, knight takes f4. Or at least she's going to think about it, right? If bishop takes h7 happens, which piece is she going to take first? Is she just going to recapture with the rook? Or is she going to take this knight and give the bishop a chance to escape, for example, to c2. And then her knight has to go back, and then when she plays this position and castles queenside. This actually seems quite okay. It seems like it's okay to give up the bishop on h7 for the knight in f4.
Do you think so? Because I think the bishop is more valuable in this position. So maybe if Ju is taking the bishop on h7, Elisabeth has to take it anyway with I don't
the
know.
rook. All right.
That's
I love making little bets, Irene. So I mean, I don't like, really disagree with you too much, but I would be willing to take that bet that like if this happens that Elisabeth would take the knight, but we'll see, How is she doing on time? What's the situation? It's actually they're quite even on time.
Yep.
She's only a little bit behind Ju. Okay. So we'll come back to that and we'll see the results of our bet, right?
Sure.
Okay. So where do you want to go next?
There's some development with that game Wang Hao and Rasmus Svane. It indeed happened after queen d4. Black took on b5 and bishop takes h6.
Okay, we can look at that. Let's go to Rasmus. Here we go. And
we will have the games very soon.
Yeah,
and
but meanwhile, we actually have a lot of developments in one of my favorite matchups, Hikaru versus Prague. Yes.
Look at this game.
Oh, that one has really blown up. So let's see what has happened.
That's so
actually
nice.
What we were talking about, right? D3. Knight takes d5, so black makes the trade before he loses that pawn. Knight takes, pawn takes, and Prague moved the knight back to b8. Okay, we were looking at like knight e5, but there's obviously like lots of tactical issues with the knight being that exposed there. So he goes back to b8. This guy continues to be trapped, so he has to sacrifice a piece. And there it happens. And I have to say, I mean, it seems like Prague was just better prepared for this particular line. It's quite impressive, right? I mean, because he won a piece out of the opening, and it doesn't seem like Naka has quite enough compensation. So black has 7 pawns, and white has 8 pawns. So he has just 1 pawn for the piece.
I think I understand why after Hikaru played a3, Praggnanandhaa looked a little bit not shocked, but it's just that he understands that this is not the main move in this opening, because there is one difference here. Imagine if the bishop was still on b4, and after you play bishop h6, there is queen d4. So I know this looks a little bit, a bit too far maybe, or maybe they will not come to this position, but this is a very huge possibility that if Hikaru didn't include a3 on this position, this could happen. Yeah,
I agree. He did think after the move a3, which means that it was somewhat unexpected for him, and maybe it wasn't the best inclusion. Yeah, such a good point, Irene, that like if the bishop were still there, then this would be a threat of a double attack, and right now the rook is pretty free to move. And queen d4 still is actually an annoying move, but we're going to have the move f6, right?
Or actually, rook e5 is also interesting because you cannot play f4 due to bishop b6.
Ah, that's also good, yeah.
I think, so yeah, rook e8 was played. I think Praggnanandhaa posed a little bit there because maybe he was thinking whether or not to push h3.
You think here he was even considering this move?
Yes, so maybe he thinks that, there's no need to push h3. I can just move my rook to e8 and I'm just enjoying my good position.
Yeah, I guess he could have thrown that in, right? It seems like a possible inclusion. Okay, well, he decided to go for rook e8. And it's a really important point, yeah, that this queen after rook e5, that like there's no f4. And actually, Naka decides to just take. He kind of goes for that. We have one of our audience members who pointed out that when Naka knows he's in trouble, the expressions stop. And I have to say that I find that to be kind of an astute observation because, yeah, Naka is certainly not giving us his usual variety of expressions. He seems super focused, which means that he kind of understands that things are serious at the moment on the board. So he took this pawn, and I suppose he wants to go like king h1, rook g1 ideas. And what is going to happen after the simple queen takes h4? I wonder what is he planning? Like queen d2? No, well, not queen d2. Maybe queen c1.
Yeah, to be honest, I will not bother with this pawn. Maybe I would just play bishop g4. I just want to get my pieces
But I like bothering with the pawn because, we're also activating the queen and attacking the bishop. So it's not so much about the pawn. It's more just like I kind of like the queen there. Like, what's your idea? Is it something like that? I mean, you have to just defend the bishop, right?
Right, yes.
Well, the queen's not bad there. And then we can actually develop.
Yeah, this is already like a very sharp position, and well, we can see in the evaluation bar, Praggnanandhaa is currently ahead. But again, this is so dynamic; anything can still happen.
Yeah, maybe I just for example, I'm trying king h8,
and then you play b4, yeah,
and some kind of a blunder. Yeah, well, I don't even know. I'm not exactly sure in what way it's a mistake because there's still like f6, right?
Right, or maybe just play a4 and then rook lift to a3.
Wow, that would be kind of brilliant. Really, a4, maybe bishop b.
No, I mean b4 first, and then after
b4
bishop b6, then
and
a4.
a4.
Yep.
That's quite the idea. But the problem is, okay, the bishop is still here, right? So you're kind of going to g3.
Yeah.
Okay, so I would say that Naka's position is certainly, it doesn't feel like it's hopeless, right?
No, it's not hopeless at all. It's
yes.
It's still offering so many nuances to actually fight back. It's only us that we have this evaluation bar. We can tell that Praggnanandhaa is better.
We have the evaluation bar to confuse us.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm kind of curious though because King H8, like the eval bar hated the suggestion, and I'm just curious why. Like, I mean, why is it so bad? Could it be like ideas of bishop g5 somewhere?
Bishop g5, bishop f6.
Right. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Well, that's one idea. What else could we be doing here? I mean, because like we're supposed to be showing some big advantage, right? And that's a tall order. But bishop g5, well, queen h5, or even, yeah, queen h5, let's say. We go here. So is there just going to be some, maybe this, but then you go back and then you're
and
try
then
to
just king
target me.
h1, something like that. Bishop after, yeah, give it check.
Or
and then
maybe
I think you have to give it check first, because
or maybe bishop f3, or no, you
immediately.
Yeah, I don't know. Bishop f3. I guess you'll go queen g6. Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe check first, and then king h1. I don't know.
King
because,
h1.
Yeah, because after knight d7 there is bishop f3, and then you have this rook g1. This could be dangerous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a possibility. I wonder if we can find anything else here after. So we have king h1 idea. There's also like the idea of maybe just bringing out the queen at some point. Actually,
he took on h4, and queen c1 is
on the
happening
board.
on the board. Wow. I think this is so interesting.
Okay, so now is a big moment. Now is a big moment for Prague, right? So okay, king h8, I mean, it's not forced, and I don't know, to me it seemed like interesting, but obviously he has to develop these pieces too. So maybe that's really what he should be focusing on, right? Like a move like knight d7.
Knight f8, knight g6, something that's sheltering the king.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, like, you can't, for example, bring out the bishop here just because then you leave the g5 square uncovered. So it's not that obvious where the white light square bishop should go. Is there any point in putting him on g4? Well, I suppose you could even do that. Like, I don't even see that as crazy. But then maybe you're allowing queen f4. Yeah, so maybe like this one seems a bit awkward because of the way the queen can come out and then pin the bishop.
Yeah.
So therefore, the process of elimination, I'm kind of coming to the fact that this knight needs to come out like that.
Yep. Knight d7 goes to e5 or f8, and then yeah, I mean, black is better definitely, but black has to be very, very careful.
Yeah, well, what I'm curious about is just like what are white's main ideas of showing his attack here, right? Like right now he has still just one pawn and for the piece. And by the way, Pragg just played f6. Okay. Interesting move, sure. He's stopping bishop g5. We saw that was a major idea. Maybe he even wants to go bishop h3 at some point. Although I don't know who that's going to help, right? There's like king h1 and rook g1. But f6 seems like a sensible positional move, right? I don't see any drawbacks to it.
Right. Yeah, I think f6 is needed because I was thinking if you don't have to do anything, you know, if you just play a little bit positionally, for example, after playing bishop g5 and then, okay, with the inclusion of b4, bishop b6, bishop g5, bishop f6, and then just, let's say, put your bishop on b2. Even though black is a piece up, okay, white has a few pawns as compensation, but this position will be very uncomfortable for black if that bishop is changing its diagonal. So f6, I think, is a very good call by Praggnanandhaa. But again, in this type of situation, you would feel that you have so many homework to do, and then you don't know which one that you have to do first.
Yeah, so he was reaching for his king, and he went for king h1. I mean, it makes sense to me that, of course, you're down a piece and you got the g file, you would at least try to do something on it. And Pragg does develop his knight to d7. Yeah, just development. And after rook g1, where can we expect his king to go? Is it just going to be, well, you know, it could even go to f7.
Maybe that was his plan all along.
Yeah, maybe that's the point of f6, is that on rook g1. Not that there's like some super dangerous move plan. And Hikaru actually didn't go
bishop
for
f4.
that. Yeah, but I think if he did, maybe the king is just going to be okay on f7 or not. Maybe there's some way like interesting, right? That this is like not where the king should go.
Yeah, just bishop f3. And then you have to stop it with rook g8 and then just keep taking queen g1. It's game over.
There we go.
Yep.
So that's a line where things actually work out for Hikaru. Okay, so then the king then probably should be going to, well,
yeah,
the h8, but then the same idea, right? I was like, so basically, maybe black should just be tolerating this because there's no big discovery that was actually being.
or maybe just cover it with the knight, just play knight e5.
Yeah, maybe go knight e5
And then whenever
go
there's
knight
check,
g6.
knight g6,
Okay.
yeah.
Oh wow. So you have to stay in the discovered check, which is always psychologically very hard to do, guys. But yeah, this position is quite cool. So instead of that, Hikaru went for bishop f4. And well, what does that show us? I mean, does he just want to bring the bishop back to g3? Maybe play pawn to f4 at some point? I don't know. I don't know what bishop f4 is like threatening. I guess my instinct would be just knight e5.
Yeah, I think knight e5 is the move to make.
This is such a good square for the knight, right? And it's like you have to open up these pieces. So let's say bishop g3. But I mean, the problem is like it's not like f4 is some dangerous idea, right? You can still, I mean, you can still try, but queen h5. Yeah, I really don't know where Hikaru is going with this.
And then next move you can just play bishop h3. Okay, if f4,
Yeah.
then you have to move the knight first. But yeah, even knight g4.
Yeah.
Even knight g6 is also fine because even if you push f5, you can come back to e5.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like something has really gone wrong for Hikaru, and that line where his knight went to the side of the board to like offer himself up is just very risky.
Yep, and he's played rook g1.
Okay, so he after knight e5,
Bishop g3, queen h5.
bishop g3, and then he just plays rook
Rook
g1.
g1.
So he starts playing very kind of, I would say, quickly and aggressively, I think, when things are not going well like this, you
Right.
know, because you at least want to keep up some psychological pressure on the opponent, even if the position is not offering you much. So is it time, Irene, for this king to move away?
I'd like to play bishop h3, but it's not happening at this point because
Right.
there is stakes and then discovery on e5. So Yeah, I think king h8 is a very natural move to make, and you just want to exchange this bishop and put the rook on g8 and just try to exchange as many pieces as you can.
Yeah, I think that would be my choice. I mean, I don't think that I would spend a lot of time investigating like crazy things like that, right? Also just doesn't work at all.
It didn't even cross my mind.
Yeah, I mean, okay, it loses the queen. But I mean, basically, time to get the king out of there. And he
Knight g6.
He goes knight g6. Okay, well, seems possible. I liked the knight on e5, so this seems maybe a little bit like tentative to me. But still, where exactly is white's compensation for the piece? We don't know. All right, well, I think, you know, Hikaru's chance here is the clock. He's got twice as much time. But we should go and take a look at what is going on in Magnus's game. It got into an endgame, and is he really going to be better in this position? It's interesting. Okay, so I mean, what happens on bishop takes d4? Is that what's the trick? Oh, there is no trick.
There's no trick.
You know what it is? He's just going to trade, take an a5, and want to go rook b5 and like get an extra pawn somewhere. I think that's the extent of it, actually, that he is going to make the case that he's going to be able to win that pawn, or at least win that pawn. Interesting, right? Because it's funny, because when I first saw this position, I was like, oh, this is like not much for white, right? Like, what's going on? But he's so tricky. So tricky. Like this position, rook e4, and then he just activates this rook, and it turns out like a little detail, like the fact that you just can't really cover the b7 pawn so easily is going to give white an extra pawn in this endgame.
Right. And also look at the time situation. Magnus still has 19 minutes, while Vincent has less than 3 minutes on the clock. Wow, this is a huge difference.
It really is. You know, when I played Magnus in a game in the Pro League this year, he used barely any of his time, and he played such strong moves, and I just like lost, you know, without even a chance. I think he even had time to take a nap during our game. So yeah, I mean, he can do this to people, but it's like it's a very annoying experience, isn't it? When you're playing someone like who is playing so much faster than you, and actually better than you. That's the problem. Like, at least when they're playing faster, they usually play worse, right? Like with Magnus, it's like this experience actually would be kind of demoralizing for Keymer. I mean, just look at even the body language. Like, Keymer is trying to solve all the problems he has. Magnus is like leaning back, and he's obviously not worried about anything. He's going for this rook endgame, and yeah. It's like a demoralizing thing to go through.
Definitely, yes. And how to solve this problem for Keymer? Like how to protect this b7 or d5? Okay, it's almost impossible. But what could be the best way to deal in this position?
Well, I think if you give up b7, it seems like you're just going to lose, right, with the two connected passers. So if you go something like that. But it's just such a bad position, right? Like, I don't really think he can draw a position like this.
And he's played what? f6?
Yeah, he played f6. Okay. So f6. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's going to save him. And
we have a draw in the game between Yushipenko versus Krush.
Okay.
So far, they've been drawing their matches, so...
Yeah, Magnus went for rook b5 and then g5. Yeah, well, I mean, he's trying to trade something off, but obviously, you know, Magnus getting those two connected pass pawns, he should win in the long run. Okay, let's go back to Naka versus Prague, because things are happening there. And Naka is going on some desperate attack, right? So he played f4. And e3, king f7, and now he's going for e5. That reminds me of Magnus's move e5 against Keymer yesterday, but slightly different circumstances. So let's try to understand this move. Why is he throwing away that pawn, Irene?
I think he just wants to open up. This move shouldn't be calculated until the end. I think Hikaru just played it intuitively. Of course, he calculates some important lines, but again, you're also pressing your opponent's clock. So this is a very good call.
Can I just say that, like, I think Black's position is so strong. Like, he can even just play rook e5. I mean, yeah, why not? I'll take your bishop and, like, look at this position. It's not like this is a dream for white either. I mean, Black just has two amazing pieces for the rook, like all the squares on the board, the outposts. And
the potential battery toward h2, that's very crucial too.
So I think Hikaru just went, desperado here, and trying to confuse Pragg. All right, let's see what's on the board. And Pragg did take the pawn 2 times with a knight. Didn't want to go for the fancy rook sack. Queen c3, and then just bishop h3. And it's like he's just trading pieces, and he's up a piece. Wow. I mean, we are seeing something a bit shocking here. Like,
yes.
Right? Because, I mean, Hikaru losing as white kind of straight out of the opening is not something you see every day.
Yes. And even though Hikaru has twice on the clock, but yeah, I think the position plays itself. And Praggnanandhaa, despite his young age, he's also very experienced. So I think we will have our decisive result on this match.
Yeah, we have one interesting game here. Let's take a look. Everyone's favorite veteran, Vasily Ivanchuk, has a big edge on the clock against Vahap Sanal. How's he doing on the board? So he's actually up. No, he's not up a pawn. Pawns are even. And he does have a nice position, though, piling up on this pawn. Now he's starting his kingside attack. And actually, so I think he has very good chances to win this game.
I think so, too. Yes. Yeah. Ivanchuk also drew the classical match against Wei before, also another youngster, and just won the tiebreak. So no, this position is I think pretty easy for him. Like he is a technical player. He knows this type of position inside out. So I don't think this is going to be a very hard task for him.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to see, like, the older player actually playing much faster using his experience,
That's
right?
True. That's true.
I mean, you would think that, like, tie breaks favor the younger players, but, I mean, so far, I don't. I mean, we see Ivanchuk beat a very strong player in Wei Yi. Wei Yi did amazing in the Global Chess League in Dubai in the rapid time control, and Ivanchuk, didn't seem to have any trouble with him.
Right. Experience matters. And what about the other veteran? Let's take a look at Abasov versus Fiedler.
Okay, let's do that. So Abasov, it looks like this could have been some kind of a Grunwald. Yes, it was. Peter's longtime favorite opening. And we have white being down a pawn. On the other hand, white obviously has better pieces, and he's also able to just win the pawn back at any point he wants. So he might even be up a pawn at some points. But things are liquidating, and yeah, I do feel like Fiedler should somehow be able to get to a draw, but still, actually, he's under a little bit of pressure. Yeah, he's actually
he has
a bit
to
worse.
work for it. He has to work for the draw very hard, because Abasov will not let it slip away very easily.
I guess, I mean, what am I thinking? So after the last move was e6, so actually it's Abasov on turn. I wonder what he's thinking about.
And we have a draw on the first board in the women's section. Wenjun drawing the first game with white pieces against Elisabeth Pähtz.
Okay. Well, not bad. Elisabeth gets a draw with her h6 move, and the queen's gambit declined. And, okay, so the obvious move for Abasov is taking this pawn, but I suppose the other obvious move is taking that pawn. And then maybe going back for this one. I mean, it does seem like he's going to be up a pawn. So maybe, like, let's get rid of the A pawn, take this one. Fiedler obviously is going to trade. And, well, first of all, I don't know if there's probably no point in doing that. So we capture back. So Fiedler could be going down a pawn here. But his opponent did something let me see what he did. Oh, they went into this line. Right. Knight a7, takes, knight d7, okay. Bishop e2. Okay. Well, actually, Svidler found a nice way to guard that pawn, and I guess Abasov is planning to attack the knight and try to get the pawn like that.
Right. I think this is going to be a very technical game, and indeed a longer one, I would say. And meanwhile, there's also a very interesting position happening on the game between Ian Nepomniachtchi versus Nihal Sarin.
Let's take a look.
So far, the youngsters are doing very well.
Playing very aggressive chess. I mean, Nihal Sarin has opened up Jan's king, sacrificed a piece, and he's got 2 pawns for it. But right now, he got a tempo on the bishop, and he's going to be getting that pawn. I mean, that seems a lot easier to play.
Wow, shocking. I thought it was going to be a longer game, but they agreed for a draw. Abasov versus Svidler, drawing their first game.
Okay. Well, that's good that Peter was not made to suffer in that position. He must have found some accurate move there after bishop e2. All right, so Nepo. He made a move. He moved his bishop back to e3. Okay. And, I mean, the most obvious move on the board is bishop takes f3. But, I mean, I suppose there's other things as well that can be thought about, right? I mean, you can think about rook f8. Queen takes f3. But I don't know. To me, just something about this move looks so intuitive where, like, I would just do it if I, didn't have any time to think.
I think so too. Me too. Like, I would do it. Yes. But yeah, Nihal is taking his time, and I think this will happen anyway.
I mean, the good news for white is that after queen g2, like, you're actually holding all of your pieces. Like, you're not losing anything, and you're kind of escaping to safety, and could even be better, right? So black has to figure out some clever way to not let this king escape.
Probably something with rook f8.
Rook f8, right? Yeah. You probably have to add this rook in and kind of hope that your pressure against the knight is going to lead somewhere, yeah?
Yeah.
And you're already threatening. Look, I found my first tactic of the day. Already threatening bishop g2. And then, like, well, if, for example, king here, no, it still doesn't work. I wanted to do this tactic and win the rook, but you still have a queen that protects things.
Yeah, I think you just want to play bishop e4 next, and then just put the rook on f3, for example, and then double the rook on f8. Yeah, the attack is so nice. And what did he do?
Oh, he
played
went for the rook f8. Yeah. So
he played rook f8 and then took the pawn on f3 with the rook.
Okay, that is also quite logical. So rook takes d3 happened, and rook takes f3 is on the board. So yeah, he got the rook in. And interesting that the eval bar did not like this approach as much, although, I mean, it looks very natural as well, right? And what did Nepo play after rook takes f3? He's already got queen e2, I think.
And then
Queen
double the rook on
e2
f8.
and rook f8. Okay. Funny like that. So I guess maybe having the bishop on f3 was better to not allow the queen in like that.
King e1 is on the board.
Yeah. King e1 is definitely the move you want to do. So he's trying to run to safety at some point. I mean, maybe... maybe not yet, because he needs to make sure he doesn't lose these pieces. But at some point, the king will definitely be using that d2 escape route. And so now it's a tricky situation. Nihal has 3 pawns for the piece, but he can't really use them so easily. I even wonder, Irene, if we could ever see like a move like that, where you just like overprotect the bishop or something, and I don't know, get ready to like maybe move that bishop somewhere and offer up some trades. What do you think?
Yeah, well, you can. I think so too. Rook c3, and then bishop can move, because now the bishop is so tight to the protection of the queen, because otherwise the queen will be overloaded. And yeah, maybe rook c3 or rook d1. I don't know. That's a good question, because yeah, if rook c3, there is bishop e4. You have to take account in, or c5. Sometimes the best way to defend is to to give some attack.
I mean, do you think that maybe black... First of all, black doesn't have a whole lot of time. And whose turn is it right now? It's black made up... Oh, I was going to say, h5 was actually the move I was going to ask you about. Yes, that's what Nihal
Nihal
played.
did h5.
Yeah, because I was thinking, like, how else can he improve his position? So that's what I wanted to suggest. He doesn't have a lot of time. He's definitely... Nepo is pressuring him on the clock, so this game could actually go either way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the same thing happens also in the game of Hikaru and Praggnanandhaa. We saw that the youngsters were better, but they're worse on the clock.
Yeah. So, I mean, that kind of makes sense, right? Like, they rely a lot on calculation, and maybe the older players relying more on experience and intuition. They're playing faster. But, okay, Nepo is just he's a fast player in general. So let's try to find a move for Nepo.
What did he do? Bishop b6. So what if you just take on... that's actually very clever. That's very clever.
Wait, hold on. Let me try to figure out what is the... well, if rook takes d3, there's queen d3. Yeah. Yeah, he's trying to trade stuff, and he's also opening up an attack on that pawn.
So what happened after rook d3, queen g1, king d2? And then take on f2? Or maybe this is not enough to win.
Well, you can even... Yeah, I was going to say you can even go this way. Because there's something going on there, right? Like, I can go to e2.
But then bishop f...
Bishop f3, I go
just take
here.
it. Yeah. No, you can
or
just
I can even take it, yeah.
That's true, that's true.
Well, even if I don't even know, I kind of like maybe even king d2.
Oh, what happened?
Whose
Did Naka just resign?
That must be Naka's game.
Yeah, because the position looks very good for
Praggnanandhaa.
Praggnanandhaa.
Naka looks unhappy.
Oh, we have our first upset in the open section. Praggnanandhaa won with black pieces against Hikaru Nakamura.
Yeah.
That's huge.
Yeah, well, I got to say the final position, I mean, I can see why the game kind of just ended here because it is like completely hopeless for Naka. I mean, you're just down a piece for nothing and down some pawns as well. So yeah, that is a big achievement for Prague.
Exactly.
I remember I told you from the very beginning I'm watching this match because Prague was so good in the Global Chess League. He had the best results of the tournament. I was like, he's just not going to be such a walkover for Naka, even though I have, obviously, like, I think Naka is amazing, and the rapid time controls of Prague is a tough customer, I think, for anyone these days. So we'll see. Now he's going to get the white pieces. All right, back to Nihal Sarin. What's he doing after... did that trade happen, or what do we have on the board? On the board, yeah, I think the trade happened, and there was a check on G1, and this is the current position on the board.
And queen f1.
Queen f1, queen g5, okay. So... now, can we go rook c3? Because white is, actually the trade of the rooks has really helped white, right? And he just needs to consolidate. He's holding himself on the dark squares, and if he consolidates, I don't think black's extra pawns matter that much. So I'm thinking like maybe rook c3, as long as I'm not blundering anything. The main point is that I can hold everything like that, and yes, Nepo goes for that. And you see how all these pieces are like on the dark squares. So he's kind of running out of firepower here. Eventually white will even be able to move the knight that's been stuck in f2 forever. He's going to climb out,
Yes, but...
he's going to get out with his pieces like that.
Yep, I agree. But the pawns, they should be compensating something to black's position. So, and Nihal is down to 40 seconds. h4 is on the board.
All right, let's take a look. h4. Oh, here we are. Oh, the game decided to...
We'll have it soon, and I think we can quickly take a look at the
Magnus
Magnus's
endgame.
game.
Yeah, let's go to that. Okay, so something happened where Magnus apparently was winning but made some mistake somewhere, and now Black's H-pawn is running. And that seems problematic. And Magnus is like...
He's looking calm.
Yeah, he's like, he's caressing his pawns. He's like not looking at the board at all.
No, that's the poker gesture, actually.
And look at Keymer. He's like, he just looked at him. He was like, "What are you doing, man?" I know. I actually think Magnus is maybe not so calm, but maybe Magnus is actually quite upset, like realizing that he's messed things up, and that's why he's like not looking at the board. I mean, he has the luxury of enough time to kind of do that. Because how exactly is he stopping this H-pawn? And the problem is, like, now Keymer has 44 seconds, but he's got the easiest moves to make, right? All he's got to do is push that pawn. And, yeah, Magnus goes F5, H3. And also he's going to lose maybe the A4 pawn somewhere along the way. That's annoying, man. That's annoying because he might even lose that pawn with tempo. And, like, for example, well, that's actually the whole idea, isn't it?
No, yeah.
God,
yeah.
Magnus is so upset.
Yeah, he doesn't look happy.
And, like, let's say he goes with his rook somewhere. Well, I mean, let's say he goes here, actually. You know what? Let's say we go here, and take here. Actually, I think that's interesting. Take, and then, like, let's say king here. And... I can see how, but the problem is they give this check, and they either make your king go in front of the pawn or they keep attacking the pawn. That's
and
how
then you
he's
have
gonna
time
make
to
a
take
draw.
on b2 first.
Yeah, if I go here, then you just go after my pawn, and you have time to take. Wow. Okay, let's go back a little bit. After h3, he played king g5. Okay, good try, but. H2, yeah, this is the problem when your opponent has like the most obvious moves to make, right? And so let's say Magnus.
You have to play rook g4, yeah.
Rook g4, let's say like a king, I don't know, f3, and then
you have to stop
rook
it.
h here, and here. But the problem, I guess, is like now the king is coming in and it's getting too close. Yep, Magnus looks disappointed.
I think it's still drawn anyway after king e4. The last position that you mentioned, just
Oh,
king
he
g6.
looks so upset with himself. That's my read of Magnus's expressions. He's not as expressive as Naka, but so upset.
There you go. F6 is on the board. Yeah, so Black has enough time to take on b2 first because that's very important. That pawn is kind of far from the king.
Let's.
But Keymer has only 39 seconds left on the clock, so he has to calculate fast.
Yeah, let me just bring up the current position. Yeah. So Magnus played f6, and okay, actually, how does he make a draw? I guess king g3 comes to my mind, but king g3, does the king make it in time? I think it might. Like, I think it's something like this, and this, and I think maybe you're making it just in time.
And after b4, you're on the square.
I think it's
you don't need to take it first.
Yeah,
just
I
king
don't
e4.
even need to take it, but you know what? I make it in time. So lucky, so lucky for me.
Yeah, just king e4.
Yeah, I think we might see.
Yeah, they will shake hands soon after.
Yeah.
This.
Yeah, wow. It's a little bit of a blow to Magnus with his 19 minutes against 2 minutes and advantage in the rook endgame.
Nice.
Okay, all right, Magnus.
Yep, good result for Vincent Keymer.
Yeah. By the way, Hikaru was asked, well, maybe I'll tell you about that later. Let's go and see some games. We got some action on the board. So, okay. Nihal Sarin with 17 seconds in a very sharp position against Jan. I mean, at least his H-pawn is advancing a bit. Let's see what has happened in the last couple of moves. So after rook c3, h4, bishop e3 here. Yeah, white. Oh, I don't know about bishop e3. He kind of blocked in his own rook, right? And now the rook came in, which is nice, actually. And then he protects the pawn on g6 with the queen. Threatens rook takes f2, probably. And look at this. I mean, Hao still has a chance in this game. This is going to be very sharp. But the problem is the time. He's down to 4 seconds.
Yes, so there might be some blunders also coming up soon.
c5.
c5
rook
and then
takes f2, I think happened.
Yeah, taking twice.
Taking twice. Then
King
what happened?
c1.
King c1 is on the board. Okay.
We'll look at the tens.
Oh, wow. So he's actually doing really well. But what is he going to play here?
7 seconds left.
All right.
6, 5.
Nihal.
Come on, Nihal.
Don't
lose
lose
on time. 1 second left.
I know.
1 second left.
We got to the point where we had to
Oh my
shriek a little
gosh.
bit. You
1
know?
second left. This is crazy.
Okay, so what was his move, though? He played queen g3? Or... Let me see.
I think it's queen f4 and then king b2.
Okay. So here we go. This was
King
the
c1
position. King
and then
c1.
queen f4.
Queen
king,
f4.
King b2 and bishop e4.
Okay, this is what we got on the board.
So many mistakes
Okay.
there. The e-file bar doesn't like it. But
Yeah, doesn't like it. And Nepo still has quite a bit of time. I don't know. Can Nepo just take that pawn? This seems to be a slightly problematic move, doesn't it? If I take, I mean, I guess, yeah, I would think about that.
I think he's reaching
He's
for
reaching
the
for
pawn on
that,
d6.
yeah?
Yes,
Yeah.
queen takes d6. Queen f2.
Queen f2. Okay, king a3. I think
Queen
is
a3 might be.
King a3, you
There's
think?
queen. No, the e6 pawn is hanging. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, this doesn't look good. Queen
Okay.
king a3. I think bishop f5.
Yeah, this king is coming under attack now.
Yeah, bishop f5. Probably c6 after bishop f5. No, he's reaching his queen. But
Mhm.
what can he do with the queen? Queen. Okay, but then e6 is falling.
Yeah, it's falling. Maybe it's not that important, right? I don't know. Queen e6, king h7.
Queen
yeah.
takes e6. Queen takes
Oh,
e6.
wow, that was a bad move.
That was bad move because the
Wow.
king might
Poison
escape.
pawn.
The king might escape
Yeah.
to h6.
Let's go to h7
And then how do you defend
here.
a1 and c3 at the same time? King h7 is on the board.
Okay. Wow, Nihal
What a
got a
turnaround.
checkmate threat on a1. At least he knows what he's playing for. And he's also got the rook under attack.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, king h7. Okay.
King h7.
You got to put in the moves manually, yeah,
Yep,
because you
yep.
got to stay on top of the action
Yep. So
faster than the DGT board.
yep. So guys, look at the diagram on the top. It's currently the current position.
Yeah. Position on the top is what we got on the board. And Nepo is thinking, oh, I guess we
Nepo
should
is
try
thinking,
to
yeah.
figure this out, like how exactly he's stopping this checkmate. So he needed, what
he
he
needs
needed,
to make a perpetual.
he needed a queen on the dark square. Oh, you see that? So that's why king h7 was so important. King g7 would have been bad
Yes, because
I
there's
can
a
give
check.
a check, and then I can just move my rook because my queen can cover that, right? I can sort of move my rook anywhere, right?
And now he's
Ah.
played it. He played king h7, queen f7, king h8 on. What is going on?
So queen f7 happened.
Queen f7, but then he played king h8, not king h6.
h8, yeah. King h7.
Maybe he thought that it was equally.
And now just rook
same.
c4, right?
Yeah,
Just rook c4, isn't that like just covering a1 and that's it?
Nihal had to play king h6 so that the queen will not be able to be on that diagonal protecting the c3 rook. And now if Ian wants to repeat, queen f7, of course, it's okay, but
Yeah,
he played it rook c4.
Yeah, and also
Wow.
the bishop is pinned now to that pawn.
Yeah.
h3, queen e5. Jan is unperturbed. He's like, nah, you're not going anywhere. I'm not letting you go h2.
Man, just one move
Yeah.
there. King a6, I think
It's
would.
a really good game by Nihal.
Yeah, and he realized that. Nihal realized that. I just saw that he was. Oh, he lost on time.
Lost on
He
time.
lost on
Okay,
time.
let's just take a quick look at what he should have done here. Right. Oh man, it's like he just needed to cover this diagonal, right?
Yes. So just king
but
h8.
king h8 just intuitively it feels so wrong going to the back rank. Just move up your king. What did he not like about it? Because that doesn't let the queen get to this diagonal with a tempo.
Right.
Strange. So he must have not liked that check. Oh, he didn't like the check and something happening on c1.
That's true.
But maybe. Okay. Hold on. Hold your horses. Let's go. If we go here, you go for the same thing, right? Although, yeah, we probably don't want to go g5. Although, maybe we now have like some sort of block or. Yeah, it's actually pretty complicated.
I think you can go after queen f4, just king h5, and then after queen c1, can you just take and then 2 pawns versus the? Oh, maybe you cannot.
Rook c1, right? No, it was still very tricky actually. I mean, it wasn't like his mistake was
Let's see.
trivial. Yeah.
Let's see some other games that are currently happening. I'm sure they're on time trouble right now.
Okay. Should we take a look at some of the women's games? Who do we have? Oh, by the way, we got, okay, all right, the Muzichuk sisters. We're going to see a decisive game with Anna Muzichuk having an extra pawn and basically winning in this rook endgame. Now the black king has to go back to the back rank, and then I think you just move in your king to b3. Yeah, that looks like a pretty bad situation. By the way, Bella Hotenashvili won against Humpy. That's big.
That's an upset there.
Yeah.
Upset on the second board, also in the open section. So both sections have an upset on the second board.
So what other interesting game can we find? We just need to go to running games. There we go. And we got, oh, this one looks good. There we go. Parham Maksudlu versus Christoph Duda. So, you know, Parham has had this knight on g7 for a while, kind of an unusual position. But it's also not letting this rook come to e8. So there's definitely some power in that knight, but the knight can't move. So it's a double-edged thing. They're down to their last, 30 or so seconds. By the way, Vanchuk, yeah, he's in some endgame. I don't know. It doesn't look particularly clear to me, but I guess he is better. So we'll keep our eye on that.
Yep.
And let's see how this game is going to develop. Parham really has very little time. So he got his queen to e1. Position looks pretty decent for him, but how does he get his rook in somewhere? He needs a way to infiltrate.
Yes, I agree. And no, this is not easy because black always has this idea on the back rank and also some checks around the diagonal. So white still has to be careful. So what if we do it now actually? Rook b1, you have to play king f2, otherwise if king h2 there's queen c7. Yeah, so right now it is Duda. Whose turn is it to move? It's Maksudlu's turn to move, right? It's Duda's turn. It's black to move. Oh, is it? Okay, it's hard to tell from the live feed. But actually, no, Maksudu just made a move. And where did he go? Yeah, hard to keep track. Something just happened where like a knight went to f7 and captured the h6 pawn. Yeah, queen d1, queen d1. It was d1 and then take on knight h7. And so, h6. Yeah, and so maybe knight e6, and he's trying to escape. And knight then e6, knight f5, most likely. And Maksudlu still doing fine. He kind of lost the outpost for his knight on the h6 pawn, so but he has the a pawn. Yep. All right, so Duda on the turn. He's under 15 seconds. What's he going to do? Rook e8. Queen d2. He went h5. Queen d2 and... Okay, no, actually, we're missing some Queen d2 first. Queen d2 and h5. Uh-huh. And he made some move, which he went h4, I think. No? h4. h4, but what did white do? Where are white's pieces? The king is an f2. Ah, he went king f2, h4. All right. And we have a result there on the game of the Muzichuk sisters. It's a win for Anna Muzichuk with the white pieces. Yeah. So we got just a couple of games more going here. Maksudlu pushed his pawn to a4. And
Maksudlu's king looks a little bit weak. Yeah, if Black can find a way into G3, for now he can't. But I definitely feel like Duda has got some chances now. So queen. So some move happened by Black, and then queen f4 happened. Irene, do you know what's going on here? Maybe we can figure it out. Oh my gosh, Duda is almost losing on time.
No. Yes,
he barely made that
barely
move.
made that. Yeah, maybe he only has like a few milliseconds on the clock because he gains just 10 seconds after that.
Okay. You know what? We can just watch them and see what's going on. Like, get the general idea, right? So the general idea is that Duda is trying to get into, like, around the white king. He just got his knight into G3. Where is Parham? Where maybe his pawn is on A5, knight G3. Okay, I think this is the current position.
Knight G5.
Knight G5. Okay, where'd the king go?
I think Duda just blundered something. Knight G5 and then
King G7, and then the knight went back. I think the king is on F7.
They already made a repetition there.
Okay, so this is the position. And what could white do? But it feels like Maksudlu's on
Knight
turn.
G5.
So he went back. So is he repeating here?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this one ends with a draw because Maksudlu couldn't find the winning solution.
Yeah. And Duda seems a little disappointed in something.
No, maybe because Duda spot the winning move, which is
he goes to King G8. He's playing.
King G8. Yes,
he's playing for the win, but wait, okay, so he's giving up the F6 pawn because his rook is hanging.
Because after King G7, there's Queen H4.
Queen D6, look at this move. This is amazing. Maybe the C pawn is going to like get a chance to promote.
Wow.
Oh, man, and he also has a passed A pawn, so I don't know.
Wait, Knight H1? What about Knight H1?
But that didn't happen. I think there was a trade. He took the rook. And he pushed the pawn to D7.
But this is winning, right? For white.
Yeah, who knows? So rook B8, I assume the rook went down. Yeah, the rook went down to stop it.
And then knight E6 has to be played.
Yeah.
And now black or white
and I think he played knight E6, right? Yeah, he played knight E6. And so Duda is thinking now he just played king F7.
And then you have to push that pawn.
Might have been a really bad move.
D8, rook takes, knight takes.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, who knows what? Oh, queen. here, and where did the king go? Is the A pawn running? I think the A pawn is becoming a queen.
Yeah, you cannot stop it.
He's in check.
King
He's
E7
in check, and A6 is just going. Oh
yes,
man.
Yes,
Duda looks like he can't believe what he's just seen.
Yeah, he's disappointed. And yep, Duda resigned. Wow. Let's see the last game standing. It's Ivanchuk and Sana.
All right, let's go to that. Okay. Well, this one seems relatively calm compared to what we've just seen. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So here Ivanchuk has an advantage, and it might get down to rook and bishop versus rook. But I guess black is going to try hard to like not let it get to that, right? I mean, it's not like he has to sacrifice his knight for the pawn anytime soon. So how long have they been in this type of position? Not long. They kind of just got into it pretty recently. Somehow, yeah, he had to give up the e-pawn, but he did win this one. Okay. And he obviously cannot afford the trade. Yeah, so Vahap he's hanging in here.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
What an exciting round so far.
Yeah, it is very exciting.
Yeah.
We haven't really actually covered the women's section, a little bit, but even in the open section, it's already like too much excitement.
Yeah, well, we have Magnus, who somehow blew his advantage in a disappointing way. I think Hikaru versus Prague was certainly a disappointment for Naka. Not just losing, but it was sort of like just losing a piece out of the opening and not having enough compensation for it. Nepo won a very crazy game against Nihal Soren. Yeah, I feel like we did follow like the really exciting ones. And Maksudlu beating Duda. I mean, that's a bit of an upset as well.
Yeah, it is an upset.
Duda is the winner of the last World Cup.
Yep, exactly. And I mean, the game was very close to each other. Like at some point, I think Duda was better, and at some point it was just equal. But then
Queen d6 was an amazing kind of find
Yeah.
there by Maksudlu to confuse
exactly.
Duda in those last seconds, you know?
And this endgame, yeah, this is going to be a very long one, I would say.
Oh, yeah. What did Vahap just play? He played his
Knight
knight
b3.
to b3, which means that we need to update our board a little bit.
Yep, in this position, Knight b3.
Knight b3. Okay, yeah, you can watch the live board, and I'll just play the moves here. So what
Rook,
happened?
no, rook somewhere. Rook d5. Rook d5.
Rook d5. Oh, we cannot take everything yet.
He took
Oh,
on
he took.
d5, but I don't take twice. Yeah, just keep the rook on the board. And rook g1.
Oh, rook g1. Okay.
Yeah, this should be easy draw.
Yeah, his king is in front of the pawn.
You just have to
Yeah.
be
Well,
careful.
nice save by Vahap. We were thinking that he was definitely going to be suffering here.
Yeah, and they shook hands already. So that
Oh.
that concludes our first game in the 25 plus 10 tiebreak, and we saw many good games and a few upsets in the open section. The biggest upset, Praggnanandhaa beating Hikaru Nakamura, and in the women's section with black, yes, and in the women's section, Bella Kotanashvili defeating Konaru Hampi. So we will be continuing to the second game of the rapid tie break. So don't go anywhere. We will be coming back after this break.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Her damlasında hayat var.
On the coast of the Caspian Sea, the spectacular city of Aktau, the largest, competitive, impressive, World Schools Chess Championship. "400 participants, 70 teams, 53 countries, 4 days of intellectual battles. We discover, we assist, we make friends, we have fun, we are trends, we play, we try, we win, we are young, we are future, we are chess."
Welcome back, everyone, and we're still on the tiebreak day. The second game of the rapid tiebreak will be starting soon, and we have 10 matches in the open and 5 matches in the women's section. And we see the countdown. It's about 15 seconds left to the first move. What is your take on this second game, Irina?
Well, I feel like someone should have warned me how exciting the tiebreak day is going to be. Even though I'm not playing, certainly I felt like woken up by what we were seeing, and the heart rate went up. And it's just super exciting when it gets down to those seconds. Well, we got Vincent Keymer playing a Nimzo Indian against Magnus Carlsen. In this game, Magnus playing quickly again, going for one of his trusty openings, something he actually played against me back in 2007. So let's see. Okay, it's going kind of in a sharper direction with Vincent going for the F3 line and Magnus going for the less common knight c6. I got to say, if I would see this move, knight c6, I wouldn't really know anything about it. And by the way, I actually played F3 against Magnus in that game that I referenced back in 2007. And back then, he played the more standard d5. Today, he plays knight c6, letting white build up the center. He gives up the bishop on c3 after playing e5. So then there's this trade on c3 and d6, knight e2, and that seems to be the current position on the board. Well, I think it's an interesting choice by Magnus because obviously this is an unbalanced pawn structure. He gave up the bishop pair, gave white the big center, and I like his choice from the point of view of trying to get a game.
Right. And none of these players are desperate to win the game, actually, because they can also proceed to the next tiebreak, that is 10 plus 10. So out of 10 matches in the open and 5 in the women, how many do you think will go to the next tiebreak?
Oh, okay. So we have. Well, then let me take a look. How many do I predict will go on to keep on playing? Yeah. Well, I think Ju versus Pähtz has a chance at doing that. Actually, you know what? There's no point for me guessing. I know it's going to be a lot. A lot of them will continue on. Maybe the question is like,
so
who do I think will?
So there are 15. Just pick a number.
Who do I think will not continue on? I think the Muzichuk one will end like in this one. I think that's like I have a fairly strong feeling about that, and I have a feeling like Prague is going to go through. I think Nepo is going to go through. And the rest, anything can sort of happen. I don't have any strong feelings about that. But speaking about Prague and Hikaru, we can take a quick look at their game. Obviously, it's a must-win situation for Hikaru, but he's playing with the black pieces, and right now the position is symmetric. Now, in his interview, where he had to pick a question out of a hat, the question was which animal he associated most with chess and with himself. And so he goes on in this beautiful explanation about the lion and his qualities, like how he's so protective of people, and he's also quite ferocious. And he's like kind of asked again, well, and what animal do you associate yourself with? And he's like, well, it was kind of obvious that he was talking about himself. He's like, well, it's the lion. He's got an aggressive style. I'm an aggressive player, and the lion is kind of ferocious. So reason I'm telling you guys about that is because I think he needs to bring out that lion in him right now and play a ferocious game, because that's the only thing that's going to keep him in this match against a very informed Prague.
Yes, definitely. And the position so far is, I think Praggnanandhaa is clever enough not to enter to any complication, and the position is still very much equal. And I think Hikaru has to work hard in trying, to make the position a little bit imbalanced, because if you keep going like this, it would be very easy for Prague to neutralize everything and just get the draw that he's needed to get through to the next round.
Yeah, and it looks like rook d1 is on the board. And Hikaru is thinking about what to do with his queen. Should he go to e7 and then possibly get hit with those ideas? Or should he go to e8, but then also leaves this pawn a bit weaker? I mean, right now, he's not in a great situation to be playing for a win. It's like his position is more like, how do I equalize for now, right? Because even equality is not quite granted. So yeah, I mean, I have to say Prag's idea of just taking on e5, playing this simple position, it certainly looks good. And, you know, we'll see if Naka can make anything out of this. Meanwhile, okay, let's go back and take a look at Keymer versus Carlsen. I wanted to say one thing, that I find Magnus's opening play, his choices to be always quite smart. You know, and he finds a way to kind of he generally doesn't go into lines that require like 20 moves of theory or 25 or whatever, right? He kind of goes off the beaten path and he plays positions that he can understand. So there's a real like intelligence in that, right? Like he tries to play for his strengths, right? It's not so much the computer's evaluation. It's like, what do I understand and feel comfortable with, and how do I get my opponent out of his book? And like that's what I see here, because f3, you know, of course he could play, you know, d5 or c5, and he's played he's played a d5 before. It's a very solid move, but he's like, no, I'll play knight c6, like a move the computer doesn't like as much, right? It's probably not as good, but so what? It gets us off the beaten track. And yeah, I just think that's more evidence of Magnus being quite clever in his opening choices.
Yeah, exactly. Well, for sure, you don't want to play against your opponent's preparation and just bringing them into the woods. I think it's what you should take, because Magnus is obviously a better player, and just getting things out of the book, out of the openings book, I think it will give him a slight edge there.
Yeah, and then he just played knight a5. So it's interesting, he hasn't castled yet, so he needs to kind of watch out for this check sometimes. It's not dangerous yet. But is his bishop going to be going to a6, or is it going to be going to e6 and trying to provoke d5? That's a question. Right? Or is he just going to castle next? And then the question also could have been, well, why didn't he just castle, right? I mean, it seems like that's probably part of the plan. But okay, he played knight a5. And
Bishop d3.
Bishop d3 on the board. And okay, here he has a chance to answer my questions.
Yes, so typically the bishop goes to a6, but on this position, that bishop, I think, has to stay on c8 because it has to anticipate the possibility of knight f5. Yeah, now it's a big moment for Magnus, what he wants to do, and he goes for h5.
Nice.
Interesting.
Nice. Yeah, you see, the problem is that if you castle, obviously white's going castles and f4 really fast, and you know, no one cares about that pawn. The other point is, if you go there, because you're not castled, like you're not even threatening bishop takes c4 yet, because there will be later on a check that wins your piece. So Magnus again just plays a move that honestly it's quite typical whenever there's a knight on g3. I haven't seen it so much in these structures though.
Without the dark square bishop for black side, right?
Yeah, I mean, just like this, like with where white has this big pawn center, you don't normally see h5 happen very much, but you know, black has not castled and he's trying to make use of that.
Yep. Just one thing that I'm a bit worried of this move is that, yeah, bishop g5, this looks a bit ugly to black's position, but I never know what Magnus has in mind. So maybe in this position, white has to play h4 first in trying to stop h4 itself. And yeah, h4 bishop g5 looks quite solid for me.
Yeah, I agree with you, because black doesn't have a dark squared bishop. This move actually looks quite okay to me. Again, the inclusion of these moves is certainly unusual for this position, guys, but it makes sense. You kind of get the g5 square for your bishop, you solidify your knight, and that's probably what I would do. I don't think I would let that pawn keep going, and I don't think I would like allow that pawn to go there, even though, well, it's a possible way to play, and I would even say that even this is like, I mean, you can go to e2 if you want to be solid, but even knight f5 seems kind of interesting to me, attacking this pawn. But I suppose I don't know, It's pawn structure is changing in a major way. There could be rook h5. And or not. Maybe I
just f4.
Maybe I just blunder some kind of f4 idea. Yeah, that's probably what I did blunder, a little bit of a tactic. The rook gets hit, but no, that would be a very big change, of course, to the position. And maybe black, you know what black would just be doing here? Maybe just queen d7, actually. Because I don't think we're that worried about bishop takes f6.
No, I don't.
Even queen e7 you can do. Maybe castling queenside. But anyway, let's see what Vincent Keymer came up with. He is not concerned about h4. He just castled. And
So
Magnus
and
is
now h4.
allowed to push.
So now I think we can use that idea, knight f5, because now the rook on f1 is already prepared to go to e1 and attacking the center. So also, I think any knight move here, even if you go to h1, it's, I think, very acceptable as well, because then you reroute your knight to f2. But I don't see a point of going knight e2, to be honest.
So you're thinking maybe more knight h1, yeah?
Knight h1 or knight f5, if it depends on what type of position that you're looking for.
Yes, and I suppose on knight f5, if there's g6, I mean, the knight can just go to e3, yeah? Probably a knight f5, he's going to be taking it, I think, because combination of bishop pair with a knight usually works better than without the knight. So you might want to just get rid of that guy and then play this position that is really hard to understand because like the pawn structure is so unbalanced, right? And I mean, the question is, where's black going with this king, actually? I mean, I suppose you want to go this way, but you constantly have to look at like c5 ideas, right?
Yeah, that's right. And it will be interesting. We will have a pair of bishops versus a pair of knights.
Yeah. So big decision for Vincent. Yeah, he either has to allow this transformation or he needs to kind of go back somewhere with his knight. I don't think the knight on e2 is so bad. Like, I don't think that, but I can understand why you might also want to go to h1. He goes to e2, he's lost a bit of time, right? And then this pawn will eventually get attacked. Or also, you know what it is that I think that black can try here? What do you think about knight h5? Is that a move? Or are you just going to play f4?
I think I'm going to play f4.
Yeah, well, you know, my idea is actually to set up a beautiful...
And he's gone for knight f5.
Yeah,
Yes.
a beautiful dark square strategy. I just wanted to show you. So, yeah, of course, the game would go kind of in this direction. But he goes knight f5, and we are going to see those two bishops versus the two knights position that we were talking about. So this one, Magnus definitely managed to create like a big imbalance and get out of theory very fast.
Yep.
Of course, it's easier for white to play, right? Let's kind
It
of like
is.
say that. I mean, you got the two bishops, you're castled, your opponent's not. The position is fairly open now, right? So I do feel like this is not a particularly difficult position for Vincent to play, which is kind of the only minus of Magnus's strategy.
So what do you think about the black's king, where it will go to the long side or the short side?
Yeah, let's go queen d7, because I just realized we're definitely going long. We're going to go queen d7, and the idea that I just had is that if you go rook e1, because I thought at first you could apply some pressure, I'm just castling, actually, and I hit the bishop on d3. So that way you can't just win a pawn because you got problems over here. So if I am black, I am definitely thinking queenside where this knight is.
Yeah, that really making so much sense. Yes, queen d7 is also the move that I'm looking at, yeah, because you want to keep an eye on the f5 pawn as well. You want to get ready for this possibility to castle, and in a way you're just developing your pieces.
Yeah, I don't think you can really afford to go kingside because of bishop g5, because of the way this pawn has been extended. So I think you need to keep the rook on h8 defending the pawn. So that's why I'm thinking like queen d7 is quite reasonable. And he just
Yes.
went for it.
He went for queen d7.
Yeah, and what can white do? This is also a very good question. Well, I mean, like I said, guys, very big idea for white is the c5 break. And I think we even can be thinking about it like right now. I know it looks a bit weird, or maybe I should wait a little bit. Maybe I should do a move like bishop e3. That's also possible. But I do think that this move kind of needs to be looked at, but probably it's just not quite working yet. I think I need you to commit to the queen side before I play c5. Probably this doesn't work yet, but it's certainly interesting, because if you take this way, I take that way. If you take this way, I take that way. And, well, I mean, I suppose you could even take, right? You can even take at this point, and maybe even castle kingside now.
Yeah. Though, principally, when you're playing against bishops, you might not want to open the positions because it will just give your opponent some advantage there. So I think Magnus will just try to exploit the fact that he has a pair of knights, so he will just keep the positions close.
I think he just went rook b1. Rook b1, friends, is not very subtle. You know, you're basically saying, hey, do you want to jump into the frying pan so I can go with like c5 ideas? Or, you know, okay, maybe again, I don't know, if you castle, maybe c5 immediately is not like super dangerous, just because there's DC.
Yeah, DC.
Right, there's DC, and because we've placed the rook in a favorable way, you're pinned, you can't capture back. But still, he's going to try to prepare that. Or he might prepare some sort of exchange sacrifice idea, right? He might want to have the rook on b5. I would not be surprised to see that at all. But still, I mean, Magnus can still castle a queenside without, like, the attack being too deadly yet.
Yep.
What do you think? Do you think he's going to try to find something other? Because he cannot keep his king in the center forever.
Yeah, I think I will go for a long castle. And I think after that, white will try to move the bishop on c1 to, let's say, g5. I think that's a good square. Or even just go to e3.
Yeah, so Magnus goes queenside. He is undeterred. Yeah, because it just wasn't easy to see where else the king can go. By the way, in this game, they are way closer on the clock than they were in the first game, you know. So Vincent is obviously more comfortable in this position. Well, that's how it is with black, right? I mean, Magnus has played a line that has given some concessions to white, right, in order to create something unbalanced. So after castle's queenside, what would we do for Keymer? Bishop e3 really kind of jumps out at me as a move. Like, I feel like it's not a bad development in general. But also, yeah, also this rook b5 move.
Yeah, I like rook b5.
They're probably going to, like, you go rook b5, they're probably going to go knight c6. Or, I don't know, queen c6? But queen c6, you're kind of like begging for the sacrifice to eventually happen. Let's just try it. Let's try that move and see if this is an idea, because we like material sacrifices.
Or here, you don't have to take. I think you can just play queen a4.
And you want to threaten to take.
Yes.
You just want to threaten, yeah, to win material instead of losing material. Yeah, that's a good point. All right,
he's going for bishop g5.
Okay,
yeah.
That's quite normal. I mean, I don't think he's threatening to take the knight. I don't think he has that much interest in that trade. But perhaps he just wants to provoke the rook to, like, go to the side of the board.
And there's f4.
F4 after rook h5.
Yeah, after rook h5.
If the rook goes there, yet again, I walked into this idea. So bishop g5 makes quite a bit of sense. And what should Magnus do? You know, it's tricky for him because he's got issues with the king, right? Even here, when he's castled, he's still got issues with the king.
Yeah, this is not a position that you actually want to play, I guess. We can see on the screen that Magnus is not really, I don't know, he's just contemplating whether he likes this position or not. Because this is not the position that you want to play if you fight for a win.
There's something about his expression which seems a little bit deflated. I don't know if it was the previous game which has done this to him, but don't you feel something a little different in him today than even like yesterday? Yesterday he was so focused, right? He was so determined to win, and he won. And now he just seems a little deflated. That's my feeling. And I hope I'm wrong, actually.
Maybe he just realized after 2 classical matches that, he just finds it very stressful and boring. And if that is correct, then he should be happy of playing shorter time control today.
Yeah, c5. Well, I like this choice. It's got certain drawbacks, but it's he's trying to keep the position closed and trying to take away these constant ideas from white. So I definitely understand him on that, and I think at some point he might be, coming back with his knight to c6 to induce something to happen with his pawn, to get the position to close up even more. So I like that choice. It's a practical choice. I see the computer doesn't like it too much, but I do understand it.
Yes, I totally agree. Yes, and d5 is not something that white wants to do in this position, just closing the position, and the knight will be more superior than the bishop. What can white do in this position? Oh, he played for d5 actually.
Wow, he played for d5, huh? Huh. He actually played that move, yeah?
And rook h5.
Yeah,
So
okay, look at that. That is a little bit surprising, right? You see, like, c5 didn't surprise me much, but d5 by white surprised me, definitely a bit. And then also the fact that he didn't spend much time on it. He didn't spend much time on closing the position, even though he's got the bishops. And Magnus instantly played rook h5.
So after f4, since the center is already fixed, black can play just rook h8, for example. I mean, rook d8.
Yeah, although I am still a little surprised at the speed of this, because I would feel that you would really need to calculate this move. Like, I wouldn't just give them this f4 for free and be so happy to let white trade off the doubled pawns and get the passed d pawn, that easily. So I don't feel like, to me, Magnus's rook h5 is not like such an obvious thing at all. Like, why would you necessarily want to go? Oh, I'm sorry. Here, maybe I'm blundering this bishop. Yeah, of course, that wasn't the plan. Got it. But okay, maybe he... What do we do here? Maybe queen d2 then? And there are even weird ideas of knight h7, aren't there?
No, if queen d2, you can play e4.
Yeah. You can play e4, and even... I don't know. I know this looks weird. But, kind of trapped your bishop in that trade. Also interesting. Okay, but you like e4. And that's going to send my bishop to e2, and then you're going to go rook h7, I guess.
Yeah, and f5 pawn is very weak. So
yeah, that's actually the key point, isn't it? You're going to win that pawn, and the position's completely closed. Okay, so I'm starting to see the point of Magnus's rook h5. So he's kind of wanting them to move forward in order to then have this idea, right? So what else can we do here? So we can't let you push. That's the point. Whatever I do, I can't let you push.
That's true. But I have a feeling that this d5 will cost the game for Vincent Keymer, because this is just counter principle, because you have 2 bishops. You'd like to open it up. If he doesn't want to do anything about it, then just ignore it.
I finally got it, Irene. The problem with all of this is bishop e2. As bishop e2, I'm going to hit your rook to get it off my bishop. And when you move, then I at least get to take, that's sort of the on the right track for white, right? I mean, make that trade and protect my pawn and all of that. Anyway, let's see what he did.
He moved back to h8. So
f4 happened and he just moved back to h8?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Fascinating. Not what I would have expected, guys, but I mean, so his point is that he's just provoking f4 to have e4 is an idea, or to have the d6 square for his knight, that would be kind of a brilliant idea if that winds up working. Like if the point of all of this is that ultimately, right, like after this trade, like you made that square empty and like you're planning to bring your knight there, and somehow that works out. I mean, of course, it would be pretty brilliant, right?
Yep.
So on one hand, it looks like a loss of tempo. You go rook h5, they attack you, you go back. But on the other hand, you know, you're trying to say, hey, I wanted your pawn to move forward like that. So we'll see.
Yeah, though with the cost of a passer on D file, it's actually very expensive. So we will see if this plan will backfire or not, because to be honest, I don't really like this. I don't really like this position for black. Because let's say that I take the f6 and then I take everything.
Yeah, so it takes, and queen e1 just happened, right? This is the only problem, is that like this pawn is coming under attack, but also this pawn is coming under attack. However, maybe we just go, do we just go e4?
E4 takes on f6?
Yeah, but intuitively you sort of feel like just give up that pawn, you know, make white give up the bishop pair, right? Like, I don't feel like if you take, I have no compensation because your bishop is quite bad. So I'm thinking about this move.
Okay, I'll take on f6.
You'll take.
And then queen takes.
Queen takes, and I guess there was...
You're going to take on b3?
I guess there was that. I mean, but then I think I don't have enough compensation for the exchange, right? I just don't think, you know, your queen's going to come into e4. Yeah. All right, so I go with my idea. I take, you take, right? Well, I've lost a pawn, but you would think I have compensation here. I really feel like this is not the end of the world. So I can do either rook there or knight in. I mean, isn't like even this position like going to be quite playable for me? But I mean, I could attack your queen first and then do that. Maybe that's better.
Right.
This is probably kind of the play that Magnus is going for.
Yeah, he's played it. He's played e4.
Let's see. Yep, he's pushed that pawn, so he's going for that pawn sack. Well, you know, Magnus knows his classics, you know. He knows the bad bishop versus the better knight idea. And, yeah, he's really, I don't know. I have a feeling like we might be watching like a very instructive game here.
Yeah, even though it's a rapid game, but it is indeed high quality.
Yeah, he's going to like bring out all the vintage positional tricks, you know, pawn sacrifice to get rid of white's bishop pair. I mean, okay, let's say you don't take it. Obviously, you're not going to take it with the bishop, so the choice is either move back to e2 or take the knight, right? So you could move back to e2. But it's a bit of a concession, right, to let this pawn get here.
Yep. I don't like this bishop e2.
You don't like it, yeah? So you would just go for this. Yeah, we'll see. I think it's a big decision. I'm curious to see what Vincent, who's also like you know, a good positional player, what he's going to choose.
Yep. Let's see what's happening on the second board between Praggnanandhaa versus Hikaru.
Okay.
Looks like...
Well, let's take a look.
Looks like Praggnanandhaa is getting closer to eliminate Hikaru.
Yeah, he's just developing his pieces in the most obvious way, right? And Hikaru trying to avoid the trade. Queen d2, bishop e6, bishop e5. I mean, well, I suppose Prague has an obvious threat. That's the moment, right? And so he wants to take the knight and fork. And how does, like, the problem is that white is so centralized, such like classical development, right? It's very hard to create something big here for black. Of course you can play f6, but you know, okay, I'll just go bishop e3.
Or bishop h6 as well, not to lose the tempo.
Your knight's stuck on the side of the board, you know? So, I mean, the d file belongs to white. I mean, Hikaru has like real uphill battle here.
I think Praggnanandhaa might be giving himself a birthday present today.
Yeah. Well, his birthday was yesterday, right?
Yeah, it's a bit belated. Yesterday.
A belated birthday present.
belated,
He turned
yeah.
18 years old, guys, yesterday. So, I mean, I have to say that if he does beat Hikaru, it will also be like a really deserved victory because he has played really aggressive chess with both colors, right? He was actually better in their first classical game. He definitely tried to create stuff with white in the second game. And he won with black again. He's like really well prepared and he's going for very aggressive things. So I could not possibly attribute any of this to any luck.
Right.
You know, if Pragg manages to win.
And Hikaru played it. F6,
Wow,
bishop
F6.
H6.
F6, not the computer's favorite move. Bishop H6. It's interesting. You know, I have to say that for me, like this move was more intuitive, you know, than trying to get the trade of these bishops. But okay. Maybe there's like some specific reasons he's going for bishop H6. And I mean, of course, he still has like these G4 ideas sometimes. Well, if he wants to lose, you know, if he wants to allow Naka a sack. But, you know, somewhere you have to look at, you know, the nice position on H5 and it could always be an attack. So he basically just wants the queen to come in and for this pawn to be really weak.
Yes, or maybe he just doesn't want to lose the tempo. If now black plays bishop H8 and white can continue with his plan. Let's say, okay, the knight on F3 is not really doing anything, so maybe we can move it to H2. Or okay, it looks not really good as well, but yeah, but this position is definitely looking better
he can
for
do
white.
yeah, he can do a lot, and maybe even I would say I don't know. Bishop H8 is a bit of a miserable move for Hikaru to have to play. Did he do it? No, he didn't.
Did King H8.
King H8, yeah. Okay. King H8.
So if you take on G7, you have to take it back with the king because otherwise F6 is hanging.
You know what I see white? Like I see white at some point using that square for the queen. Whether it's like queen E3 immediately or even after the trade, I kind of like the queen on E3. Of course, there's a lot of things you can do, but I like the queen here.
Why not C3?
C3 is also good, I have to say. Absolutely nothing wrong. Yeah, pile up on that. Yeah, you know why I liked this? Because I just kind of wanted, I had some stupid dream of this move, but it's really not a good idea. You know, like allowing you to maybe to even take, go knight f4. But anyway, these dark squares for the queen are both available. Queen C3 is very simple, and I completely agree that he's gonna go for something like that. Because that's all he really needs right now is some simplicity. So yeah, you see, my prediction was that this match was not going further. Remember that, right?
Right.
I wasn't, and I think that's based on how well Pragg has been playing. Actually, it's just the confidence in him. That's all.
Yeah, he took the bishop and played C4.
Whoa, did he really? So he took the bishop and played C4. C4? Really?
Oh, no, queen C3.
Queen C3. Because I was
something
like...
was along the C file.
Okay, on the C file. Yeah, this,
Yeah.
yes. This I understand. Because C4 seemed a little unnecessary, a little anti-positional. But queen C3, nice. So simple. He still controls the center. Black's still not getting anywhere.
Bishop D7, protecting C6.
Yeah, I suppose bishop D7 is kind of necessary.
And now
queen
actually,
C5
I'm
is
thinking,
interesting.
actually now I'm thinking of G4. Because if G4, then you have to play knight F4, takes, and I don't know, something along the E file that you can just take and then E5. There's some calculation to do there.
Yeah, I think he's probably not going to be like even trying to play these moves for a while. I don't know. Not because they're bad, but just because I don't know if he...
King F1?
Yeah, if he'll want to get into this. I suppose you can, right? I mean, I suppose you could just be extremely greedy and just take everything. Maybe he will. maybe Prague is going to have this concrete approach.
Because he's been playing this type of moves, G4 or G5.
Oh, that's why you're thinking about G4, yeah. Yeah, Hikaru's position is incredibly cramped. Yeah. Says, don't censor me, bro. I like his name. Yeah, we're not going to censor you. That's why I read your comment. So now let's go and take a look at Vincent Keymer versus Magnus, because that is heating up in a big way. Big way. So after E4, what was Vincent's choice? He went for your choice, Irene. Bishop takes F6 and, oh, Magnus.
Oh, we missed this move.
Oh, yeah, we missed that. Okay, so it wasn't a pawn sack. He does... Wow. Okay, that's a pretty cool intermediate move. Basically, he keeps both bishops under attack. Yeah, we completely missed that. That was quite a find by Magnus. Bishop takes rook. Okay, pawn takes D3. Rook G8. He's going to take the pawn on C4, or he's thinking here. So right now, Magnus is down a pawn. But he's got a pawn he can take. Then he loses that pawn. And what did he do? He did something else.
Rook E4.
Oh, beautiful. Look at that concept. He's freeing this rook. He's like, the rook is blocked, so the bishop looks like he has power, but the moments that you switch your attention to the E file, the bishop actually starts looking kind of irrelevant. That's very cool. I like that.
I was just wondering, why E4? Why not E2, for example? It looks more forward. And then with the same idea that if you take on D3, then rook takes... Oh, sorry, then rook Ge8.
Yeah, I think that's also interesting. I mean, basically you're just thinking this looks more active, right? I mean, it's a little, maybe it's a little harder to win that pawn back, but I completely agree that the rook here is also like very good, right? Yeah, so maybe that was even better than what Magnus did, but still the idea is quite cool.
Yeah, this is very good and very principled as well, centralizing your pieces,
yeah,
freeing your pieces as well, improving things that needs to be improved.
You know what's interesting is that we were kind of seeing the bad light squared bishop for white. That's been a theme of this game, and yet Magnus is trying to like turn this bishop into the bad bishop, right? Kind of the irrelevant bishop on G7 on an outpost, but like not doing anything. So
rook A D1.
Yeah, rook A
E1.
Rook A E1. Okay, he's trying to trade.
Yep.
And now let's see what we can come up with.
So you can actually include this knight takes C4.
Right.
But after queen takes D3...
Maybe, you know, is there any way... Okay, I just had this weird idea. Queen E8. It's like really strange, isn't it?
Not strange at all.
But you understand what I'm thinking here, right? Because I want to try to like stop you from playing queen D3.
He just took.
Yeah. And also attack your rook. Okay, but he took. So how is this going to go? So obviously rook takes. Maybe just... It's going to say maybe queen F5. Maybe just queen F5. I don't know. It's just, I mean, I want to save this pawn, right?
Or you could also try to exchange the rook. Oh, yeah, he did.
He just... Oh, because he's going for the checkmate.
Yeah.
That's a way to fight for the e-file. So he's getting the queen on e8. Yeah, this looks way better.
Queen and knight versus queen and bishop. I think this is what he's trying to achieve.
Yeah, that could happen. And okay, it's a bit tricky still. Like I don't think the right decision is to trade. You can't really trade.
No, you keep the queens on the board.
You got to keep the queens on the board. Okay. But definitely tricky play by Magnus, right? So apparently there was something stronger right here that we need to find that he could have had. And I'm just wondering, like, what about this move that I was thinking, queen F5?
Yeah.
Yeah, because, you know, the idea is to protect the pawn so that then you can just capture. And apparently that was a very good move. And then I think knight C4.
Rook F1, knight C4.
Yeah, don't I have that idea? I mean, it's an idea, right? Knight C4. I don't have to do that, but knight C4, rook F5, knight D2. Certainly looks playable. I mean, I wouldn't call this out of the question at all. Because if you take, I take, right? The d-pawn is very strong. You can't win it so easily.
Right.
So actually, maybe Magnus missed a better chance here. Maybe that was like the crowning moment, was like to save that pawn and then get it, right? So, that's a little bit too bad, you know? Because then it would have been such a textbook game. So good, you know? Making this bishop irrelevant. All right. Magnus decides to play rook e8, though, which is also pretty good.
Yeah, but I understand. I mean, in this time control, you cannot really calculate anything, and then having the rook being very passive on g8, it should give you some doubt of playing such a move. But of course, like if you have a concrete solution for everything, like queen f5 is definitely the best move.
Yeah, I like this because I mean, the pawn actually is so strong. The problem is that you can't win it.
Yeah.
The problem is that in this position, my knight like protects everything. You know, so that's okay. Magnus got up again and back. So what is that? That usually shows he's confident.
No, he's just looking at the other board, probably also thinking that Hikaru was about to get eliminated.
Rook e7.
What happened? Rook e7.
Yeah, he's trying to free the bishop. Not bad. Oh man, it's a good idea by Keymer, just giving up that pawn to get the bishop back into the game. And then he's also going to be able to take there and play queen f1, right? So basically the line goes like this. Now, by the way, yeah, he unfortunately cannot move the queen away anymore because his rook hangs. Oops. Yeah, so he's going to have to take. He's going to have to take and go for this. And then Keymer's going to take. And then, unfortunately, this is not checkmate, and this might be an unwelcome surprise for Magnus, because the problem is, you know, black's pawns are weak, and even though, like, just for example, like, you might think this endgame is not bad for black, but, you know, it's the h4 pawn that's the problem. And, yeah, Magnus is heading down this way. This is the position on the board.
Queen e1.
Queen e1, it's happening. Queen f1 and queen e3. Yeah, Magnus obviously doesn't want to trade the queens. But on king h1, I guess there's knight c4. There's like some kind of back ring tactics. How about queen f2? How about we continue?
I don't know. I think they're going to go for the next tiebreak.
You think this game is going to keep going?
Yeah, this offers perpetual. So.
All right, let's go to one of the women's games, guys. I know we haven't been there in a while. And Elisabeth Pähtz doing quite well against Wenjun. So what gives her position the advantage? Well, it's obviously the control over the b file and having the, I don't know, I'm just going to call it the kebab on the 7th rank, okay? Using Hikaru's expression. So yeah, that looks quite nice. How's the time situation? She has more time than Ju. All right. All right. So that's good news for Elisabeth and her fans. Yeah.
Wow, this could be an upset.
Yeah, okay. Let's try to find a move for white. How about winning that pawn? Seems very doable. c5, and then like the queen c4, c5, d5. I mean, like, of course, one of these two moves, guys, would be like the first ones to look at, right? Something like that. Hitting the pawn, you basically have to move here. And then I have a lot of moves. And, I mean, d5 looks like it should be very strong, because, I mean, my centralization in these positions is just incredible. Like, all your pieces are in the back rank. So something like that is what she should be thinking about. Maybe queen e4 as well. But queen e4, the thing is that there's c5, and then, you know, at least they have like knight f6 or something. Still not great, you know. It's not like even here, it's like black can barely move anything because they're pinned up. They can't take the pawn. So yeah, no, she has a big advantage.
It's a +4 position for Elisabeth, so we can tell that the advantage is huge.
Yeah, let's see. Is Humpy going to be able to come back against Bella? So far, her position doesn't look super promising. Black has the 2 bishops, and she's trying to win a pawn. So obviously, her whole concept here is like pawn takes, knight takes. But there could be some tactics here, right? I mean, or maybe just compensation for the missing pawn. Like even d4 looks pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Or maybe just rook e8, you know. Most likely it's this move. Most likely it's the very simple rook e8. And just have like nice compensation here for black. By the way,
d4.
how is Nurgul Salimova doing against Medina?
Ooh, what is going on?
It looks like somebody's trying to checkmate here.
Just a while ago, it was like a very equal position.
Oh, wow. She's only got 30 seconds against Aulia's like tons of time, but apparently she is going to be getting in that rook lift.
Oh, wow. So you have to take on f6.
Yeah, I think checkmate is just coming.
Yeah, but how? Okay, let me calculate.
Yeah, try.
No, just a while ago I was
Knight
checking
takes
this game.
f6,
It was
right?
just equal.
So
Knight
knight f6,
f6.
there's even maybe, there might be even rook b7. Oh, yeah, I'm just taking on f6 and like rook b7 and winning a
b7
piece.
is also hanging.
Yeah.
Oh, I
like-
didn't see that.
Yeah, I'm not. I guess I tricked you by promising you to checkmate, but I see that now I can also just win a bishop.
Oh, sorry, she took on f6 first.
Yeah, so she took on f6. She did take with the knight, right?
No, she took with the knight first, and then now.
And then she lost the piece exactly the way we were showing. Yep. So Nurgul doesn't have a ton of time, but she does have a completely winning position. So she can manage to win with an extra piece with her like 40 seconds on the clock. Then she'll go through.
Yeah, but in this moment, you know, you never know. This tiebreak is full of blunders usually. So
Yeah.
with less time on the clock and only seconds away, well, Salimova is definitely a very capable player. But during tiebreak, everything is about your nerves.
And we have Irene Robers, who kind of is on the worst side of this position against Harika Dronavali. Harika played another Sveshnikov. They repeated their classical game, and Eileen played a different line. But right now, Harika has really wonderful centralization on the e-file, and this bishop on a3 does not make a good impression. I mean, it can't move at all. So right now, Harika has ideas like f5, g5. She can get those pawns going. I mean, she might even take the d5 pawn. Or that would be it's an idea. Of course, you don't want to like blunder any sort of tactics. There could be some tricks, but I mean, I don't think this pawn is very important. But black definitely looks like they're better, so I would kind of bet on Harika, but you never know.
No, this position is definitely better for black, because look at the knight standing very strongly in the center. You can't even not to think about anything and just play f5, for example. Just consolidate the position. Yes, so what is happening now in the game of Vincent Keymer versus Magnus Carlsen?
All right, well, Magnus has gotten the queen trade at some... How did he make this happen? So he played queen e4. Tricky move. Wait, is his game... Whose game is done?
It's Praggnanandhaa.
Prague.
Oh, officially
Prague
knocking out
knocked
Hikaru
out
Nakamura.
Yeah.
What an upset there we have on this tiebreak. Very well done by this Indian prodigy. And Magnus Carlsen approaching him, congratulating and probably...
Yeah, I don't think he's congratulating him. I think he's telling him some lines, most likely. I would think so.
No, he should be congratulating him too along the side. Wow.
Nice.
And look at the smile in Carlsen's face.
Yeah, well, Prague was our teammate in Dubai, so they definitely spent some time together. So I think they got to know each other better recently. And yeah, Magnus definitely looked happy for him. But very nice match by Prague, actually.
Oh, actually, he won.
He even won that game?
He won that game, but okay. Or maybe he is just drawn. I don't know. We'll come back to that later.
All right, so let's take a look and see how Magnus is on his way to winning. seems like, wow, Vincent Keymer on 30 seconds and Magnus having 12 minutes again. What a monster. What a monster in time management, huh?
Oh, just to update, yeah, it was indeed a win for Praggnanandhaa on the second game. So it's a 2-0 performance for him.
Amazing. Well, let's take a look and see why is Magnus winning here. Well, his king is obviously a lot better, and he is likely to pick up this pawn, likely to pick up that pawn. And so the question is, I mean, so white can't really create any play by winning the pawn on h4. Oh, he did win the pawn on h4, yeah. This happened. So he played bishop f6, he took that pawn. And you would sort of think that white would have some chances here with like the passed h-pawn. But of course, black's king is so much better than white's. And what's probably going to happen is that this king can stop that pawn, but stuff is going to collapse on the queen side, is my guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I totally agree with you. And after bishop d8, knight b2 is on the board.
Yeah, our viewers are definitely happy for Pragg. I mean, hard not to be happy for him, right? I mean, he plays very attractive chess.
Mm-hmm.
Very attractive and like fearless, I would say. Fearless, and I mean, Nakamura is a very well-prepared player, I think. But, you know, Pragg was completely holding his own on that front.
Right.
You know?
Yes. And we also have another decisive result. It's a good news for Azerbaijan chess fans because Nijat Abbasov won the second game against Peter Svidler, and he is through to the next round.
All right. Well, I'm definitely sad for Peter, but on the other hand, happy that the local fans are going to have at least their one player staying in. That's a really big accomplishment, actually, for Nijat Abbasov, who also beat, I believe, Anish Giri, right? And
yes,
now beating
in
Peter
a tiebreak.
Svidler.
Mm-hmm.
And that is, those are two elite players. So yeah, basically this is what's happening. This king is coming over to deal with the pawn, and Magnus is picking up a4. And I think he already picked it up. So let's keep up to date with the game. Yeah, he picks up the pawn. And it's going to be, what is it, Gute Nacht to for Vincent, I think, in this match. It's probably all I know in German. Yeah. But it's a very impressive performance by Magnus. Do you see, like, there's a feeling of like effortlessness in how he plays, isn't there? Like, he's the only person who has the time to go around watching other people's games.
Even congratulating the other player, yes.
Yeah, keep, you know, watching. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he was following that game and had some things to say about it. So now he's just going to win the c4 pawn.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes, and
king is not working at all in h1.
Yeah, I got a feeling that yesterday's game caused this one for Vincent because he must have already analyzed after the game that he missed his knight e4, and also the way he played. I mean, it's just, okay, Magnus was just pulling some magic in their game, of course. And king g2 is on the board, and what's after that?
The king g2, so king's already on g2 and on g3.
Yeah,
actually.
king g2 and then knight b2 and then now king g3.
King's on g3, yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, I think we can leave this game because we see that Magnus is going to win, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we might want to go to some other game like Nihal Sarin, who has a crazy looking position against
and
Ian.
they just finished, and Ian won the second game as well. So Ian Nepomniachtchi is also through to the next round.
Yeah, he was up a piece, and this knight didn't really have a lot of squares to go to. Plus, the king is super weak. This whole diagonal is weak. So I guess he kind of got crushed in that game. In terms of what else is interesting, Daniel Vocaturo
is in a must-win situation against Salem Saleh because Daniel lost in the first game.
Yeah, he needs to win, but it doesn't look like he's going to get the win because white is positioned really strongly here. Amazing center pawns, really strong knight. This rook is about to take. Well, the only issue is, again, Salem Saleh doesn't have a lot of time, but I think it's enough time to handle this position, especially if he only needs a draw. He just basically needs to make sure this pawn doesn't promote.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And it looks like, well, actually, Jan Christoph Duda might be forcing the match to continue.
Yep. So Duda is currently having a better rook endgame with 2 extra pawns on the board.
Oh, wow. They already traded, yeah? They already traded the knights. Okay. Yeah, and black cannot win that pawn because after the trade,
There's
F5 is going to be winning.
Yes.
So I do think because of that, yeah, it looks like it's pretty hopeless for Parham. And interesting that it's so hopeless for him. I mean, he still has a lot of time. So he kind of drifted into this hopeless position, leaving himself a lot of time on the clock. Yeah, so that's that is definitely good news for the Polish fans. And finally, all right, let's go into the women's games. I think here we got Elisabeth. How is her position going? She's trying to set up a checkmate, you know? This is actually quite interesting. And is she going to get it? She just played rook c8. She's trying to set up a checkmate on the back rank with the h5 pawn. And it's starting to look actually quite hopeless for Wenjun.
Wow, this looks a really good position. Yes,
Yeah.
and the advantage has increased already for white.
I'm so excited because I think I'm going to keep my dinner partner.
Oh, there should be some mate.
It's checkmate.
It's a checkmate. It's a checkmate.
It's over.
Oh, well done to Elisabeth Pähtz.
all right.
Wow. This is a very huge upset happening on the first board in the women's section. Elisabeth Pähtz from Germany took down the reigning women's world champion, Wenjun.
All right. Well, I'm so happy for Elisabeth. And amazing. She went for the Joe Bava London today. And it worked out, I guess, quite well for her. She got Wenjun out of the mainline theory. And yeah, she took down the reigning women's world champion. And
Yes.
she continues on here in Baku. So
And also another
Great job.
decisive result in the women's section. Salimova took down my compatriot, unfortunately, Medina Wardaulia, and that means Salimova is through to the next round. I believe she's going to face Polina Shuvalova.
And we got Harika Dronavali here trying to end the match against Irene Robers. White's king is very weak. Of course, black has a lot of pawns, so I don't think that black wants a queen trade. I mean, black must be trying to win the game using the fact that this bishop is far away. And actually, why don't you just take the rook? I just realized there's no reason why you can't, right? Why would you not be able to take, or maybe, okay, maybe the point is, her point is that like, then she can trade the queens and maybe it's a little bit unclear, right? You know, maybe white can still sort of stay alive. So maybe Harika is looking for more than just taking the rook.
But she took everything, just
But
like
she
what
took.
we
Okay.
discussed. Yeah, like rook a5 is on the board.
Rook a5 on the board, and I suppose
Eileen played
b3. Yeah, you got to
yes.
defend the pawn, yeah.
And maybe it's time for, I don't know, the king, but the d6 is currently hanging, so...
Yeah, you kind of wonder. I mean, it's like, it's a little annoying to go into this position because white at least has a glimmer of a chance with those two connected pawns. But I mean, she should be able to find some way to like get her rook to the
rook
third
d5.
rank. Yeah,
So
there you go.
So she played rook d5 and then king e2, king f8.
There you go, king e2, king f8. And she's cutting off this king, and I guess she's saying that her king will be able to make it in time, yeah? So let's say, yeah, b4, king e7, b5, king d7, and I guess the pawns don't really get a lot
cannot
further,
progress,
yeah, you
yes.
know, because we kind of make it in time.
Right.
Okay.
And the
so-
king, the rook on d5 is very strong. It's cutting off the king, the white's king, to go through the other side.
Yeah, okay. Any chances for Humpy Canaru?
Yep.
Oh, there are chances. Okay,
There are
this is
chances.
what we're going to watch now, guys. Humpy needs to win this game, and she is currently up a pawn, so things have kind of gone in a pretty good direction for her. She just made trade of these rooks. King h7. And the only thing is that Humpy cannot move this knight because of that pawn. And on the other hand, if she ever takes this knight, her king becomes kind of weak. So there's a sort of a balance here. Not easy, though, for Bella to find a move. What's Bella going to do here? She kind of wants to just keep everything the same, I think, and let Humpy maybe ponder over a plan.
Yep.
If she takes, I guess white has to take with the pawn. Then her king becomes weaker, but maybe she should. What'd she do? She did something else.
She played some queen move. I don't know where.
Okay, we're going to try to figure that out, guys.
Queen
Played
b5.
Queen.
So knight d1, queen b5.
Okay, knight d1, Humpy played. Queen b5. Okay. And now it is Humpy on move again. Her knight on d1 kind of covers everything. Oh, it's a little bit of a strange position for the knight. Also, I should point out that like there wasn't rook d3 because the queen takes d3. And this is actually why Bella moved queen b5, because she wants to go rook d3. So that's the move that is currently being threatened. Humpy needs to not miss that. I mean, I'm sure she won't, but
Queen c7.
Queen c7 on the board. Okay, attacking the pawn. Well, rook d3 comes to mind as my first option.
Yes.
And she did it. All right.
Rook d3, yes.
Yeah, target the knight. You know, look for those unprotected pieces. And,
There's a nice line if king e2, then c3.
oh yeah, king e2 walking into this. Well, she's probably going to go like knight c3. And, you know, there's even queen b3. Oh, man, like Humpy is like losing control of this because queen b3 is also looking kind of at least a little bit dangerous. I mean, maybe there's rook e2, but
I like queen e8 better there. It's like, oh, but she took.
okay, so what
Knight
happens
c3 she
there
took
after rook d3, knight c3 she took? Yeah, I don't know about that because f7 is going to hang. Wait, what is she doing?
And maybe now queen e8.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe. Now she's got to defend this. So she's either doing it with like king g7.
King
yeah.
g7 she did, yes.
Okay. Well, okay. Her rook is still really active.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
That's her concept. Yeah. The king is good on g7. Rook is amazing, better than the other rook, and then she's gonna like just try to do some stuff with her queen.
Yeah, she took queen takes a7.
Queen takes a7. So now it's 2 extra pawns for Humpy.
And now I think you can actually go queen b3 and take on c3.
Yes, queen b3 looks like a good move.
Because if you
Yes.
play queen b1, there's queen a4.
Okay, she went queen b1. She went queen b1. Queen a4. Well, at some point we might be able to. Did you see this?
That's nice.
Did you see that?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, that's an incredible
Yeah, but there's
maneuver.
queen e5. Oh, no. Queen a4 cannot
Yeah,
make
queen
a check.
a4,
yes.
you don't. Yeah, after queen a4, I might have that idea. Like, look at that. You're going for this pawn, and I'm going for like some sort of queen h1 and maybe some kind
Okay,
of perpetual.
queen c4, queen h4, king e2.
Queen c4, and if I queen h4, king e2, so maybe I even do like rook here.
d1.
I mean, yeah, it's just a lot of play down 3 pawns. But okay, let's see the position on the board. So after queen b3,
Yeah,
sorry,
she
bishop
played
C-
it. She played queen a4.
She played queen a4, and Bella on move. She has. So my idea. So she's somehow.
You know, I even like queen b3 here if you are not going to
Yeah.
play for a win.
But hold on, let's play for a win. How do we play for a win though?
Or queen b6. No, she played rook d1.
Rook d1.
She's going
Well,
for
that's
a kill.
fine. She is going
Yes.
for the kill. Right. She's using the fact that the white queen cannot take the pawn, and she wants to go check and mate, and she might be getting it.
She is, I think.
I think she is getting it, right?
King
So-
g3 is on the board, so I think you just play rook h1 now, yeah?
And then rook e2, and then what? And then how does she stop rook e2 though? She wants to kind of stop that. How about check?
Queen,
How about
queen
check?
b8, yeah.
She did it.
She did.
Check. She only needs a
Oh.
draw. She only needs a
She
draw
only needs a
to end this
draw.
match, and that is a big point.
No, I think she's going.
Do you think she's going to
going
go
for the
queen,
kill.
queen,
there.
queen h,
Yes, I think
queen h2, and then threaten queen h4? She did it.
she did it. Queen
Oh,
h2.
congratulations, Bella. You are going to get more than a draw.
No, she's definitely winning this match.
This is a huge threat, guys. Queen h4 as she sees it.
And I think Humpy is resigned.
Wow. Nice
Yes.
job, Bella.
What a game and what
Very
a
good.
performance by Bella Kothanashvili. So she has like 3-1 against Connery, just losing the yesterday's second game.
Yeah. And it looks like Magnus is still playing. And how is he doing? Have things improved for Keymer? I mean, if Magnus doesn't win this one, I think he'll like throw a pen or something at least. So,
looks like, unfortunately, it's an equal position, but I'm yet to figure it out. How is it equal? Or maybe because you cannot make any progress.
right. So King D3. Well, the thing is, am I just winning the C5 pawn? I mean, because if I win this pawn, your king is very far. I mean, that might be the problem.
Mm-hmm.
So somehow, whatever it was, I'm not sure. Maybe he should have moved the pawn to A4. Yeah, I don't know exactly what was the winning move, but somehow knight D2, king here. What is Magnus going to do? Okay, hold on. What did he do? Let's look at the board. He played knight B3, king C4. Where's the white bishop? Bishop is on E3, right? So he went there. I'm missing a move for black. It must have been
A4.
Bishop G5. King here, bishop E3, king G6. Okay, we got the position on the board, and it's, what did Keymer do right now? He just played bishop G5, right? Okay.
Offering the repetition.
Wow. So this is crazy. Like, he can't push the pawn, and he can't move the knight so easily,
So
but he
knight
does move
D4.
the knight. King C5,
A3.
A3. How does Keymer make the draw?
Bishop C1.
Oh, man. His bishop is going to B2. I mean, if he saves, this is just incredible.
Yeah.
It really is. Like,
No, it is. It is going to be safe. It is going to be a draw. And they have to play another tiebreak.
wow.
Knight E2.
Knight.
And
knight
you just
E2.
simply take on B4. And then this is pretty much a draw over.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
And there you go. On the first board, Magnus Carlsen drew another game against Vincent Keymer. So it means they're going to further the tiebreak into the 10-minute plus 10-second section.
Yeah. I mean, Magnus must be quite frustrated at that.
Yes. And all the games have finished. We have a few decisive result there. So we will have, let me do my quick count. Wow. This is interesting. So we have a lot of tie breaks. Not a lot actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 tie breaks in the open section. Oh, there are still games in the women's section.
Yeah.
But
Harika is winning.
Harika is winning, and also Maria Muzichuk might be forcing the match into tiebreak.
You think so? She's up a pawn, but it's bishop's opposite color. I doubt it. So.
Oh, she was winning before, but now it is just a drawn, I guess.
Yeah. And
so
I think they just finished, actually.
So it means Anna Muzichuk will be through to the next round. So if Harika wins this game or anyone wins this one, okay, Harika has the upper hand obviously. So almost no tiebreak at all in the women's section. But in the open section, we will see 5 tiebreaks. That is between Magnus versus Vincent Keymer, Wang Hao versus Rasmus Svane, Dominguez versus Wojtaszek, Maksud Lu versus Duda, and Ivanchuk versus Sanal. So there is one decisive result too in the open section. Gukash won the second game against Yushipenko. So he's through.
And well, what I'm interested in is obviously how Magnus could have won. But okay, let's go and see how Harika is winning with her extra exchange. There's not much to say about this position, guys. Yeah, Irene looks upset.
Mm-hmm.
She's actually kind of like the way she just moved that piece. She looks very upset. But, you know, what can you do? I mean, Harika just played this game better.
Yeah, so this is currently the only game that is still going on. Other games in the open section and women's sections are already finished. And yeah.
Yeah.
This is just
like,
winning.
It's, you know, the way she's like starting to move the pieces. It's the way you move it when, you know, like, when you're like completely lost. But I feel like, I have to say, I feel like you should still try to move the pieces kind of like
and they
the way you
shake
normally
hands.
do.
Right. So Harika is through to the next round. But this is already a very amazing performance by Elaine Roberts, just for being 16 years old and already had so much. Yeah, her future is totally bright in chess.
Yeah.
You know, only 16 and she's already playing this strong. And unfortunately, Harika put a stop to her performance. And we know Harika is a very experienced and strong player, so almost no surprises there. Yes, wow, very interesting tiebreak day today. So as I said earlier, there is no tiebreak. No second tiebreak in the
women's at all?
In the women's section.
Wow.
So it was already decided in the rapid. And in the open section, we will see 5 tiebreaks. That is 10 minutes and 10 seconds. So yes, don't go anywhere because we will still be broadcasting the next tiebreak after this break.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Her damlasında hayat var.
Welcome back to the second section of the rapid tiebreaks, 10 minutes plus 10 seconds. And we will have 5 tiebreaks here in the open section and none in the women's section. We see in the camera right now, Vincent Keymer will be playing with white pieces on the first game, and they shook hands. So we have a liftoff.
Yeah, okay, let's get to it. I mean, Magnus, I think, has been getting frustrated today in his attempts to beat Keymer. I mean, he's been so close. Well, they're moving to the shorter time controls, which probably is going to favor Magnus even more. I mean, even in the rapid, he's been having such a big time advantage against Keymer. So let's see what they've got. They have
Slav there.
Slav, yeah, Moran, okay, with like knight d2. Okay. And now we're going to go in for some kind of, okay, this stuff, right? What do? They play knight c6 here. We haven't gotten the moves yet, but we will. Bishop d7. So there's a trade. Knight takes. And we are just waiting for moves to come in.
Yeah, so this is definitely a very solid choice for both sides. And the trade of the light square bishops, and I think this bishop on c1 will be developing via b3, bishop b2.
Yeah, interesting. So he basically plays c6, and then when he saw knight d2, because the knight here is more passive than it is on c3, he decided to spend a tempo to go c5. They went for this trade, bishop b5, and Magnus decided to trade these bishops, go for knight takes d7. In general, I know Magnus likes positions where he gets to play this pawn to c4, so I wonder if Keymer is going to be capturing on c5 here and then castling, or is he going to castle and well, he could still castle. I don't know if Black can really afford these moves while he's still not developed.
Right. Yes, so I think we can quickly take a look at the other game, because I think this is still in the opening phase.
All right, well, we got Radoslav Wojtacek against Linear Dominguez, and where did this come from? From some kind of a Catalan move order. Okay, yeah, and Black makes this trade, so White's going to get slightly better pawn structure. But, of course, the big question is also after pawn takes, there's bishop b4 check. How do you meet it? I suppose you meet it with bishop d2. Because after queen d4, fortunately, you have queen a4. Wow. Actually, it still goes on.
Yeah,
you don't.
because A1 rook is
right,
hanging.
because this rook is hanging. So, yeah, there's questions here like how do you recapture? And that's actually why he recaptured with the queen. So he went for queen takes d4 because he didn't want that check on b4. And so we get the same position with the queens off the board. Bishop d6. Okay. I mean, of course, in general, you kind of prefer to be white here a little bit. Maybe you can even play bishop f4, offer a trade in that way.
But white has a slight edge here because bishop on g2 is just a very strong bishop aiming toward the b7. And I'm sure rook b1 will be happening on the board anytime soon, with or without castle. So we'll see how Radek Wojtacek continues this position.
All right. Then we got Vasily Ivanchuk playing black against Vahap Sanal, and they had a Petrov that wound up in this position with just the two bishops. Okay, so you have to be a little careful, obviously, as black, because this square is weak. You know, you can't castle so easily without allowing a sacrifice, and you can't really move this bishop without losing that pawn. So Ivanchuk needs to figure out a way. It could even be a move like queen c7.
Or even queen a5.
Yeah, or queen a5, maybe hitting that pawn. But he would like to eventually be able to play bishop e6 and maybe even castle queenside.
He's reaching for his h-pawn, and h4 is on the board.
That's fine. He's getting rid of the queen, so the queen's going to go to f3. And maybe he'll even, well, I mean, after queen f3, he still can't go king f8 because of bishop g6. But in general, I was going to say, like, if he could... Oh, did he just play bishop? Something went to e6. Did he just play bishop e6? I think he did. And I was thinking that wasn't possible. Oh, but somehow he also has a pawn on b6. Oh, somehow we missed that. Okay. Oh, b6 happened, castles happened, and then h4. Oh, okay. Then bishop e6 makes sense because the pawn's not hanging. And c4 by Vahap. And Ivanchuk finally gets to castle because he got the queen off of the g6 pawn.
Yep. Well, just a little throwback there. Son of Vahab, we know he has defeated many strong players in this competition, including Abdusattorov and Anton Korobov. So, will Ivanchuk put a stop to his performance? We don't know yet, but he's definitely, this young Turkish player is going to play his best not to be sent home.
Yeah, well, so far, I mean, I feel like Ivanchuk's position is pretty solid here, so I wouldn't be too unhappy in his place. All right, let's go back to Vincent Keymer versus Magnus. And in fact, what happened after knight bd7? Vincent Keymer played b3, bishop e7, so he actually stopped. Yeah, he stopped Magnus's c4 ideas. Bishop b2, rook c8, takes. And of course, it is looking quite solid for white, which not the perfect thing I would say that Magnus would love to have, because it's a little hard for white to mess up this position. But you know, right now he's playing very logically, trying to trade the bishop so he can get his knight to c3. And that's why Keymer plays knight d4. Yeah, black is actually completely fine in this isolated queen pawn. White's solid too, but like I guess Magnus cannot really complain here.
Yep, I agree with you. Yes, for this game, it's rather peaceful compared to other games that they've played so far. So I don't know what strategy that they have in mind. But definitely Magnus wants to end it as soon as possible.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Magnus will be playing like g6, queen e7. Okay, he doesn't have to play g6. He can also play queen d7, rook d8. So kind of improving moves like that. In general, yeah, there's no pressure happening on the d-pawn right now, and it's not that easy to pressure it. Even if you move your knight there, it's like, where would you move this knight, right? So white has the blockade over the isolated pawn, but not really a way to attack it. And Magnus did just play queen d7. Yeah, very solid move. Stay on the light squares, kind of stay out of the reach of the d4 knight. And at some point, I mean, he will be making one of these pawn moves. But first, he'll probably put the rook on d8, maybe play a pawn to a6. That's also perfectly possible. And just kind of see what Keymer is going to do here. But my prediction is this game is going to finish in a draw.
I'm thinking the same, yeah. Yeah, and probably, I think this is also one of Magnus' strategy, just to keep calm on the first game, because he's playing with black pieces. But when he's playing in the white pieces and not in the must-win situation like what he did in the second game of the classical match, now he might be playing something sharp.
By the way, we got a question from our audience. Have we either of us played against Nurgul Salimova?
I don't think I have.
Yeah, I have not either. And in fact, you know, I'm not that well acquainted with her, but if she keeps going in this tournament, we will have have more of a chance to see her games. All right, so back to Magnus. So he's made a couple of moves, put the rook on e8 after queen d7. White played his rook to c1, and he played his rook to e8. Okay. So what can we say? It's about as stable as it gets, right? Because like nothing is really happening for the moment. So I don't feel too bad in leaving this game and checking out what's going on the other boards. So I guess really I'm interested in this game between Vahap and Ivanchuk. And at least something is happening here. There was a trade of dark squared bishops. Rook d1, and the black queen got out. So black, like I said, is looking very comfortable here. Rook e1, rook d8. I love the queen on g5. You got to always watch out for this move, but right now it's protected. And black has a very solid pawn structure. I feel like white has more, weaknesses that can be attacked. What do you think, Irene?
Yes, definitely. But this type of position, I don't know how many times Ivanchuk already had in his lifetime. So this is not going to be very easy, actually, for both of them. But yeah, if I were to choose which one that I'd like to play, I think I'd play as black in this position. I think it looks just easier to continue, and also black doesn't really have any weaknesses, especially in the pawn structure.
Yeah, what's interesting, I guess we really should ask the question, like, for example, why black didn't take the c4 pawn? I mean, that would have made sense in some way, right? But, the answer is, first of all, it's possible. I suppose he didn't want to hurry with that because he was going to lose back the pawn on c6, right? So he just played rook d8, but of course at some point he might take on c4, so white's got to make a decision about, what to do about this move coming. Yeah, I definitely prefer black just because what does white even have here to work with? Like, the pawn being here is not really like a strength anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And he took, he took on d5.
So c d5 and bishop d5, maybe?
Bishop d5.
No, he's thinking. He's still thinking.
Oh, he's still thinking, yeah.
Wow. If I were black, I would have made an automatic move, like bishop d5. But
rook d5 attacking the e-pawn is also not so bad.
Now I'm thinking about it, yes, actually.
Yeah, but this certainly, of course, you're right that this is the most natural move, but maybe this is not really a threat.
He took it with the rook.
Yeah, he took with the rook. I also like that. And he is threatening to take on e5. So, yeah, I would say that white has not really shown much of an opening strategy in this game, like for, why they have arrived in this particular position. And black is doing very nicely as a result. So we got go Chucky, said our fans. Yeah, this might be a good chance for him to strike.
It's Chucky, I guess?
Chucky, I don't know. I don't know the right way to pronounce it. But we also have, let's go back to Vincent Keymer. What has he done? So far, they're just making these like improving moves, h6, a6. Yeah, I remember, guys, we mentioned that this was going to happen. And queen e1. So, yeah, basically, what does queen e1 do? I don't think it does that much. But it's really not obvious for Vincent to like figure out what to do in this position. Because everything looks very stable, guys, but the problem is you're not able to trade more pieces, right? Like when you're playing against the isolated pawn, you want to trade more pieces, but you can't because this knight's in the way and you can't easily move him anywhere. And when your knight was back there, you couldn't really trade that knight because that changes the pawn structure and weakens that square. So this is the dilemma for white, how to get more piece trades, right, Irene?
Right, yes. Yeah, and also how to exploit the fact that black has an IQP, like whether you can really take advantage out of it, or maybe this is actually the strength in the black's camp. So probably we can take a look this game. We haven't really talked about it. It's Wang Hao versus Rasmus Svane, and the current position is just so interesting for me.
Okay, so Wang Hao just made a move to really unbalance the position. Well, I guess it was already unbalanced because he had a knight stuck on h6. So he's trying to extricate that poor animal from the side of the board. But obviously g4 also weakens a lot of things in his position. And yeah, it doesn't make a great impression, this position. Like, for example, black's rook is on an open file, our rook is not. This queen is like looking really passive. I cannot even vaguely understand like white's concept and in reaching this position. Just the same way I cannot really understand what Vahap also got to. But when you're getting down to lower time controls, that's just kind of more likely to happen. Like, it's hard sometimes to like impose some big strategy.
Right.
And sometimes you just drift along. You drift along into this position and it looks like, okay, why am I here? But it's because you haven't really you don't have the time, you know, to think of like better decisions. So it can happen.
And some moves already made. I think knight d7 was played after g4 or takes. Hang on. So g4 takes on g4, takes on g4, and knight d7.
Yeah. Okay. So there was a trade, and the knight moved back. Knight g5. Okay. I'm starting to see like at least the knights are improving, and d5. Okay. So when is white going to improve this queen, and how is it going to be improved? Because right now, the idea is to kind of take, and take on e4. Still, you know, it feels difficult for white. Obviously, if you take, they take with the rook, then this pawn starts to hang. And I really think the big question for me is like, how is this piece coming into the game? From which direction? And black also can push as well as take. So it certainly, even if the eval bar is saying this is equal, I mean, it feels a lot harder to play as white.
Yeah, but this is surely a very complicated position to play for both sides. So I'm sure this queen on b1 is trying to prevent the rook from coming in to the second rank, perhaps. Like if queen d1, rook a2, queen f3, wow, there are so many tricks there.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is the move I would look at, right? Because you just can't possibly play with the queen on b1 forever. I would look at that, but there's issues, right? Like if I take, and you take, and I take, and take, and take. Like even tactical stuff, right? Like at first I thought, oh, maybe I win the knight, but no, it's our knight is going to hang too. So I don't even have a discovery on your queen. Basically, it's quite tricky. And what just happened after d5, white made a decision, and he went for not queen d1. Let me just refresh. He went for knight takes e6, and then what? And then bishop g5. Okay, so he's trying to hold this pawn. Okay. I would say that makes sense. Good decision. He also opened up the rook to guard e4.
Yep. And time situation, black is still up for like 2 minutes, but I think it's quite even for this time. And
so let's see what, I mean, white, of course, generally wants to go queen d1, queen f3. Maybe they can even get some attack going against the black king. So I think Wang Hao has handled this kind of well, because at least I see like a real plan for him now, and he's held his weak king side together. And how is Rasmus going to play here? Now I feel like he's the one who needs to put in a little bit of thinking. I mean, obviously, well, he's fine. He can kind of do whatever he wants. He can even
he took on e4 and then...
Yeah, maybe rook d6 or something like that. Maybe now it's time to focus on the d file, because the rook isn't doing much. And he actually played bishop back to e7. Okay, I understand.
Maybe trying to prepare f6.
Yes, I think you're right. But, you know, it's starting to feel like... And finally, the move that I've been waiting for forever, queen d1 has happened.
Queen c6.
Queen c6, defending the knight. And, okay, so it's a good square for the queen. But if we take, your rook has to go back. I guess it's not that bad there.
And after queen d5.
Somewhere white needs to, like, try to, like, throw in, you know, h5, I think. We need to throw that move in. How are we going to do that?
I like queen d5 actually, but he didn't do it. What did he do? Oh, took on e7 and then queen d2.
And then queen e2, yeah?
d2.
d2. Yeah, there you go. I mean, he has this idea in mind.
And
but
queen h6.
Yeah, that's the big one. He has queen h6 first that he's going to do, and then after king g8, then h5. So I'm starting to like this, because I do see some actual ideas against this king that white has put together. And black has to be a little bit careful. Well, and also maybe this pawn can be taken, you know?
Yeah. This queen e2 is really like a good move. It's a quiet move, but it has so many purposes. I think knight
Came back to f6. Yeah, that's what I was thinking is the most solid. Because white's king is still open, so...
But what would you do after queen h6 and queen g5?
Pretty sure we can find something there.
Queen h6 is on the board and king g8.
Yeah, that's forced and queen g5. Yeah, good question. I mean, first of all, rook e6 is not so bad.
And then after that, maybe I can play rook d1 even.
Yeah.
This looks...
But then I can take on I can take on g4. I mean, queen here, rook e6, just let's say.
Can I take on e5? Is it?
Then there's c2. I mean, I'm not... and there's also c3.
Or take on f6 instead of taking on e5. Knight takes f6 and then rook d...
And then rook d1.
But rook d6 is there.
Yeah, I have a lot of moves. I mean, basically, I don't think black is actually in any trouble. He has to kind of mess up to really be in trouble. And knight f6 is a very solid move, I think.
Oh, he already took on f6, queen h6, king g8, and take on f6.
He took on f6, yeah?
Yeah, he did.
Okay. And then that's fine. And now he's probably either thinking about like rook e3, or rook d1, or rook d1.
King g2.
King g2.
Neither of the above.
Interesting. All right. So he basically, with that move, he's saying what? He's saying that most likely he's going for like the h5
and rook
plan.
h1.
Or he might just be doing this to be playing rook e3, rook and rook somewhere like that. Maybe.
Yep.
I don't think king g2 was the only move by any means, but it's interesting. So basically this game is likely going to head towards a draw, right? I mean, no one is actually better in this position. And that's why we are going to go back and take a look at Magnus, who has built up, again, a little bit of an edge on the clock. He doubled on the C file. Okay. He actually got control of the C file. Oh, he loves to use these intermediate moves.
Yeah, he's good at it.
Wow. I mean, it's like, nope, I'm not going to recapture. I'm going to throw that move in first. Maybe then I can take with the queen. Okay, but if he takes with the queen, he has to deal with queen b7. And Magnus he took with the
pawn.
The pawn.
Yeah.
Okay. And knight d4 and rook.
Taking it on f6.
There was a trade on f6, yeah?
And knight f6.
And then knight d4. And Magnus moved his rook where?
c1.
c1. Okay. Okay, so the position is still equal. I guess this rook trade is coming. Okay, and king h2, queen back to c7, check. Well, yeah, white is certainly not risking much here. He can go g3. He can go king g1, but I would probably just go g3. You could even f4, does that make sense? Oh, he just did it.
He just did it, yeah. I think it's a good move. And you might switch your knight. Oh, knight on d4 is already good enough.
So Magnus has a little bit of a weakness here. He'd love to get rid of it. And the question is, can he?
At the moment, I don't think so, because there is knight e6 maybe and queen f8.
Right. So, like, I really want to play e5, but there's knight e6. Then I have...
and then you have to play queen f7 or queen b8, and then... Yeah, or queen e7 now. Queen e7, you cannot afford queen b8, actually.
Yeah, and then we get mated.
You have to play queen f7, but then after that, you can have f5 maybe. Or even knight d8, and then taking the b7 pawn.
Yeah, yeah.
So e5 is a blunder.
Don't want to do that. Okay. So Magnus has to defend a little Vincent's lesser time is not going to make a huge difference here because
King
it's very
F7.
simplified.
Yep.
Did he just blunder Queen F8?
He did. Ooh, blunder alert. Queen F8.
Wow. You know, this is a very kind of like, well, maybe it's not exactly a blunder because
It
he
is.
can trap the knight. Maybe he can trap the knight. Look at this, guys.
Oh, this guy.
Maybe this is crazy. This is such a crazy idea.
I thought it was a blunder. Oh, wow. What a
this knight
provocation.
is trapped. Yeah, it is a
What-
provocation.
Yeah, it is.
And then the knight doesn't come out. Okay, cool. But you know, this Queen F8 idea it's like something that even grandmasters miss these types of tactics actually quite often.
Right, especially if you play this position in a bullet, I think I'm sure you just do it anyway. It's just
Yeah, but it's
too many
tricky. He's so
calculations.
tricky. He was
It's
basically
very, very
luring him
tricky.
to do that move, huh?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So he plays A4.
So that after knight A8,
Yeah.
you know, you can get out to B6 with A5.
Yeah. Okay. Magnus does need to watch out for that trick, guys.
Right.
And it's harder to play as black for sure, right? Because this pawn is a bit more of a weakness. The king is a bit weaker. So Magnus does need to be, more careful here. I don't really love, where he's gotten to, even though it's still even. But, he does need to show more care than white does.
Exactly. Yes, white definitely has some more active pieces on the board. The queen and the knight, they are standing better.
Maybe this now is a good time to do this move. Maybe because, we do want to break apart that all too stable structure that you got here. So maybe Magnus should now do that because there's no knight e6. Maybe that's actually a pretty good move. Okay, I think he'll do it. Will I predict one move of Magnus today?
Yeah, and he has some edge on the clock as well, being up. Okay, not much actually, just like probably half a minute.
Yeah, well, the edge is kind of going down because there you go.
He did it.
Yeah.
E5.
E5. Trade off the weaknesses. Okay. So what's Vincent going to do? Probably knight f3. Knight f3, try to put the knight on e5 would be my guess. Well, it's not like he has a lot of choice. He can also go knight f5. And then pawn takes on like knight d6. He could do that. So he actually can go to either of these squares, I think.
If knight f5 takes knight d6, king e6.
Yeah, knight f5, you take. If I throw that in, you can actually go here, you're right. And then I put my knight there for no reason, right? And then there's going to be a capture with check. So yeah, then I would have to just kind of like take like that. So it's a question, do you want the knight there or do you want the knight there? It's probably not a huge difference.
And now maybe knight e4.
And Vincent is
Going for knight f3.
f3.
Yeah.
Okay, it's very
That's
solid.
a more solid approach because after the resulting position trading on f4, you have knight e5.
Magnus goes to attack the queen.
And
Wow.
queen.
So tricky, yeah.
Yeah.
Knight takes, queen takes.
And if you take on b7, there is queen e7.
Yeah. So he like throws in again another intermediate move.
Yeah, queen d2 has
Queen
to protect
D2.
f4.
Takes. Okay. Still is very solid for white. He went queen c5, I think, right?
Mm-hmm. Then you can throw in knight e5 here, but then just see where this... Oh, queen e2 is on the board.
Okay. So, I mean, Magnus, can he get anything going with like queen c3? Hard to see that really going anywhere. Because there's always queen b5, right?
Mm-hmm.
So queen e2 and... Yeah, I mean, for now he's holding everything just fine. Yeah, you can't even push the pawn because you're going to lose it.
Right.
Yeah. So Magnus is down to 2 minutes, and Keymer has a little over a minute. Well, this is usually where Magnus is the most dangerous, right? When it gets down to these seconds. And then he can trick his opponents even in like the simplest looking positions.
Yep. Well, he's definitely a better player in the shorter time control, but he just moved the queen back. So maybe some repetition.
I mean, I would just play knight e5 like automatically if I were Keymer. But he could go queen e3. I mean, he could go queen d2. I mean, he can do anything, right? It's all
Knight e5.
Knight e5.
King e8. King g8.
Okay.
And queen b5 maybe. Oh no, queen d3.
And Magnus after king g8. Okay, king d3, queen d3. So his knight can't move, his pawn can't move. He's like, he must only move the queen. So maybe queen c1. Queen c1
Queen
attacking
c1,
f4.
queen f5.
And you think it might even get a little dangerous for me?
It might, but maybe not. But it looks like a
Yeah,
good move to
probably
make.
not. But yeah, I agree with you. Why not come in? Sure. So still, practically speaking, it feels a little easier for white to play because white's king is safer, right?
Yep, and he's played queen c8, so
Yeah.
trying to prevent this queen f5 maybe.
Yep. Oh, he's definitely trying to prevent it.
And after queen g6, let's say,
Queen g6. Maybe he'll even offer.
queen e8, you mean?
Maybe. Let's just see. Like if queen g6. I mean,
Or maybe just simply queen c7
Yeah,
is also
yeah.
queen
But
c7.
at least that way he won't have problems with his king. But anything can still anything can still happen in this position. Is my feeling. So queen g6.
Queen g6.
On the board. So we're
Okay.
gonna see, is Magnus gonna go for the knight endgame or not?
Queen e6 is also possible.
Yeah. But the problem is, queen e6. I would assume he probably is not going to go for the knight endgame. Although
No,
I don't think it's bad,
so.
but
He will keep the queen.
okay. So we are kind of in agreement on that. Queen e6, and then he'll just move queen e6, queen e7. Yeah.
Or maybe trying to push d4 after queen e6, because then
Yeah.
the pieces are better placed already.
So Keymer down to 31 seconds. Magnus at a minute. And what else could he be thinking about here? I mean, he could. Yeah, he could go queen c7.
He
Yeah, he
did
went
queen
queen
e6.
e6. Yeah. Queen
Queen
back.
back.
All right. So Keymer's just trying to make sure he doesn't lose. I wonder if Magnus will ever have a chance to push this pawn. It's not easy to push it because if you push, you might lose it. The knight protects it for now. And
Yeah, and queen c7 I think is the threat right now.
yeah, Magnus is still, it's like having to defend, huh? Still a little unpleasant. There's all these checks. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he's fine, but it's not that easy to make a move. And now he's actually lower on time than Keymer. Wow. All right. Magnus is going to need to be resourceful because I just feel like anything can happen here.
Indeed.
Knight
Knight
h5.
h5.
Okay. Nice. I like that move because anything that looks like counterplay, I like.
Uh-huh.
I didn't quite see that, but this knight, I didn't know what he was going to be doing for this whole game. Now, Magnus has found something to do. That's great. Queen d2, maybe queen b6. Okay, he just kind of protects his pawns. I can't really move this queen without hanging that.
Queen d4.
Queen d4.
Knight back. to
Right. So
f6.
Magnus is definitely kind of admitting that he doesn't.
He doesn't have anything in this position.
Yeah, he doesn't know what to do. But now he is actually he's back to having some time. So still the draw is the most likely result. Queen d3. Knight e4 he can do. He can do knight e4, knight c5. How about that, Magnus?
No,
Nope,
knight
he's
h5.
going back. Maybe he's okay with a draw. And Keymer is going to be okay with a draw.
I'm sure he's thinking to just get a
you know
draw
he's
anyway.
never
Yeah,
going
yeah.
to try to beat Magnus on those seconds.
Yeah,
Like,
this
it's
is
just
the
not
body
going to
language,
happen.
yeah. And yeah,
Yep. All
the
right.
draw over was accepted by Magnus Carlsen. So there you go. Do we have other games? Yes, we do still have this Wang Hao versus Rasmus Svane. Parham versus Duda are also still going on. Actually, 3 games are still going
And
on.
Vahap, how is he doing against Ivanchuk? Well, he's not doing that great. They're in the bishops of the same color endgame. He's down a pawn. Has pretty good chances to lose. So let's just keep watching. Maybe Vasily Ivanchuk will get his first win against Vahap. in this match.
That is very possible. Yep, and even though white has this outside pass pawn, but yeah, the bishop on h5 just stopping it. And then the fact that I think it's looking almost like black has 2 extra pawns.
I mean, maybe
instead of
so.
one.
It's okay. We should figure out whose turn it is. What did he just play?
He played king e4, and then bishop b5 back.
Right. Let's update the board. There we go. Okay. Oh, his king managed to get through, right?
Mm.
Oh, that's a big plus. So he posted his bishop in the best way to block the pawn, control f3, and he's coming in with a king. Okay, that looks like real progress. Because now the bishop must like not allow the king into d3. But I can also, there's chances if the bishop moves, you might go b5, b4. I guess Ivanchuk is thinking, so we... 1 second after bishop b5. Yeah, Ivanchuk is.
Yeah, Ivanchuk is thinking.
Yeah.
But Ivanchuk is still having more than 3 minutes on the clock, so it's huge compared to his opponent, who's just having 13 seconds.
Yeah. How do we put you into Zugzwang? How are we going to do that?
Yeah. Do you want this position to be white's turn?
Yeah, we would really like this position
So
to be white's turn.
triangulation. But how
Yeah.
do you do this
Yeah,
triangulation?
because I mean, there's a bishop on the board. It's a little tricky. I mean, this bishop is just going to kind of go back and forth in this diagonal, right?
Yeah, there is one idea that I want to play that is a4. So that if you take it, there's king d3. But a4 looks a bit too committal. So if there is no concrete follow-up with that move,
Yeah.
I wouldn't have made it.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it only makes sense if you take the pawn and let me in, right? But if you don't take, then we get another pawn fixed on the light square. So Ivanchuk is still trying to figure this out. I mean, I can see, let's say he moves his bishop somewhere on this diagonal, right? Like, let's say he just goes here. I kind of like that. So, like, this bishop will move here. And let's say he just moves here. And then the pawn can get going, right? But maybe we go after it. Okay. He actually did go bishop to f7.
f7, yeah.
Okay. That's...
So white has to play bishop
Bishop
e2.
e2, I
guess,
think. Yeah, it's the most
he's
intuitive move.
reaching it. Bishop e2 is on the board. Yeah, this is going to be, I think, another instructive endgame by Ivanchuk, because also in the last game of tiebreak against Wei, he also won such an endgame, but it was with rook and bishop versus rook and knight.
And then he just goes bishop e8. So yeah, that's what we were looking at. And now the guy does not move his pawn to h5. He goes bishop g4. But can we finally come in with the king? Can we just go king d3?
No, just b5.
No.
Just b5.
Oh, b5. And he's reaching for that pawn.
Oh, he's thinking again. I think you just want to create another pass pawn.
So king d3 kind of looks interesting too. Just go for that one and then win, right? Like, I don't know, you can even give up your bishop for the h pawn at some point.
That's true, actually.
I don't know, yeah. I'm thinking like that's a pretty good alternative. Don't trade pawns, just go for the c pawn.
Yep. But
yeah,
he's,
he went
he's
for
pushing
b5.
b5.
All right, b5 might have been a big mistake.
And then h5.
You know? I mean, at least white finally got that pawn going. He kind of knows what to do. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't like that idea. You know?
Yeah.
Didn't really get what that was about. Maybe king. And then he's
King
going back
E5.
with the king. Doesn't fill me with.
He's playing it too safe. Like,
Yeah,
it's just too
H6.
safe now. Like,
Bishop g6. Yeah, now he's going to trade off all the pawns after bishop d7. Wait, where's white's bishop?
bishop e2.
Bishop e2. Oh, he went from the back.
And then before all...
Before everything got traded?
Yeah, everything traded. That's
C takes.
just takes everything.
Takes. But maybe black.
Oh, black is thinking to push a4.
Maybe a4. No, I mean, he'll probably just take.
No, he took
Yeah,
it.
he took.
Mm.
Okay.
Bishop
So
c4.
Is he winning? Because actually his bishop is protecting b1, so bishop c4 is kind of forced. He plays bishop c4, right?
Mm-hmm.
And, okay. It is kind of tricky, right?
Yeah, it
I
is.
mean, I don't know why Ivanchuk.
I think you can just play
So-
bishop e4 now. You're stopping king f3.
Okay, but if you go bishop e4
And then
I just stay. Oh, he didn't. He went king, f6.
What does he want?
Yeah, I have no
if
idea.
king f3, then it's just a draw, no?
I mean, yeah, I can activate my king, maybe even
Or
put him
king
on
g5.
g4.
Maybe that's what he thought after king f3, king g5.
But I mean, how is he going to take the pawn, though?
Yeah, that's why bishop e4. I think it should be played, and then the king will go after the h6 pawn.
Okay, the guy went king f3,
King f3, king g5. Yeah, but you cannot.
And bishop g8.
Now it's just a draw.
Wow.
Now it's just a draw.
Wow, wow, wow. That's incredible. Oh,
very narrow escape
Vasily,
by.
you had such a
Fahab.
great chance to win.
Yeah, indeed. And we still have one game going on.
Okay.
Maksudlu versus Duda. Let's take a look.
Maksudlu and Duda. Their match is certainly a very interesting one. Looks like Duda has the more traditionally placed king on h7, is actually doing better than the one with the king on e7, who's been trying to, I don't know, maybe checkmate the black king, and this pawn is quite dangerous. So it looks like Jan Christoph Duda, if he's got any time left, should be able to win this game.
Yeah, I think black is in the
And
verge of winning this game.
He seems to be infiltrating somewhere.
Yeah, he got his extra queen on his hand right now. He's ready to promote the pawn.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's promoting the h pawn. So Maksudlu kind of facing the inevitable. Yeah, there's not a whole lot of resources here. That pawn is going to h1.
And the good thing about the h pawn is it's
Covers
protecting the
h-file.
king. Yeah, protecting the king. So there's
Yeah.
almost no way in.
Oh,
and
poor Maksudlu. You see, it's like always that moment where you
Yeah.
just like, you know, you have no way out. You just
I think he
can't
had
do
chances in
anything.
his game. Probably that's why he got so upset now.
Well, you know, he's going to have one more chance. Yeah.
Yeah, and that concludes our first game in the 10+10.
So did anything actually change? Well, Duda won. Duda won. Magnus drew.
Everyone else drew.
Everyone else drew, right?
Except
And
this one.
Yeah, Ivanchuk had such a good chance there.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess we're not going to. Can we pull up the game? Maybe not. Maybe it's gone. But yeah, he had an amazing chance in that bishop endgame.
I agree. Yes.
And maybe he just should have activated the king and not traded those pawns off.
Yeah, he was so close to winning the game, but unfortunately it ended with a draw. But don't go anywhere, because after this break, we will continue with the second game of the 10+10 tiebreak.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Her damlasında hayat var.
I'm joined by Praggnanandhaa, the man of the day. He just eliminated Hikaru Nakamura from the World Cup, causing a really major upset, and he must be super excited. Prag, can I call you Prag in the interview? The first thing I wanted to ask you before we talk about the games, before we talk about your excitement. 4 years ago, you played with Nakamura in the Tata Steel event. You were 14 years old, you held him to a draw, and he wasn't able to win the tournament because of that. He even told you should resign when you're in a lost position. Did these thoughts come through your head at some point during the game, or was that long forgotten?
No, I didn't remember any of those. But yeah, I'm just very, very happy. I mean, I can't express it, but yeah, this is one of my best days for sure. I think, yeah, the game quality was also good. The first game, he got a bad position out of opening. He couldn't remember the lines there. But yeah, still I had to be very accurate because, it's always tricky. And And yeah, I was very happy with how I played after that, kind of stabilizing everything. And in the second game, it was just about keeping the position open and not really allow him any chances. And I managed to do that quite well. So yeah, I think it was a good day for me overall.
Congratulations, first of all. With respect to the second game, many of the viewers of the game, many of the people following this tournament probably wonder why you're not playing this G4, which is the winning move, blah, blah, blah. But of course, you just didn't want to give that chance to your opponent, I suspect.
Yeah, I was always considering such moves, but it's tricky in such situations because like you there are always these options, yeah, where you can try to play the best move, and you might allow some chances, but it's probably winning for you. But at the same time, the situation is also it's also something you need to take care of. So I just decided to play solidly, and yeah, I think my position was good that I didn't require such measures.
I actually thought that maybe he was trying to bait you in to something like that when he played knight to h5 instead of playing knight to takes d5.
Yeah, I thought knight d5 was a clever move because knight takes d5 is, I guess, the best move, and takes in knight d4 maybe. But then I have this knight d4 takes e d4, queen f3, bishop e6, bishop f6, and I trade everything. So I was quite happy with that. And yeah, if he had to go knight h5, I felt I should be better, but I was trying for a first way there. I was trying some bishop b5 and drag stuff, but I didn't find anything. So I had to settle with this queen d2 and playing slowly, which is also good. So
of course, 2-0. I mean, even in your wildest dreams, I think this is an absolutely astounding result against one of, if not the best players in the world at the rapid chess. But as we discussed yesterday, you are also a very good, excellent rapid player. Did you think that you had to get it done in the rapid chess and not go for the blitz, or is this? Just tell me about your thoughts in that sense.
No, not really. I was just hoping to play my best. I mean, if it had to go to blitz, I mean, okay, I wouldn't be so upset with it. I mean, he still has to. I mean, he's the favorite for sure in any format, but yeah, we still have to play on. So,
Prag, I noticed that Magnus Carlsen, as soon as you finished the game, stood up from his own game, and he's playing a lot here, and came and congratulated you. Could you tell me what he told you? What he told you? If it's okay, and if not, we'll just stay with the congratulations.
No, it was just about congratulations and in general. But yeah, I mean, okay, I didn't expect him to, because he was sitting in the game and he was playing a game, okay, and suddenly he just stood up and came to me. So yeah, that was a good moment for me to remember.
Of course, yesterday was your birthday. I didn't mention it in the interview. I didn't think it was appropriate. Now the tournament has finished. Congratulations, of course, for your 18th birthday. Would this be one of the better presents you've received in your life as a birthday present, even if it's given the day after?
Actually, I thought the last year's birthday present was the best I could get ever, because we got the medal in the Olympiad on August 9 and my birthday was on August 10, so we were celebrating that night. But yeah, this one is for sure one of the top ones for sure. Yeah.
Who are you playing against tomorrow? Do you know?
I think Berkach.
Won yesterday.
Yeah, I think so.
He didn't type.
Yeah.
So enjoy your afternoon and prepare for tomorrow.
Yeah,
Thanks, Prag.
Thank you.
Hey guys, we're back with our coverage of the second game of the 10-minute portion of the tie breaks, and we've still got 5 matches in play, including the most anticipated matchup between Magnus Carlsen and Vincent Keymer, which Magnus was not able to put away in the 25-minute portion despite having very good chances to do so in both games. But we've had 3 draws so far between them so far, Irene, and Keymer has been staying in this match.
Yeah, he's staying solid in this match, but this is going to be harder for him because now Magnus will be playing with white pieces and again not in a must-win situation, so he might be playing more creatively. And they just shook hands. First move e4.
Okay, so Magnus, I wonder how ambitious he's going to be, because this is after the 10-minute, they're going into the 3-minute. So,
5 minutes.
Oh, they're going to 5 minutes. Okay. Well, anyway, as the time control goes shorter, Magnus, I think, gets more and more confident. So, but okay. I mean, he's just going to play, I think, a normal game and see what he can get. I don't think he wants to make a draw, right, just to get it to the shorter time control.
But there's also a double-edged decision, just like what we saw on the match between Anish Girip versus Abbasov. Abbasov said in the interview that going into a shorter and shorter time control is actually giving him some edge against rating favorites. So, even though Magnus is, of course, we know, a very great player in blitz and bullet, but with the shorter time control, maybe it's giving some advantage to the low-rated opponent to tie the match even, or, just because you'll be playing based on some luck there.
Yeah, that is true. Of course, as the time control gets shorter, the element of luck gets larger. By the way, we have one person out of these 5 who's in a must-win situation.
Right.
And that is Parham Maksudlu. And that is why he is playing a kind of a hippo setup like Humpy played yesterday against Bella when she needed to win. I guess this is what people do when they're in those must-win situations. They're just going for the setup where they give up the center to the white pieces, and at least that way they manage to avoid trades for a while. But same kind of strategy as Humpy used yesterday.
And it was quite successful for Humpy, so that the match went for the tiebreak. But actually, she got knocked out today against Bella Kotanashvili in the 25-10 tiebreak.
And we have Vasily Ivanchuk, who was so close to getting a win against Vahap Sanal. And now they're in a position that is quite popular these days against the Reti to go G6 and play the symmetrical variation. And one point is that black is already threatening to play E5 here, which is forcing white to actually put the pawn in the center and make it symmetric. C6, C4, and at least we're not seeing these lines with pawn takes pawn and knight E5. Ivanchuk goes for B3, and just developing the pieces, and normally they go, E3, queen E2, and so on in these positions. But this can still become something interesting, even though it's quiet now.
Yes, definitely. And
actually,
we have E4.
Yeah, we actually do see something happening after knight H4, takes, and Vasily gets to play E4 and start opening up the game, which is nice. And I think that pawn, actually, the issue here is that if you take this way, there's going to be D5, right? So this is not like a free pawn for black to take, because then you have to deal with that move. And that's going to win us a tempo to win that pawn back later.
Right. And that's why black played knight B6 there, trying to defend the D5 pawn and try to consolidate the center. And I think black's next move, if possible, is taking on C4. And
I guess the big question, Irene, is what happens after C5 and let's say even E5?
C5, I think Ivanchuk, maybe not. Oh yeah, C5, knight D7 and E5.
Oh, did he go for that? Yes, knight D7 and E5. Yeah, okay, I see these 2 pawns like that have wedged themselves into black's position. And the point is, when you take the space, that you have to be ready for these undermining moves, but white has B4 and F4 ready to go. So That's why this line seems kind of principled to me for white, because white...
And F5 is on the board. Yeah.
F5. Okay. And now I assume, I mean, white's not going to be taking that pawn. I don't think there's any need to take on passant. Just the question is, should he go like F4? I probably would play that, or maybe should you go like knight F3 immediately, right? That's kind of the choice.
If knight F3, maybe there's H6.
Yeah, and then I was thinking maybe like H4. But yeah, it's not exactly clear where I'm going with this, right?
Yeah, king H7 maybe.
So maybe F4 first. Nepomniachtchi is thinking.
Yeah, but with F4 you're kind of like closing the position, so maybe that's something that Nepomniachtchi doesn't want to do.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it's going to make a difference in this game that black is so cramped, right?
Mm-hmm.
And white even has plans of B4, B5. So I think, which one did he go for?
I think he went F4.
He went for F4, yeah? Yeah, there you go. Just hold the space. So basically, he's going to get another decent chance at the hop in this game.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop F7. Yeah, well, what can you do but like look at these pieces? Look at the level of space that he's given up. So, I mean, I feel like Nepomniachtchi has gotten an advantage pretty quickly in this game.
Yeah, I think your only hope is to bring your knight to E6. So let's say like rook E8, knight. Oh, but he closed it. E6 is played.
E6, right? So I guess his approach after, let's just update the board, rook C1, bishop F1, E6. Yeah, I mean, basically he's going to have to play for G5, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, either you create that play, I'm not sure if it's going to be play, but you have to do it, or you just slowly die, right? It's like, no, there's no other way about it when you have pieces like this.
And he's played knight F3.
Okay, knight F3 and H6, yeah. And then
H6
probably
and F3.
H4, right?
Rook E8. Yeah.
I would take the time, I think, if I were Nepomniachtchi to play H4. I don't know that I would. I mean, I guess G5's not really threatened. Yeah, that's the thing. G5's not threatened yet, so he goes B4. Makes sense. Rook E8 and B4. So either black is trying to go knight F8, knight H7 and G5, or he's trying to go bishop F8, bishop E7 and G5. But Vasily is going to be coming with B5 pretty soon. A6, A4. Okay. Yeah, quite uncomfortable.
Let's see quickly what's happening on the first board.
Okay.
Between Magnus Carlsen and Vincent Keymer.
Well, some pretty standard things are happening. Black just played rook E8. And they want to capture and take that pawn. So Magnus has to figure out what he's doing about that pawn.
They barely spend their time.
Yeah, it's move 17, and obviously it's still quite standard. So he goes queen D2. Interesting. Okay. I guess that poses a question for us, doesn't it?
Yeah, you cannot take on E4, I think, because there's a sack on H6.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at it just to get confirmation. So
Yeah,
if you take, it's going to be like the Caruana sacrifice on H6, yeah? So you're thinking this is working. I tend to agree with you that this looks quite dangerous for black. I mean, there's still C4 here. And maybe, well, how big of a threat is that?
I think it's pretty big, yeah.
It's pretty big, yeah, because once you come in, your knight's going to come in too. So I have to play something like bishop F5. Maybe bishop f5 here.
And queen g5.
Yeah, and I was thinking on queen g5, just bishop d3. And then block you off like that. I mean, it's funny that you can actually consider going for this as black, as long as you don't take the bishop on h6. And I wonder, but but it's risky to do it, right? On the other hand, knight takes e4 was the move he didn't play yesterday. It was the key move that he didn't play. So maybe he will be looking more closely at that square.
Yes. So, wow, this could be pretty decisive game, this one. It looks like Magnus's approach I think is very solid, but also at the same time, it's still venomous because there is this potential sack on h6, and Magnus is a very tricky player, of course. Like if he gives something for free, and maybe that's why Vincent missed it yesterday. Maybe he thought there was something behind that sacrifice, but turns out there was nothing.
Yeah, I mean, he's 3 minutes behind on the clock right now, so Magnus is really making him think, and usually, you want to solve your problems in a concrete way when you can, right? And that's the advantage of like this type of approach of CD, ED, and knight e4. Like at least you're playing in a very specific way. Now, of course, there's other things that white could maybe do here, but look at that. I think maybe he will be going for this. So he at least took the first time.
The E.
Yeah, he took with the e pawn. C takes d4, and that's the big question. I mean, do you take?
And he
did.
took.
All right, he's going to make Magnus prove the compensation. So I have to say that at least I like that Keymer is playing like a principled line, right? He didn't just believe Magnus that he couldn't do this. So I think Magnus
has to take the knight, and after rook takes.
Yeah, and he's thinking here, Magnus, which maybe shows that he's was a little bit, surprised by this decision. But that part was forced. And what other moves do we have other than that? Because it's certainly not our only move, right? We can like throw in some various attacks. The problem is, do they really do anything?
Right, or maybe the inclusion of DC is possible as well. But yeah, this is definitely a critical position.
Yeah,
in
I mean,
this
maybe
game.
bishop d5, right? Maybe you throw that in because there were some positions where you were going c4. Or, or as you said, maybe like throw in the trade, right? So if I throw in my attack on your rook, where is it going to go?
Let's say back to e8.
And then if I take...
Oh, actually, maybe just rook e7. So
it's kind of similar, right? It's like...
If you play bishop f5, you just give up a pawn for free. So the sacrifice has to be accepted.
No, I took a pawn. Which one did I give up for free?
I mean, Vincent just wanted to... Oh, he took on c5 first.
Okay, so he took on c5.
So will we see some sacrifice on h6 on the board? It depends on how black takes it back. So with D it's natural, but maybe bishop takes c5. Why not?
Maybe just to keep the bishop open, right? I agree. Maybe we should prioritize the pieces.
Oh, but there's nothing on d5, right?
Okay, so hold on. How did he...
I think he took it with a pawn.
You think he took with a pawn, yeah? Yep, so you're right. He took with a pawn. Okay. So it's better for the pawn structure, and he's really hoping to have time to play c4. Well, this game is going to be sharp, yeah, because Vincent did grab that pawn. So is bishop h6 going to happen now? I mean, I kind of feel like doesn't he want to do that?
I think, yeah, of course, that has. But what's the difference now with and without the pawn takes on c5? Because it could happen before.
Maybe even bishop f5 is like a move here. Even bishop b7 is something he could look at. Probably like that. But then there's a lot of tricky ideas, and there's even ideas of taking and playing like, I don't know, g5, right? Like even like this.
Wow, tricky position.
Yeah, it's just really, really tricky. Okay. Let's see. What did Magnus do?
He went bishop c2.
He went bishop c2, so he didn't sacrifice on h6. And that's okay. So where's this rook going to go? The rook is going to go... You know, he needs to watch out for bishop f4. That we have an idea of taking the knight and then going bishop f4 and skewering.
Right.
Maybe that's one of the points of that trade. And maybe, you know, maybe in hindsight, like, you know, it will have been proven to be a safer choice to have taken with the bishop.
Right, yeah.
There was something that looked a little off about taking with the pawn. Because for the moment, your bishop is closed. So, of course, you have hopes to, like, make this work. But actually, bishop c2 by Magnus is quite tricky. And Keymer reaching for the rook and going to b4. Okay. Well, yeah. He's covering f4, but the rook, of course, is in a pretty strange position. And I feel like it's such a sharp game. Is now the moment that we take?
This
or
could
do we
be
have,
it, yeah.
Or do we have other ways of playing this?
Yeah, the rook is definitely awkward there because, well, are you trying to hit on b2 really at this type of position? Because look at all white's pieces. They're just directing toward the black's king. And I think it's a matter of time that we see some sacrifice on the board.
Yeah. I mean, taking the knight is probably premature, I would say. It's also interesting, right? Because, I mean, there is a possible check. There's a possible check. But then if I give you a check, you have queen f7. And I didn't really see a way through this, but maybe we do have a way. Oh, maybe it's like this.
Just take on f5.
Yeah, look at that. And then fork those rooks.
Uh-huh.
And they just easily win. Wow. So I guess, you know, this is the lesson of why we always have to look at checks and captures. Like, and I didn't really want to look at this move too much, right? Because it's like, it's a good bishop and the knight seems... You know, not like a bad knight, but a little average. But the point of it is that it leads into more forcing moves. Now, maybe queen f7 is just a blunder, and you need to go king h7, right? Yes. So maybe you kind of like hold the balance like that. Well, what other attacking moves do we have here? We have something good. We just need to find it. Tricky. I mean, it can't be something like slow, like g3.
I think just simply take on h6.
And just go for that, yeah? And if pawn takes, just queen takes. And
yeah.
But then bishop f5. Bishop f5, I hold my pawn, and I can hold that. So maybe something here.
Oh, give a check first. Rook
Give
e8.
a check.
No, rook e8.
I'm sorry, rook e8,
And then depends on where your king goes. If your king goes to f7, then you just double the rook, yeah?
Yeah, look at that, like this.
Also here, you just double the
You
rook.
just double the rooks and you win. So, okay, Magnus is going to be a little bit lower on the clock than Vincent Keymer for the first time in a while. And that's because he has something very specific to calculate. Like he actually, I mean, he knows that something is off with that. Like I got no doubt that he senses the decentralization of the rook and like that this king is left kind of alone is problematic. And so he knows he has to just calculate this out.
Yeah, this is the critical position that he has to calculate everything because...
Can we also just take on h6? I mean, can we just start with that?
Yeah, let's do. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, maybe we don't even have to throw in that capture first because, I mean, they don't have bishop f5, so like where are they going?
And here and just take on...
He did take on g6.
Oh,
and then he
took
on
h6, yeah.
Yeah, so very
That's the line
nice.
that we saw before.
Yep. So he traded and then took. All right. So he sees the rook infiltration. That is a big threat on the board right now with knight g5 coming. So how does black stay alive? I mean, if we know that he can't really take, so he needs to also deal with a check, which is unpleasant.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let me just make a move that makes some sense to me. How about bishop b7? How are we going to finish off black here? Bishop g5 to go rook e7, or queen g5 maybe.
Queen g5, I like it. Yeah.
Yeah, we should be going forwards with our pieces, not backwards, right? And we want to go rook e7. And by the way, if you take me, I might just be going rook e7. Nice. Nice intermediate move, right? So I don't know if queen g5 is the best. There could be other things that we could unearth here. I feel like this rook could be doing more for our attack. And it's not like, can we try to get him with our knight somewhere? It's actually kind of interesting. But then if I go there, you might take my bishop, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I was thinking.
No, probably you could include queen c6 as well after knight g5.
Yeah, throw in like that attack.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not obvious to me like what's a better move than queen g5. I would like to find it. How about rook e6? That's actually something we haven't thought of.
Rook e6, okay.
With the idea of like attacking that pawn.
So rook e6, bishop f3, then you just take on g6.
Yeah, that was kind of my idea, like that. Rook e6, and when you take, I go after you like this. And I think that works. Okay. Trial and error, but we got it. All right, but for now, Vincent needs to decide what he wants to do, because bishop b7 is just one try.
Yep, and his clock is behind.
Yeah,
by
and
2 minutes.
if Magnus wins this game, then he'll have won the match.
Yes, so this is good decisive.
Yeah, I feel like Magnus is actually, now that I look at him again, he's very focused. Right? You see how it's like his demeanor changes, right?
Yeah.
But like he's certainly in his focused mode now.
And bishop f5 is on the board.
Bishop f5, right. So he stops rook e8, bishop f5, and okay, that protects the king a bit more, right? It doesn't stop that check, but I guess the check is not the biggest problem in the world.
Bishop g5. Yeah, I think you can just play slow here because you don't need anything else. You're already positionally better, and you have many ideas, attacking ideas coming up. So
you know what I want to say is like, look, this decision to block the bishop, right? Keep the pawns together. It's like the bishop is still closed, and he can't even open up because the rook has now been forced there, right? So like, I think the harmony problems in black's positions are too big to overcome, and there's no centralized rook at all in black's position. All the open files belong to white.
Exactly, yes, and this might be very expensive for Vincent, this rook b4 move, because where he had to defend the back rank, he actually went for somewhere else that is quite awkward, and now it's actually hindering the progress on his position.
Yeah, we simply want to pile up on the g7 pawn, right? Rook e7, queen c3, and now he's down to a minute, and queen d7, I believe, is on the board. Okay, so the first move that comes to my mind is that.
Yeah, you don't want to trade the queens.
And, I mean, you're gonna try to trade, but probably I can just continue escaping you. So, I mean, maybe you're better even if you trade. I wouldn't like rule that out, but my instinct tells me like we don't want to trade. Like I really like queen c3 more. And then kind of running away like that. But we could also maybe just take and play like rook d1.
Oh, he played queen c3.
Okay, so Magnus went for that approach of avoiding the queen trade. The time situation is going to be important here because this is not an end game. This is like a very tricky middle game. Rook e4. Okay, good move by Vincent. That was the idea, huh? Stopping rook e7. That's an easy move to miss. And now he's got chances finally of going c4. Okay, actually it's a very important rook trade that he is managing to get in. Maybe this is why queen c3 actually wasn't accurate, and maybe why we should have like traded the queens and considered, playing something, like rook d1 or rook e7, right? All right, but Magnus is now facing a pretty important decision. And he needs to somehow use the time situation.
He should be pressing his opponent's clock. He knows this because the position is easier to play as white here, so he shouldn't actually try to complicate too much.
But the problem is that this rook trade is so helpful to black, and he has these two bishops, and if he can kind of get things together, push the pawn to c4, I mean, he's going to be absolutely fine, right? So it's like Keymer now knows what he needs to do, which is just like play c4 next. So Magnus really does need to create some problems here. Well, let's look at the obvious. Yeah, taking. Well, first of all, if you go like rook e1, not only they have rook e8, but I'm not even convinced. Well, maybe bishop f3 is not the best move, but even that might be playable.
No, it's playable. It takes, and I don't know if you. I thought you were going to play rook e7.
Oh, rook e7. Yeah. I mean, even c4 here, and on rook e7, queen f5, right? And even here, black holds on. So you were thinking here, but then there's like a check,
yeah,
and then there's at least a block or something. There's always a block on
but
d4.
Also there is bishop c7.
Yeah. So that's the problem for him, is that his attacking pieces might be getting neutralized here.
Yeah, and he's taken so much time already.
Yeah, well, thankfully he came up with a move. He played knight e5. And he's at least avoiding the trade of pieces. So I don't know, queen e6 looks like what I would do if I had like 5 seconds. But of course there are other moves. You can look at queen d5 as well. Oh, Keymer is going down to 30 seconds. He just played queen e6, okay. And Magnus played, I wish I could see what he played. He traded the rooks.
Yeah.
He traded the rooks, and the bishop took back, and it's Magnus's turn again.
He's burning so much time.
Yeah, but that's what the position is requiring for him to do. That's the problem. Rook e1. I'm definitely in the zone where I feel like anything can happen in this game now. Like the trend has definitely gone away from Magnus after he played that move that I thought was good, queen c3. And this rook e4 move was a really strong defense by Keymer.
Bishop b7 was played, and then
rook something.
Knight f3.
Knight f3. Okay.
Opening the line for the rook, and I think next move is rook e7. Oh.
Okay, but he's still got Keymer under pressure here. How is Keymer going to deal with rook e7?
That's a very good question. Like how do you deal with this?
Feels very uncomfortable, actually.
Queen c4.
Okay.
Trying to exchange.
Yeah.
The best
Magnus
attacker
doesn't really want to trade, but does he have a choice? Is he going to go queen e3
or queen e5?
Queen e5, yeah. He'll probably go queen e5. I don't see him trading the queens. but he doesn't really have any threats after queen e5, right? Queen e5, rook f8, like there's not really a single threat on the board for him because the queen would be blocking the rook from coming to e7. Oh, that's annoying.
I think it's played queen e3. Oh, queen e5.
All right,
did
queen e5. So now the rook's hanging. I'm suggesting rook f8.
Yeah. You're attacking the f3.
F3 knight, and then what? Maybe knight h4?
Queen d6.
Queen d6, okay. Hitting the bishop.
So what if you
pawn.
take on f3? What's happening?
Yeah, you take on f3. I take on b6. I mean, black seems okay there.
Yeah,
We're
he
gonna
took
find
it.
out. We're going to find out.
Bishop takes f3. Did Carlsen miss this? No, right?
No, he's just taken back. Okay, so he's playing against the bad bishop. Yeah, I like that more. Okay, the bishop is still hanging.
Bishop a5.
Bishop a5. Okay. What's maybe rook e7? Rook e4.
Rook
okay.
e4.
Where is that queen going to go? He has to be careful with these pawns, right? Queen b3 maybe?
Queen b3.
Is that on the board? Yeah, queen
and
b3.
then bishop e3.
Yep, okay. Magnus has a minute versus like about 20 seconds for Keymer. What do you think, Irene? How's this game going to finish?
Ooh, it's still a 3-result game.
Yeah.
Anything can still happen. Bishop b4 is on the board.
Yeah, bishop b4 is on the board. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and predict the Magnus win.
I think this might be another draw. I don't know.
It could be. It could easily be a draw. I agree. But the time situation, he's very good in these tricky positions. I still kind of have some confidence, but maybe he can win this g6 pawn. Of course, the problem is the check, and then he loses that. Maybe he should play king g2 somewhere.
King
there we
g2,
go.
yes, king g2 is on the board. And both players are below 1 minute, so they have to play very fast here.
Okay, Magnus wants to take the pawn on g6, finally.
Mm-hmm.
So Keymer is going to go queen f7. Yes.
Queen f7, yes.
What's on the board?
Rook f4, and then
Rook
queen
f4.
e8.
Queen
e8.
e8. Okay. So Magnus can sort of win a pawn, but it's not a very precious pawn. He doesn't really want to trade. What's he going to do? Rook g4, queen f7, f4. Maybe he'll do that? Will he take that
Queen
risk?
d5. You have to play queen d5, and then rook f7 has to be played. The
Queen
rest
d5 is
mate.
good, yeah.
And then I don't know how to use this pin.
Maybe don't use the pin. Just go rook g4 after that.
Or rook e4, yeah?
Yeah. Well, queen d5 is good. Definitely.
Queen d5 has to be played, I think. Or what is Magnus? Oh, he
wow.
took.
He took?
He took.
Oh, he went for
He
the
took on
pawn.
g6.
He went for the pawn. Okay. Okay, so he is up a pawn here, but it's not a very easy pawn to convert. But I guess he has some confidence that he can. Okay. Well, he definitely kind of eliminates most of the risk from his position.
Mm-hmm.
What about queen f7? Yeah, I was going to say like trade. Trade and all right, can we really agree to the trade? Queen c6 maybe, Magnus? Queen g5. All right. Queen g5. And we're threatening the pawn.
Mm-hmm. Queen d7.
Can't we just take it? We can. Ooh, now I'm liking white.
Okay, white is...
Ooh, he just gave up a pawn for no reason. Why'd he do that?
Yep.
I mean, now you're
Two
up 2
extra
pawns
pawns, yeah.
in the queen endgame.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Magnus is not going to let him out from this. Now...
Yeah, he's going to push this.
He's going to look for those queen trades. And you know what's nice about these 2 pawns is that they do a good job of protecting the king.
Yeah, it's a shelter for the king.
Yeah.
And b4.
b4, queen g6, right?
Yeah, king h2, queen d3 back.
Queen d3 back. Okay. Yeah, you got to tell me the moves. That'll work well. Yeah.
I think you can do like queen c8, queen g4. And he did.
Yeah.
King h7, queen g4.
Okay. Everything. He's holding all the pawns.
Mm-hmm. And then you just
threatening a queen trade.
Exactly. And then you're quick, slowly push like h4, h5 maybe. That's a better place for the pawn. Queen d6 check, king g2. And then queen b6. I think it's time to push the pawn.
What's
yes, h4.
Queen b6, h4, okay. Magnus is trying to get the pawn to h5 to go maybe queen g6 even at some point.
Exactly, yeah.
Or maybe like he'll push both pawns
And then
up
king
over
g3
here.
too, yeah.
Yes. No, it's looking pretty hopeless for Vincent.
Yeah, he has to wait. He doesn't have anything else to do in this position, but he has to wait for white to show the plan. And queen b8. Sorry.
Queen b8's on the board. Okay.
h5.
h5, nice. And he's threatening, well, queen g6. He'll definitely put the queen there when he gets a chance.
All right.
Yeah, it's certainly a sad position to finally get into.
King h8, yes.
For Vincent. You know, it's not the most dramatic way to end your match with Magnus, right? This queen ends game.
And f4 maybe? Is it attempt? I don't like f4. It's a bit.
You don't like f4?
No.
We can probably do it, but. Oh, Magnus is back to like a minute on the clock. Oh,
Yeah,
he has
yeah.
time to think. What did he do? We
no,
don't know.
We don't know yet. Wow, 2 pawns up, and but unfortunately the f pawns are doubled. So he did queen g5.
Queen g5, okay. Sure, he's tying him down.
H6?
Ideas of h6.
h6
Could be an
yeah.
idea. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know if he wants to go h6 though, because what does he gain from that trade? It just kind of opens his king up a little.
And maybe now queen b6. Maybe Vincent is still thinking. He has about 30 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah. I don't know. I think he will at some point need to play f4. I think that's probably more of the winning plan.
Queen
than
e8.
Oh, but look at that. He actually did go for h6.
Queen 8, h6.
Okay.
Took.
So
King
why is he
g8.
so confident this is the way to go?
And then queen g5. And then I think just push the pawns, yeah? Queen g5, king
h.
No, still thinking.
He's still thinking. Well, he has to go to the.
To the corner.
Yeah, I think he'll go to the corner.
Or king f8.
Or king h7.
King h8.
Yeah.
King h8. But after f4, there's queen e4. So gotta be careful. But okay, king. Where can the king, go?
g3.
Queen
King
f6
f6.
first.
King g8.
I think g8, yes. And now
Yeah, now he's bringing up the king. Okay.
he's searching for the king. King g3.
Yes.
So if there's any check along the b8, h2 diagonal, you can just push f4. So
Queen
queen e2. So Vincent has to always keep an eye on the pawn or on b5. That is the idea. Queen g6.
Yeah, I can't afford to lose that pawn too. King f8 probably.
King f8.
You know, it's still some work to be done.
Queen e4.
maybe? Yeah. Did we?
I like that.
Yeah. Queen
Yeah.
e4 feels good, doesn't
Queen
it?
f5.
Okay.
He did
check.
queen f5 check. King g7, and now queen f4. Queen e4.
Yes.
Queen f1. f4.
Okay. Well, I guess he's planning to go with his king somewhere, maybe even towards the b pawn, actually.
Yeah, anything still can happen. So if queen g1,
King f3.
if king f3, I'm worried about this perpetual like queen h1, king e3, queen e1.
Yeah, that's why I'm thinking that he just wants to like maybe sack a pawn.
No,
and
if
go
queen
towards this
g1,
way.
if queen g1, queen g2, that's the idea thing.
That's true. He can also do
Okay,
that.
king f6, king f6, and then queen d4, and king f7.
And, well, Magnus, is he going to come up with the king at some point? Nope. For now, he's going with a pawn. Okay. Queen e1,
Queen e.
king f4.
Yeah.
Right, he's bringing up the king. Everyone's crawling in slowly but surely.
No, queen g1, king f4. That's
Queen g1. What happened?
queen g1, king f4, queen h2, king e4.
King e4. Okay. Yeah, he's actually put his queen in a pretty good square. It holds both pawns, and the king holds this one. And I think he is trying to basically get with his king somewhere to win that pawn. I think
Right.
that's going to be like the end goal of this king walk. And meanwhile, the f pawn has climbed up much further up the board. And do we have any other interesting results?
Yes, so Dominguez won the game against Wojt Isaacs, and he's through to the next round. Also, the veteran Vasily Vanchuk, he also won
He
the
won,
second game. So
which means that he is through.
He's through
that
to the
big
next
advantage he had. Great.
Yes, and then the game between Wang Hao and Rasmus Svane ended with another draw, so they are going on to the next tiebreak.
And we got also Parham Maksudlu, who is unlikely to be able to win against Jan Christoph Duda. Right? Maksudlu has a rook, but Duda has a bishop and pawn.
Right.
So that's probably going to be a draw. Okay. Oh, let's update our position. And I think Carlsen just won the pawn on b5.
But Vincent won the pawn on f5.
On f5. Okay, but I don't think it hurts.
Queen c5.
Doesn't hurt Carlsen too much. Yes. So, I mean, I guess having an f-pawn on the board is not bad for Carlsen in terms of shielding his king from checks. So let's look at the board and see what after queen
d3. Oh, he just resigned.
So he blundered into the queen
Oh
trade.
yeah, queen d3, queen c4, and that's it.
Yeah.
Wow, that's quite a dramatic finish there. And Vincent has showed an incredible performance against the world #1 Magnus Carlsen, but unfortunately had to end this way. And we still have one game left that is still ongoing between Duda versus Maksudlu. So Duda won the first game. So on this current position, Duda just needed to defend for a draw.
Yeah, and it looks like, I mean, it's not that hard for him because he even has the g-pawn on the board. And, okay, which way is he sending his king? Going towards this corner, perhaps? His king is kind of walking around. Oh, I think that was a really dramatic match overall between Magnus and Keymer.
It was dramatic,
And
yes.
I don't think we ever really, had a doubt about who had the initiative in this match. And I think, Magnus certainly played like the person who should go through.
Yeah.
But Keymer also came up with good things, especially in this game. I really liked his rook e4 defensive move, and he...
he's not afraid.
Yeah.
He wasn't afraid to take the free pawn.
Yeah, he almost kind of saved it.
Yep. So we will have one tiebreak for the next one. That is between Rasmus Svane versus Wang Hao, because I think this one will be concluded with a draw. So it means Jan Christoph Duda will be through to the next round. I think Black is just playing for 50 move.
Right. So should we go on our break and come back for the for the final game?
Let's wait for this one to finish first. And I think they're already counting. Duda is looking looking for an arbiter, because the arbiter can only interfere on the move 75.
It hasn't been 50 moves yet.
Yeah.
It's not close to that.
Actually, when was the last moment when they traded?
Well, I know it hasn't even been, but there we go.
And they shook hands,
Yeah.
and there you go. That was the last game in the second rapid section, that 10 minutes plus 10 seconds. And the other four matches are already decided with winners, and only one match is still going for the blitz tiebreak, that is 5 minutes plus 3 seconds. Rasmus Svane will be playing Wang Hao, and we will see who is the winner of this match after the break.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Her damlasında hayat var.
I'm joined by Elisabeth Pähtz from Germany. She has just overcome the current female world champion Wenjun in the tiebreak session. And I expect, Elisabeth, that you're super happy, but also conscientious that you have a very tough match in the next round, the quarterfinals. First of all, you were telling me before that this is the first time you've arrived so far in the World Cup. Tell me a bit about your story in the World Cup.
Well, I mean, like, if you differ between World Cup and World KO Championship, I would say it's the same tournament. Then this is my best result ever, because beforehand I was always out in this particular round. I never won this round beforehand. So, and well, the fun fact is, like, 2 years ago, I played in this particular round against Anna and I lost to her, and now I meet her just a stage later.
So you just defeated Wenjun. Tell us about the two games. I noticed that the first game was complicated but ended in a triple repetition. But the second game, did she blunder bishop takes d5?
Well, the funny part is, like, I blundered queen b6 and then she didn't take this pawn on b2, and I'm not sure why she didn't take it, because it was there. Well, it was, of course, like, I get some compensation, but I'm not sure it's enough, to be honest. But then if she doesn't do that, then I'm not sure she blundered bishop takes d5, but probably she did, because she gets in a kind of slightly worse position. And for me, it was fairly easy. There are some tricks. She played a5 and she wanted to play bishop b4, and I almost missed it, but then I saw it. So eventually we got in this rook ending, and suddenly she was mate, and I was surprised, you know.
So you were telling me before, you were reminding me that you already were the rapid European champion. And of course, that depends a bit on the form of the day you play rapid. Your rating is lower than Wenjun's, but you were saying that it depends a lot on your shape the day you play.
Yes, I mean, like, usually, I mean, at least some years back, I would have said, like, rapid is my strongest category, because, okay, I got European champion in 2018. I was third in the World Rapid Championship in 2017. So I showed that I'm able to play some rapid games. But then I think, of course, age in such categories also matter. But here, I think in general, like, my games are quite good. So I have good trust that I'm a good shape. And for Wenjun, she was struggling already, like, up to this round. So it's clear that if you play a world championship match for, like, almost 1 month, it takes a lot of energy. I mean, honestly, like, on her place, I wouldn't have been here, because I think it's just quite a lot. And she also is past 30, so it's not that easy anymore.
So my final question, I know you don't want to think about it, but it's my obligation to ask you. There are 3 spots for the candidates. You're 8 left, and now you have to play against Anna Muzychuk. Now, if you're able to defeat her, of course, that would give you very good chances to go to the candidates. Were you thinking about this before the tournament? What are your thoughts about maybe qualifying for the candidates again?
Well, there's always a chance to qualify with some percentage, I guess, but it was never, like, really, like, I mean, I didn't come here to say, like, I need to qualify, or I came here because I got the place. So I wanted to play some chess, and as I told you before, like, going home is also not bad. So I'm quite relaxed about that. Of course, if I would qualify for the candidates, it would be something huge, because I'm, like, in the kind of end stage of my career. So if I manage that, it would give me some great motivation, and then I would, of course, like, fight next year and do another, like, very professional year. But it depends pretty much on tomorrow's game.
Have you ever been to Toronto, to Canada?
I've never been to Canada, only at the airport, but I know it's a lovely country. Besides, I have a very good friend, and she also works for FIDE, Anna Botta, so she's one of my best friends, and she lives, I think, even in Toronto.
So good luck and congratulations on the win today.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm joined by Ian Nepomniachtchi here in the interview area. Ian, I hope I pronounced it right this time.
Yeah, you're doing better and better with every next time.
So you just eliminated Nihal, a really tough match. The first game, I thought it was a really close call. Tell us about that.
Well, close what? Like, I played, like, ugly. I think I could grab some advantage after knight takes f6 in the opening, instead of whatever I played f3, and then black's, I guess, much worse. But I didn't, and then, okay, I slowly got outplayed, or, okay, I don't know, or I outplayed myself, like, by moving my queen to a3, like, arguably the worst square. Okay, maybe h1 would be worse, but h1 is uneasy to reach. And yeah, I guess I was everything was like screaming that I was going to get rightfully punished for such play. But yeah, somehow I think he got overexcited with this piece sacrifice, which is, I mean, I briefly checked the game with the computer. It's correct, but it's brings me like some counter chances. Yeah, at least I'm a piece up, and I'm not losing by force. Yeah, so instead of this, I think he could like play slowly, and would be a very tough task to fish out like half a point. But nevertheless, later, okay, in the time scramble, I was first winning, then losing at some point, then draw, then winning again. Okay, and he made the last mistake, but such is like rapid, so he had very, very little time. I think he even lost some time eventually. The second game, well, this is tricky. Yeah, like b3, bishop b2 is like nice line to try to play on. So I could also go for something normal, but this d5, bishop g4, f3, h4, the line I played myself. Blitz online, and in some events, I think I had a game against Grandelius with white on these online rapids. So I had like a very, very brief idea what to do. I'm not sure if I had a good position or not, but at least, anyway, it was much better than in the first game, yes, so I wasn't worried that much.
I did see you, when you finished the first game, you were visibly relieved, but I saw you were quite happy. Do you think that played a part in Nichal's play in the second game? The fact that he probably knew he was maybe not close to winning, but near the victory? Yeah,
definitely, but it's always a great feeling, yeah, when you are win, undeservedly. It's like the best feeling, yeah, so like getting something for free, but playing badly, but yet winning, yeah, so means like I probably have to improve in if I want to go like few rounds far.
So let's talk about tomorrow. You have to play against another very strong Indian player, Vidit. Different style from Nihal. How do you see this matchup?
I have no idea. Under normal circumstances, I would think that I'm like slight favorite against him. Under what I saw in couple last days, I think there is no player I'm favorite against. So we'll see.
Thanks for coming and congratulations.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. And today is going to be the last match of the tiebreak between Rasmus Svane versus Wang Hao. And we already saw 4 other matches ended in the previous game, and now this is the last one standing. And both players will be playing 2 games of 5 minutes plus 3 seconds. So quite a significantly different towards compared to the previous time control.
Yeah, we got down to blitz. These players have not had a decisive game between them so far yet, right? It's all been draws. And Wang Hao has unretired from chess. A few years ago, he famously announced his retirement, but I guess he is back. Chess has a way of drawing people back into its web. All right, so we got a Rai Lopez here. Let's refresh the board. And white is carrying out a typical knight maneuver to the king side.
It's an anti-martial, I guess, yeah, because there was a4 on the board.
They're playing quickly. This actually looks like some sort of repetition over the game. Wow, they're going very quickly because I think they've already had this game, even though we haven't really seen the whole thing. We did see, actually, though, wasn't it Svane who was black?
Yeah, it was Queen B1 idea, remember?
Yes, we definitely saw something very similar, but it was with reverse colors. It was Wang Hao playing white, and now he's playing black.
Yes, exactly.
Yes. So the players, have 5.5 minutes despite starting out with 5, and they've made 20 moves. So you guys have an idea of the theory that they're basically following to get here. And black just played queen b8. And finally queen b8, and white played knight g5. Okay, so finally Wang Hao slows down a bit on move 21. White is bringing in the knight for the attack. I'm sure he wants to bring in the queen. And for the moment, he looks like he has some quite impressive knights here. And h6, I was wondering, why couldn't you just maybe just attack it? But, I mean, probably there would be knight takes e6 and, queen h5. Could be dangerous. So he was reaching for his knight, like he wanted to take his...
Sorry, I think we got the same color actually, because I remember in the previous game it was Wang Hao was also playing white in this position.
Yeah, Wang Hao is playing white, but isn't he? Oh, maybe I can't tell from their sleeves. Oh yeah, he's playing white.
Yeah, he's playing white.
Okay, he's playing the same color. That actually makes more sense. It's just I couldn't, because we couldn't see them on the screen. I was like seeing their sleeves and somehow. Okay, yeah, Wang Hao is basically repeating the game that he had. Got it. So it's Svane who is now thinking.
Yep.
So I guess I have to learn to recognize them by their sleeves.
Yeah, so they repeated this before, and
Wang Hao, of course, he doesn't have the queen on b1, which definitely looks like some kind of an improvement. And Svane took his knight with the bishop, I believe, and played queen e8. Okay, and g3. So white has like kind of an attacking position built up here. He obviously wants to go king g2, rook h1, queen h5. I suppose there's also some possibility of things like f4 happening. So white has, an easier position to play with that space, with the g5 pawn and the stronger knight.
I also like the idea of king g2, rook h1, queen h5, for example.
Yeah. I mean, I would certainly find this like kind of uncomfortable as black, like despite the fact that it's like very solid looking, but for a blitz game, what really matters is the initiative, right? And for sure, it is belonging to white. Svane, is he going to be playing g6? Quite possible, in fact. Quite possible to go, okay, no, he brought something back.
Knight d7.
Knight d7. Okay. So, well, bringing a knight back to f8 is always a pretty passive strategy. So what should we do? Should we go king g2?
I like king g2.
Yeah, I think king
it's
g2.
It's always a useful move.
Yeah, I agree. So king g2, maybe at some point f4. And I mean, the move knight d7 does say that you're probably going knight f8, right? You're going to hold the h7 pawn like that. So obviously we could try to play a few moves here.
Yeah, he did
goes king g2. Let's say knight f8. And then we got to make some decisions, because even rook h1, queen h5, it doesn't exactly make a threat, does it?
It looks like it's a threat, but king g2, and I like this f4, but maybe it's a bit too.
He might have to open up that front. You know, he might even want to put the queen on g4 and go f4 as well. But Wang Hao is thinking, and what did Svane do?
Rook
He played
A2.
rook a2. Okay, he's latching on to that pawn, making it harder for the queen to come out. I think that makes sense. And
bishop d2.
Bishop d2, interesting. So he's using the fact that there's no c5 because of knight d6.
So how to protect this b4 pawn? Maybe queen b8?
But queen b8, there's also a problem of maybe even knight e7 to c6, and maybe even taking that pawn. Okay, he goes g6.
G6, knight h6, check, and king g7. So we're looking like a similar position on the previous game before.
Yeah, but now the knight is actually supported by this pawn, which is kind of nicer for white at least, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, now he can go c5 though. So I'm sorry, after he will go c5 if he has a chance, but if white takes the pawn, then his idea is to take on g5, and that looks okay for black.
Yep.
So now the problem is this rook is very annoying on the second, right? Like you really want to go forward with your attack. With a rook like that, it doesn't feel very comfortable.
I like the move rook h1 here, because maybe I can try to just sack my knight, like playing knight f5.
Or going queen g1, queen h2 somewhere one
rook
day.
h1 is on the board.
Okay. So he went rook h1. Yeah, I agree with you. He might go knight f5, pawn takes, and then queen out, right? That would be kind of a cool idea. And then take back on f5 with the pawn. All right, rook h1, knight d4.
Yeah, probably also
It's like
anticipating this knight f5 sack.
yeah, but also he's like, white doesn't have really ways backwards because how does he save the pawn? He doesn't, so he can only go forwards. And going forwards means what, actually? Going forwards means knight f5, doesn't it? I mean, doesn't it mean I have to kind of do that? I think he did it.
Knight g4.
Oh, he went back, but he went to g4, yeah? Okay, he went to g4. What's he threatening?
Knight f6.
I think he's threatening rook h7, maybe? Some ideas like that, you know, because there are some kind of cool ideas of checkmating, but they don't quite work yet because there's a queen that could come over, but... All right, I guess we have to look at rook takes c2.
Yeah, so... Right.
What happens on rook takes c2?
I think if rook c2, then just bishop e3.
He did it. He
Yeah,
did
he
it. He
did.
took the pawn. All right, Wang Hao has to show compensation.
Bishop e3, and then you can try to
Yeah,
play
maybe get rid of
queen
the knight.
g1, queen h2, So yeah, I like bishop
Okay,
e3.
he's definitely going to go bishop
No,
e3, but
he's
no,
taking
he
the pawn
goes
on b4.
for that pawn, which is not a very important pawn. I don't know why he went for that, because that leaves his bishop out of the game too. That's a little sad. I wouldn't even think about like going for that kind of irrelevant pawn.
Right.
Okay.
So
well,
queen b8.
is that on the board?
Yep.
Queen b8. Okay. Yeah. Well, somewhere, where are we going to be able to make that sacrifice happen? That's what I'm really interested in.
Yeah.
Maybe just bishop d2 here. Can you just go back and fix your mistake? He's doing it.
No, he's played knight e3.
Knight e3. I thought he was moving the bishop, but it's the knight going backwards?
Yeah, knight
Oh, wow.
e3.
Knight e3. Okay. So maybe he wants to go queen g4, hitting the knight and with that threat. Knight e3 is interesting. It's like attacking the rook. It's actually very tricky, isn't it?
So if the rook goes, just play queen g4, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. You definitely don't care about the
rook
bishop.
takes on f2, king takes, and then
Ooh.
queen b4.
Oh, nice decision by Svane to really unbalance the game and not give white this easy life. Now, white's king is rather weak. And, of course, the key idea is you can no longer go queen g4 because of queen d2. So he got himself, like, this white weak king, the strong knight on d4, and, like, the better pawn structure, and he has a pawn for the exchange.
Yes, so yeah, we can see from the camera, Wang Hao is currently up by 30 seconds. And please note that the players only have 3-second increment on their clock for each move.
Only 3 seconds, you said,
Only 3
yeah?
seconds.
I think he played king g2, yeah.
Yep.
If I saw the camera correctly. So right now, Svane is doing quite well.
Okay, the knight on d4 is so strong, but so is the knight on d5 actually. But the
It
knight on
is
d5
strong,
can be
yeah.
kicked with c6 at any time, which I think he's doing it right now.
It's really annoying that this queen cannot move anywhere because she has to keep covering d2.
So c6 is on the board.
Yeah,
Yep,
probably
very
knight back
nice.
to e3. White has to like try to make some sacrifice work somewhere against the black king, but it's not easy. Knight went back to e3. Maybe queen back to c3 or something. He went to
Queen a2, check.
a2, check.
And then king h3.
King h3.
And knight c5.
Okay, the knights are kind of coming in. What can we do here? Maybe pawn to b4 for the moment. Maybe pawn
Or you
to
can try
b4.
also queen f1, and if you're just okay with the draw, there's that perpetual in the back rank. But he played rook h2.
I think white would definitely be okay with a draw in terms of the position, but okay, rook h2. So queen b3 probably, but at least queen b3. You're going to have 2 pawns for the exchange. I mean, you could go for queen b3.
He's gone back to a7.
Yeah, but he doesn't want to trade the queens. He wants to be more ambitious.
But
he wants to go here maybe.
But now you can play rook b2 or something, yeah?
He wants to win this pawn, though. That's a big problem. He wants to go there and then simply one of the knights back and win the pawn. Oh, queen a7 is a strong move.
Queen f1.
Queen e7.
Queen e7 and g4 maybe?
Or, yeah, I don't know. It's looking tough.
No, he's played queen e7.
Yeah, queen e7. And Wang Hao needs to find something good here.
Rook f2 maybe? Or king
Maybe.
g2.
King g2.
What's the idea? So take on g5.
Yeah, I don't know what the idea is. Did he think that maybe rook h7 perpetual? Maybe. I think there is maybe a perpetual.
Yeah. And if king h6 and queen f8. Yeah, I think it is perpetual. Yeah, he took
He was
it.
going for it, which I think would be a very good outcome for him to get that draw.
Yeah.
This was not a good opening for him. Well, maybe the opening was okay, but the evolution of that opening was not the best.
So after king h6, just queen f8, yeah? And because after king h5, there is g4.
Oh, is he still thinking about how to get out of check, or?
Yeah, he's thinking. So queen f8, you have to come back to h7, otherwise it's mate after g4, king h4, and then queen h8.
But somehow, is king h6 is supposed to be a...
yeah, no,
let me
you
see.
cannot. King h6 is fine, but you just have to come back. And yeah, they repeated the moves. It's perpetual.
Yeah,
So
okay. So that game
first
ended
game
in
is a
perpetual.
draw.
So after king h6, there was just nothing that we could do, yeah?
Nope. You have
Really?
to come back. Yeah. Queen f8.
But why does the engine bar jump like this?
Oh.
That's what I want to know.
Oh, I
Why
didn't
is
see
the engine bar
yeah.
jumping at this move? Is there some crazy win for white? Which, I mean, I don't see it.
King h3.
But there's queen h5.
Queen h5.
Yeah, I
That's
also
true,
thought
that's true.
I also thought this to go knight g4.
Oh, by the way, the players are currently having a break for 4 minutes before they continued the second game.
Yeah. Well, I don't have no idea what is going on with the engine bar because I don't see how he can play on. Yeah. So I think the draw is like the fair.
Oh, what about queen g8 actually?
Oh, queen g8.
Ah.
Are we missing that? Oh, wow.
Queen
Did he-
g8.
Did
And
he
it's
have just
winning.
one?
It's a winning position.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, he's checkmating him on h4.
Yeah. And Wang Hao didn't see that. Oh, wow.
Oh, neither of them saw that.
Neither of them.
And we didn't see that, but the engine bar saw it all.
I mean, obviously that after rook h7, you just go to
Yeah.
h8 and there's
Yeah,
nothing.
well, that's the thing. It was strange because I was like, where exactly is he going after that check, right? Just go to h8.
Yeah,
like,
and then that would be just draw.
that feels safe,
Is that-
right?
yeah.
Because you're going up and there's at least some potential checks. And there's also this tricky thing. Wow. So he could have... I wonder who feels more lucky after this.
No, I wonder
Svane wasn't really losing this game. He never should have lost. But this magic chance, right? I mean, is Wang Hao going to feel bad about that?
Yeah, I wonder who feels worse actually after this match.
Yeah, that's amazing, right? That's why that engine bar is very interesting.
Yeah.
When it goes way up, it's like, okay.
My only request is for those who are watching this broadcast and then have access to the venue, don't tell the players.
Yeah.
Don't tell the
Don't
players.
upset them.
They will upset. Yeah, they'll feel very, very upset because of this.
This is actually quite a common motif of the queen when she's like chasing the
But
king.
this is also very typical too, no?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not very like unusual or unstandard. It's quite normal that you come in and you try to checkmate on h8. And how they both missed it, I think also the problem is, you can't even use your queen.
Because there's knight g4.
Yeah, because that wins the queen, right? You still have a supporting knight. So it actually is very bad for black.
Yeah, please note this, Michael, later, if you get to interview one of the players to ask this question. Well, they ended up playing king h8 later on and then drawing in that moment. But unfortunately for Svane, he played king h6, and then that was horrible. Yeah. He could have lost the game.
In the chat, one of our viewers is mentioning that the team of the SG Alpine Warriors is doing pretty well. And it's true, actually. We got Magnus still in. We got Prague. We got Gukesh. We got Erigaisi. And we got Elisabeth. It's amazing, actually. You have observed something very well.
And
I haven't
still
even
got
thought
you.
about it. And I'm still here,
Yeah,
at least in
and we still got
Baku,
you
right?
here.
I'm actually rooting.
Still in Baku.
It's actually kind of funny because if you think about it, a lot of the people I root for happen to be part of my team at the SG Alpine Warriors. Maybe that's not a complete coincidence.
Yep, so I think they're getting ready for their match, yes, and we see on the camera now they reverse color. So every section they will have to have another drawing of colors. So now Rasmus Svane will be playing with white pieces.
All right, so this time Svane has the white pieces, which might be not a bad thing for Wang Hao, given that his white games have been rather shaky. And Svane seems very well prepared in that line with black. Yeah, but I mean, okay, I think a draw is a more or less fair result that overall, Wang Hao can be more happy with because his position started to feel quite dubious. And they have started their game.
Yep, and we see
London.
some London opening on the board. Could this be a winning opening for white? We'll see.
Okay. We got a trade, I think, on d4 happening. He takes d4 and knight. Ah, yes, this famous line with knight h5, bishop e3, bishop d6 on the board. And here, by the way, this move featured in the game of Alexandra Kostenyuk earlier in this tournament. But it didn't work out particularly well for her opponent, Inyats. So Rasmus Svane played bishop d3, knight f4, bishop takes f4, okay. And Wang Hao castles. He castles, and what can we say about this position? I mean, the outline is that black has the bishop pair. This bishop on c8 is not very good. And, white is going to try to get some kind of queenside play. So he actually goes queen c2. Interesting. g6 or h6? I would go for g6. What'd he go for? G6.
Yeah, g6.
Because he has a dark squared bishop, he can always sort of use it to guard the dark squares.
Yeah. So black has to think what to do with the bishop on c8 because you have to develop it at some point.
Yeah.
And a3, I think, is on the board. I might be mistaken, though.
I think you're right. I think a3.
a3, yeah.
Yeah. So what is that move about? It's a bit of a mystery. I mean, it's not like white normally plays on the queen side in these positions. So I was kind of expecting more g3, h4 ideas, try to play on the king side, but they still might. And yeah, that's the big question. How does black improve that poor bishop? It's hard to see equality if you can't get that bishop improved. Maybe bishop h6.
Right.
I feel like they're going to play g3 anyway. Maybe just go bishop h6.
And the winner of...
he went e5. Okay. I was afraid there could be g3 there, but maybe he was making it work tactically with like e4. Okay. Bishop takes e5. Ah. Okay, more surprises.
More surprises.
What do you think about how this is going, Irene?
Yeah, I mean, It's now a question whether you take on the bishop or not, but then it offers like a very equal position. Actually, why didn't black take it with the knight?
That's a great question. Why he didn't take with the knight? Yeah, he preferred to give up the dark squared bishop. For sure, I was surprised by that. I mean, you would think that white just has a slightly better position here. I personally don't really like these positions for black, but I mean, the queen on f6 is pretty good. There's no knight f3. And I guess this knight is going to be coming from b3 to d4. You know, still, yeah, I mean, I have to give the edge to white. It's just a lot easier to play for white.
Right.
Black has given up his bishop pair, which was like the main thing that he had. And what he's gotten for it is that he's opened this bishop, but he also has an isolated pawn.
Yeah, so white will be just playing against this IQP and hoping that it will give some advantage to white's position and probably rerouting the knight to b3 and to d4. Rook e3 is kind of nice though.
Yeah, you like rook e3, yeah?
Yeah, I like it.
And bishop e6 played by Wang Hao.
And now
Solid.
now you can play knight b3, knight d4.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, it's solid, but it's passive, right? That's why it's not like my
He's
favorite.
taking something.
Something happened on f3, I think.
Or maybe he played knight f3 instead.
Yeah, which is strange, super strange in a way, because you would think you'd want the knight to like help you fight for that square. I mean, white's still a bit better, but I don't know. I find that a little surprising that he went for the knight trade.
No, the position is completely dry. And after queen h4, yeah.
I mean, he wants to at some point play d4, and then white's going to have to play c4 to keep things alive, right? Still, you know, it's still a little better for white. But what does he want? Oh, maybe he wants to go for the queen trade and get the rook to d4.
No, he was getting ready of d4. So d4 will be met with rook f4.
Okay. But I think he still might like that move. Do you think? You don't think he's going to play it? He went for rook f4.
Rook
okay.
f4.
Yeah. But still, the rook is coming here after queen g5. It'll be something. It'll be something similar.
And rerouting the bishop to attack the d5. Maybe f3, yes. I think I like it too.
So where's Wang Hao going to go? Is he just going to go queen g5 and go for the queen trade and play that really boring technical position? He did.
Yep, queen g5. And now if rook d4, then there's a trade with the queens, and that position will be quite drawn, even though white has a slight
I guess
edge.
he feels like he can hold it. Rook d4. Both of them are willing to enter it. Black doesn't have to enter it. He can sort of stay with like queen f6, and he actually did. Yeah, okay. Wang Hao has a bit less time.
Queen c2, d2. The queen moves.
The queen moved somewhere. I think it's d2 would be my guess.
Yeah, d2. So the winner of this match will be facing Krush.
Okay, so we either have Germany, India, or China, India. Yeah. What's your preference?
I have no preference at all.
Yeah, well, I have to say that Svane has looked quite good in this match. Opening preparation is good, and again, he has like a nice edge against Wang Hao. So I would not be surprised if he won, for sure. Let's see. How is Wang Hao going to defend his rook? Where did he go to? Rook f8. And then Svane, I think he moved his bishop away somewhere. e2. Yeah, it's annoying. You see what he's doing? He just wants to go bishop f3, rook d1, and win that pawn. That's why I hate these positions for black.
Right.
I just absolutely hate this, you know, isolated pawn, passive position where you're just trying to hold, you know? It's so unpleasant, you know, to play without counterplay. I think he's going to have to really relook his idea to play e5 and give up the dark squared bishop like this, because if you lose like this, it's like just the worst way to lose.
Exactly. b5 is on the board. It's preventing c4. And I think rook d1 has to be played anyway.
Yeah. So Svane, he probably...
Oh,
hasn't
a4.
played it yet. Yeah.
a4.
Okay, it's a pretty good move. A4 and what? Rook B8. Okay, well, at least, I mean, it might all be good for white, but at least black, like something is changing for black, right? Of course, it's not great. He's going to take and play B4, but then if B4, there's A5, right? So he must have done something else.
There's some taking
Oh,
there.
he
Oh,
just,
D5.
yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, he
okay.
took.
So white is currently a pawn up, but okay, the C pawn is a pass pawn.
And maybe rook E2? Yeah. Actually, he won a pawn, but at least black gets to have active pieces. Oh, Wang Hao is feeling comfortable. I mean, when he has time to go get himself, you know, a drink of water in the middle of a blitz game, he feels like this is not the most dangerous thing ever. That's what I see.
Right.
Yeah, maybe white hurried a little bit too much to take this pawn because he got rid of the bad black bishop, the weakness, and now this is under attack. It can't move because of that. And then there's all this play against this pawn. He has to go like queen B5 or something.
Right.
Oh, you want queen A8? King G7? Took that pawn. Okay, I think we're going to see another game here.
I think so too. I think they're just look at the body language of Wang Hao. He keeps looking over his opponent like, oh, what are you trying to get here? This is already drawn.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. Wow, Rasmus Svane, he played quite a nice game. Was really putting pressure on Wang Hao, but then this decision to rush in and take the pawn was probably just not the best. And now he doesn't have the piece activity to make anything with this extra pawn.
Right. And the time situation, okay, they're quite even.
Yeah, it's a question of how he even avoids losing this pawn, right? Because rook c2 is just coming. I mean, he might not even have that for too long. Yeah. Okay, let's make a couple of moves, shall we? Queen e3.
And
I
then
attack you.
rook
I
c2.
defend, and rook c2 and rook c1. Queen takes f2.
Oh no.
Oh, can I go queen takes f2? I mean, I'm not saying it's not like a winning move or anything, but it's just kind of funny.
Takes?
Yeah, look at that, guys. I found a tactic.
Like queen f1 and then
Yeah, and then we can
that pawn endgame.
enjoy this king and pawn endgame, which, by the way, of course, I mean, it's like, the thing is black's king is more active, right? I think black is okay. But it's a funny tactic in a position that doesn't look very tactical. That's what I liked about this. And actually, this is on the board.
Yeah, but
we
I
might
think
be seeing this.
No, I think white will be just playing h3 and overdraw.
Oh, no, white's going to go rook c1. White's going to see, he's going to be like, well, I'm going to have the outside c pawn. But you're saying he's not going to go for those tactics. Ah, we're seeing it.
Oh, we're seeing
Woo!
it. Oh
Okay.
my gosh. Pawn endgame. Pawn endgame.
Pawn endgame. Okay, guys, they
There you
went
go.
right into our line. King f6 came out at the end.
Pawn endgame. So
We like pawn endgames, just like we saw one against Harika and Aline Robers. So normally, guys, this pawn is very strong, the outside pawn, but it's not outside enough, I guess. And it's funny that Wang Hao went for this without any hesitation at all. He's very confident that this outside pawn won't matter. And that, you know, his pawns here are going to be okay.
right, and he's ahead in time.
You know what it is? I think he knows that he can always trade these for like one of that, and even if he loses the h pawn, it's still going to be a draw. Yeah.
Yes. So we'll see. But also in opponent games, there are so many rooms for mistakes and blunders. So probably we wouldn't be seeing the sudden death. Maybe they will end it here.
Yeah. No, I'm still thinking we're going to see more.
I'm still thinking too. Yes.
Yeah. H5, I think, was Wang Hao's move.
I mean, judging from the time situation, Rasmus only has like
Yeah. He
20
doesn't have any
seconds.
any time. So he probably doesn't even know. At this point, he probably can't even explain why he went for this. Because he has no real time to win this position. Not that he's better, but like even to like try to do something, he doesn't have the time for that.
right.
But it's a question. I mean, what you don't want to do is play f5. Because if then you get your pawns fixed, that's an example of how you lose these end games guys.
And he's gone for h4.
H4 is good. H4 is fine. In general, you always want to use that H pawn. And Rasmus,
h3.
H3.
Oh,
Whoa.
see, this is what I was talking
Whoa.
about.
Maybe F5, G5, G4 is
No,
going to be winning.
This is what I was
man,
talking
if Wang Hao
about.
wins this,
But F5 is another
okay,
mistake.
we're going to have to go and take
We
a
will go.
closer look.
They will have a break and then we will
Yeah,
analyze
yeah,
this.
yeah.
No, they're fixing their mindset to
It's
drawing
gonna be a
this
draw.
game.
It's gonna
Yes.
be a draw. Wait,
But,
whoa.
What's happening?
Whoa.
Takes.
Maybe king takes c4? No. Okay, well, now it's going to be a draw. Well, now that he took, it's
Yeah.
100% a draw. Maybe there was some exciting stuff happening in this king and pawn endgame that we're just not going to
Oh, wow.
get to see on the board. Okay, this is a draw, guys.
They're already playing for 5 hours, so it's no surprises there that the players are starting to make mistakes and blundering their stuff.
King e3. And then he gets the king on the side of the board.
Yeah,
it's
and
a
then
draw.
they shook hands. And yep.
Wow. Okay, can we just quickly take a look?
Of course.
Yeah,
I think this is going to be very instructive
Yeah,
anyway.
you know, we love pawn endgames, guys. And
So it's okay until this moment.
right, so something
Right.
happened after
F5.
H4, H3. So somehow the engine really didn't like that. Well, I mean, it doesn't look like it's such a bad move, right?
Mm-hmm.
So who knows? Like, is it something like F6? Like maybe I should go F6 instead of F5?
Yeah, F6.
Like
yeah.
for some reason I need to win a
Yeah.
tempo somewhere. Like F6 and then you go here.
And now you go F5.
And now I go F5 and then
And now you go
here,
G5,
And now
yeah.
here maybe I've won an important tempo.
That could be, yeah.
It could be like right and here. Okay, now
And then
let's
you play
figure this out.
F4.
And F4. Oh,
And then
you don't,
F3,
you don't
the
have time for
breakthrough.
King E3.
Yeah, wow.
Wait,
No, it's not,
No,
it's not,
no,
it's not, it's
no,
not.
hold on. Wait, it's not even that, but because this. Maybe you have King E2. Oh, you have King E2. You have King E2. That draws.
Oh, I know. It's just
It's a
play
famous.
G3.
Actually, this is a famous
Yeah,
endgame.
yeah, yeah. Mhm.
It's a famous endgame because in this position.
No, that position, you play G3 because where will the king go? If you go E3, I'll take your pawn on C4.
Yeah.
If you go the other way, now
you
it's
do-
F4.
Now, yeah, you just go G3
Yeah.
and white's in zugzwang. Wow. So this way you're just winning. And this way you're winning because you have F4 and winning breakthrough.
Mm-hmm.
So wait, so now let's look at what happens in the game. So he played F5.
And then king
and here,
king there.
here.
And now king
he has a
E3.
chance to go here. But even this, I don't understand. So he should have taken. Okay, just made it simple. Why didn't he take?
Because it's the same scenario. If you play king E3, I play G3. Oh, G3 king.
Now,
No.
Okay, now he needed to think. So what did he do? I think he take on. He took on H3, which was obvious that it was.
So if take on C4, what's happening?
Oh, I think G3 is interesting. No,
G3 king F4.
it might be even the same.
No, I think G3 king F4. I think white wins.
King takes C4.
Take F5,
King
D3,
D3,
G4.
King E3, King H4, King F2. I win.
Whoa, yeah, man, this one.
Okay, what we're looking at, guys, is G3 here. And it's still the winning idea. Can you imagine, guys, how complicated king and pawn endgames are? No, they are, because you think, like, this should be such an obvious draw for these such strong players.
Right.
And even in, like, it seems so basic, both sides are missing wins and draws, right? Like, I mean, just think about it. Like, for Rasmus Svane not taking this pawn, isn't it crazy? I mean, you just think like if he needs a draw, you just take it and
yeah.
just it's a draw, right? Then you just go after the pawns and they all get liquidated. And instead he's like, well, let's keep it going a bit. And suddenly it's like, no, you're actually losing.
So it is already the second attempt by Rasmus Svane trying to make himself lose in the drawing position. Right?
Yeah.
And Wang Hao didn't take it.
And Wang Hao Wang Hao didn't even really think about it.
Yeah, he
right?
just goes for the draw.
He went for this G takes H3 like it was so obvious. Like, how is it obvious, guys? It's a king and pawn endgame. It's never obvious. So you go G3. Now we saw this is a zugzwang, but the zugzwang, okay, you have to basically just, understand that, like, even though you lose your pawn first, you still win as black because you get the pawn that is, like, more important, and you're way ahead in this race, and you're going to queen also with a check. So there's not even close. So king D3, F4, yeah, and if you go this way, we still win. And like, let me try to take this pawn.
I think just king d3
King
and an f4.
3 there, and I protect, and I still win. Wow. Wow. You see, this is why I really love king and pawn endgames. You know, because it's actually exciting.
Yep.
Yeah.
I do too, but I think this is a very bad call by Rasmus Svane to enter this endgame.
Yeah.
When you are having like less time on the clock, because again, pawn endgame is all about result. It's not, you cannot say it is slightly better or slightly worse. It is either winning for one side or losing or draw. That's all. So, well, in that position, it was equal. It was draw, but then White somehow didn't play their best chess and slipping away all the chances to make a draw.
You know, I agree. I mean, if you are not sure about it, just go h3, give up that pawn, and liquidate. But, you know, I could feel psychologically that he was like going to see that outside pawn and he was going to want to play on.
Yeah.
And it could have backfired. But okay, guys, that means we get more games of chess today.
Yes, and so they are going to play their first sudden death game. So there is no 2 games anymore. There is just 1 game for each one. So if they drew this one, they will play another one until there is a winner. So no Armageddon, just sudden death of 3 minutes plus 2 seconds.
So they play until one of them wins?
Yep.
So it's no longer matches of 2.
Nope, it's no longer matches of 2.
Wow.
So this is their sudden death. And technically speaking, we can be here all night long, Irina.
Oh, yeah. Well, I had other plans, but, you know, at some point I'm just going to go to that dinner. I think they should end it in the next couple of games. Okay, Wang Hao finally stopping that e4 nonsense that hasn't been working for him.
So
he goes for an English
opening it is. And we'll see if this works out for him. So far, the record of the longest tie break here in the World Cup has been 10 games. So this is their 9th game. The longest is 10. So we'll see if actually they're going to break the record of 2023 World Cup.
Yeah. Well, we got one of our viewers saying, Irina, I will take you to dinner. Don't worry. Well, that's nice. Thank you so much to make sure I get dinner tonight. Actually, I really like the food here in Azerbaijan. And I'm planning to go to get some fish tonight.
Again, fish.
Again, fish. Yeah. Oh, the fish here is amazing. So we got an English opening where Rasmus Svane plays the trendy move bishop c5 rather than the older move knight b6. I know, like, all the top players are playing this move these days because somehow there's this long theory about why knight takes e5 is not that good. And Wang Hao is ready for that. He goes queen c2, knight b4, queen b1. Okay, so definitely a less theoretical position, although, okay, black is trying to get into the c2 square. So I hope Wang Hao knows what he's doing on that.
So he took on d4, he takes, and now he has to decide where this knight go.
Yeah, and if he goes there and the bishop moves, he needs to be careful not to get it trapped pretty soon. But on the other hand, you kind of have to go there. Where else would you go? Yeah, you have to go knight here.
Or you can play queen e4 actually, and then if queen e7, knight d5. No, he went a3.
Oh, nice. He found an intermediate move, which I like. I like that because black knight, it's good to force him back. Okay, cool. So the knight is going to go to c6. And then, see, then we have an additional square. We might even get the d5 square.
Takes on c3, takes on b4, takes on d2, bishop takes d2.
And what do we have here? I mean, seems pretty simple.
Bishop takes f2.
Yeah, we have a tactic.
Oh, nice. And then queen takes d2.
Queen e4.
Queen e4.
We're really in blitz mode here.
So what do you do here? Bishop e6?
Yeah, bishop e6 and get yourself castled is what I would do.
So if bishop e6, queen takes b7, do you just castle there or move the rook first?
Yeah, castle. Oh, you want to know if queen a8 is a problem?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I'm thinking it's probably not. I would just castle.
Okay.
Intuitively,
yes.
if I had to make a decision, it would be that.
Yeah, just castle.
I probably wouldn't be that afraid of this.
Because the queen is just too strong, too active.
And the king is too open.
Right, yes. So I don't think white will do that. And meanwhile, Wang Hao is currently thinking what to do next.
Yeah, so what are his options here? Okay, he has options of throwing in some sort of a rook move to d1.
Yeah, he did.
Which he just did.
Rook h1, and then queen takes b2. And now takes on b7.
Yeah. So he looks like this game could end up in another draw, right? I mean, if things get liquidated, like white wins both of these pawns and black wins this one, and they trade off some pieces, and even though white's pawn structure is weaker, could be a draw. So
right. Castle in queen takes c7.
So yeah, queen takes b4, and that is like a silent offer of a draw. Yeah. Who's my favorite to win this World Cup? I don't know. I think Prague. Who's Prague going to play? Do we know?
I should have known that. I think...
Oh, don't worry.
Berkus.
Oh, well, there we go. I think Prague is certainly a favorite in that match. So he has a good chance to go further. And I would be fine with any of the SG Alpine Warriors doing well. But also I want to see Vancha going further in this event. All right, so we still kind of balanced here. White has a B pawn, although I don't know. Maybe we can get that pawn all the way to B7, then I'll change my mind. How do we protect E2?
Rook A2 is on the board.
Yeah, like that.
So maybe just take on B4.
Yeah, I guess that pawn
But
is...
take on B4 is Rook D4. And probably Rook C4.
Yeah. There are still some tactical details here, right?
Or even after Queen B4, Rook A4, but then you can just attack D1.
But I think there must be a way out here for black. It can't really be that with white's open king, there's no way out. So I think you're right. I think there's Rook C4. And, I mean, there's no real tactics here, right? I don't see them. So he's reaching for the queen.
But he has some doubt. No, he didn't take on
he
B4.
didn't.
He played Queen F6.
Queen F6.
And this check, can you cover it?
Should we go Bishop F3 or King G1? I mean, I guess King G1 would be intuitively my move. I mean, I don't really believe in Bishop F3, but Bishop F3 is okay. Like, it's fine. You're allowing some sort of Rook C3 stuff, and then you'll go maybe Queen B7 to guard it.
Bishop F3, E3.
Yeah.
Rook B8.
Rook B8. Okay, so Svane, I think he should be kicking himself a little bit for not just taking that pawn. You know, it's kind of important to get that pawn back now. He still has to do some work.
Queen D4. Offering the trade of the queens.
Yeah.
And I think if
I mean, you're going to suffer. If you trade, you're going to suffer for sure. So he goes Queen E6. Rook
E2.
Yeah, he's centralizing, you see?
Oh,
yeah.
He almost played Queen F5, but Queen H2 is on the board, and then H6.
H6, not even H5. Okay, more conservative. But okay, it's not easy for white to use that extra pawn.
Rook B2, Rook B5.
Black wants to double on the B pawn. Yeah, he's still holding it.
Queen G4. Oh, now you have no choice but to...
he forced him into the trade, which takes away all the risk.
Rook B8.
Rook B8 and Rook D4. Well, this is starting to look like white could win. I mean, because black is like not much going on here.
F5.
Not a bad move, I think. Trading is a good idea.
Then you can just play King F2.
Yeah, you want to go King F2 immediately.
And he did,
yeah, very good.
Takes takes on G4.
That way your king doesn't get cut.
And then Rook E5.
King F3.
King F3, with the idea of Rook E4.
Or maybe even throw in Rook F4.
Yeah, check first, and if the king goes to E, then there's Rook E4. But now still, Rook E4 regardless.
Annoying position for Svane, who they don't have much time either.
Nope. And now it's time for the king to...
Where did the rook go after Rook E4?
Join.
Rook B5, King D...
King E3, H5. And now King D3.
Yeah, this
Rook
is the
B7.
kind of endgame you can lose, for sure.
Rook 5 B7. And Rook C4.
You're just going to go Rook C5
this is quite technical. Yeah, King C3. Rook B5, King C3.
Yeah.
And King F6, King F6. And then Rook
C5 is already happening.
Yes.
Oh, he's just going to lose in the most prosaic way.
Rook C7, Rook B7 and takes on H5. This is game over. This is game over.
G5.
G5 check. and then king f5, rook c6,
Yeah.
rook b5, and I think
And
you
rook
can
c5.
rook c5.
Just go
Yeah.
rook c5 trade.
Oh wow!
Svane, 1 second left. Is he going to make it?
Takes, and then I think he's
Completely lost.
It's just completely lost. Yes, the c pawn is deciding it all.
Wow. Hey guys, you know what the lesson is? Take those pawns that you're missing when you have a chance.
Wow.
Yeah.
This is going to be the last game for sure because Wang Hao will not
Yeah.
let this slip away, and he's going to win
Yeah,
this.
you can't even let it slip away. It's sort of like it's so firmly in your grasp that you just there's nothing you can do. I guess we can just watch them. Actually,
course.
there's no point making the moves. We can see that the white pawn.
Yeah, and then
is
they
going.
shook hands, and
Wow.
game over for Rasmus Svane in this World Cup. And yeah, that was a very tough match between them two. They've been drawing all their games except the last one, and we're seeing on the board just right now a very technical game by Wang Hao, winning such a
Yeah.
rook endgame.
Incredible. I mean, it's also quite sad for Rasmus Svane, I would say, who seemed to be very well prepared in this match. And he essentially lost the match, I would say, with one decision, really.
Yeah,
Like right here. I mean,
he should have taken the pawn.
there was. I mean, White won the game because they held on to this extra pawn. And of course, you know, Wang Hao, I think, played and consolidated very nicely in the end game. But like, if you just take, you know,
Yeah,
I mean,
he was worried of this.
he was
rook
worried
A4,
about
rook
one of
D4.
one of these ideas,
Yeah.
right? But the thing is, I guess on rook a4, how do we defend the bishop? And we can always just do that, right? Just like that, and then counterattack the rook. And if the rook moves away,
Queen
we
E6
would always
also,
have
you have
something
many
like
things
this.
that, yeah.
So you could save the bishop, and rook d4, just rook c4. So then, I mean, White has absolutely like no winning chances whatsoever. Like we would have seen this match continue. Instead, he decided that this was scary. He went back with the queen, and actually, then, you know, he had to, I mean, he was doing okay, but of course you're down a pawn and you got like, you're playing on seconds, and you have to make a lot of difficult decisions. And I would say one really nice thing that I saw Wang Hao do, I really liked queen g4.
Yeah, yeah.
This was a very important move because it just takes out the complexity, all the risk, and then forces the queen trade, and then you just defend your pawn, use your king, and it's just like, you know, poor Svane got stuck in this position.
Yeah, and it was, of course, like we saw the other two games, it was in favor of Wang Hao, but somehow he couldn't really use the fact that he was almost winning the match. But he finally did it on the last game, or in the first game of the sudden death, and it was such a good performance by him. Anyway, we will see on the screen soon the tournament table of the open section. So there are so many upsets happened on the round number 4. We have the elimination by Hikaru Nakamura and also Wesley So. So 2 rating favorites in the open section. And Magnus Carlsen finally prevailed and is through to the next round against... he'll be facing, I think, a very good player as well. I will have it on the board soon. But anyway, there you go. Rasmus Svane, we saw, just lost the tiebreak, the sudden death against Wang Hao. And Erigasi Arjun won the game and is through to the next round. So we'll be seeing a few Indian prodigies on the next round. We have Gukesh, we have Arjun. We also have the veteran Ivanchuk.
Who is Magnus playing in the next round? That's what I want to know.
Magnus will be playing Ivanchuk.
Ivanchuk.
Oh my
Oh.
gosh, that is the most anticipated matchup.
Yeah, I have to say that I think that's going to be a great matchup because it's like 2 of my favorite players here.
Yep, exactly. And in the women's section, Wenjun, our reigning women's world champion, lost against Elisabeth Pähtz, and Elisabeth will be facing Anna Muzichuk, who just won against her own sister, Maria Muzichuk. And also, Polina Zhivalova will be taking on Nurgul Salimova after Nurgul won against Medina Warda Aulia, a sensational play by Medina, or performance by her. And Bela Kotanashvili also made another upset, taking down Conor Humpy, and is going to play Tan Zhongyi in the next round. Alexander Gorechkina was waiting for the winner of this match, which just happened today, and Harika won in a very dramatic tiebreak against Elena Roberts. And
we should say that almost all of the ladies who will win that next match are going to qualify to the candidates. Almost all of them.
Almost, yeah.
3
but
out of 4 of them will wind up qualifying for the candidates, but there's still going to be a final match. One person will not get it.
Yep, but there's some scenario where you have to also deal with the rating favorite and so on. So we will see. We will be confirming that if we already have all the names for the semi-final, because some of the players, they already earned their tickets to the candidates. And yeah, that's it for today. It was such another exciting tiebreak day at the office, Irina. I'm so happy that I was here. Super excited. And tomorrow we'll be continuing to round number 5. Top 16 will be playing in the open and top 8 in the women. So we will be coming back same time tomorrow, 3 p.m. local time, Baku, Azerbaijan. And thanks for watching and see you tomorrow, guys.